two seamers from last year, but Daisy Gibb came on very well last summer, so she'll be looking to step up as almost a senior seam bowler now.
And that's quite crazy to say, isn't it, when she's not even 20 years old?
Yeah.
So that's quite a good prospect for her. She's got a bright future. And for Essex, obviously, Liberty Heap signing a full-time contract. She was only sort of signed towards the end of last year on loan from Lancashire, but signs a full contract this year. And they've lost Maddie Penner. They don't have an overseas signing, Essex, which is a little bit interesting to me. I don't know what the reasoning is behind that. I haven't even heard of them trying to sign anyone, so I'm not really sure what's going on there. They lose Maddie Penner as an overseas signing, and obviously Kelly Castle and Maddie Blinkhorn-Jones. So their team's a bit more stable with not too many ins and outs. Do you think that will benefit them, having a more solid side?
You could say the stability will help, but looking at it another way, they finished bottom last year, so you think that they probably would want to make a few changes and additions, and obviously they have. The two you mentioned have gone to Kent in Tier 2, but there's a lot to be said for having a stable team and a stable environment. They've got a new coach, as you touched on. So I'm sure it'll be, although it might be similar personnel, I'm sure there'll be a few changes in their approach and their setup this year.
Well, the only way is up, right? When you finish dead last, it's
that's right.
It's sort of the only way to go. I think they need some. From looking at their stats from last year, there was no Essex bowler in the top 10. So when they have ball in hand a little bit later on, Eva Gray was the highest at 16th in the rankings in terms of wickets. So maybe they just need some more. The way I saw it last year was their runs were okay. They scored quite well, they chased well and they beat Lancashire, who ended up winning the competition. So you've got to be doing something right to beat sort of the best team in the comp. Yeah. But in terms of wickets, I just feel like they were just lacking in that area last year a little bit, early wickets.
Yeah, and I think it's a problem quite a few teams actually. The last year's tournament was sort of batter dominated, but the batters had more of a say than previous years, and it's just it's the way it's gone. So bowlers, as they say, bowlers win you tournaments, but batters win matches, but bowlers win you tournaments is an old adage, and they do certainly. Well, we'll see today where they start from that. But as you said, Charlotte, they're pretty much the same bowling attack, and a similar bowling attack to before. So yeah, be interested to see how they go. The umpires are on their way out. Our umpires today are Rose Dovey and Ben Devereux, who
and the sun's just trying to peek out.
It is.
I think it's just teasing us right now as the umpires make their slow trudge across the outfield. The boundaries here, we've mentioned it before, we were on air this morning, are quite small. I don't know the actual dimensions. They're obviously a little bit wider square of the wicket, but straight, very, very short, Phil.
Well, you know, just from the naked eye, there's about the same distance between the fielding circle to the boundary as there is between the fielding circle to the stump. So that would suggest it's about 50 yards straight at our end, certainly. A little bit bigger wide, but it's always a bit frustrating. We were saying earlier, Charlotte, that they don't put the boundaries a bit further out. You can sort of understand it a bit for a T20 game, maybe when their crowd want to see sixes and fours, but a 50 over game, I think the biggest thing to me is it often takes the two out of the equation. You know, when you get small boundaries, it tends to be one all boundary, and it takes the art of running twos and threes and finding those pockets out of the equation a little bit. So it's a bit of a shame that they make it so small, because it's not there's a lack of space here. You know, you can almost get another game in to the left to the boundary from where we're
maybe an under 10s game.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know exactly what you mean, and I think maybe it's to increase the scoring, more fours, more sixes, make that more appealing. Obviously there's I'd say a crowd in, there's maybe 50 or 60 people here that we can see. Do you reckon?
Yeah,
is that my maths being really bad?
Well, it always looks in a big ground like this, because they're so spread out, it doesn't look really big, but I think there's a few more than that, but you're right, it's not a very big crowd.
So maybe just trying to increase those high scores. Obviously it's a cloudy day in April, but they're running out. Tatani's leading out the Hampshire team. They'll be opening up with Gibb, I assume, would take the new ball. She's got her hat off and is jogging on her tiptoes, as she quite often does, towards the end where Ben Peverill's going to take her hat, and Ditani will set her first field. I always think that's the first thing. You get everyone in position, you look around, you breathe as a captain, and we'll be shortly underway with Georgia Adams here. She's buzzing around. I've seen her with a new haircut. She's gone for the bob look, and yeah, she'll be. I think she's quite nervous actually to watch her team.
Probably, yeah, having never done it,
yeah.
Never watched from the side. And just to confirm, for anyone that is in the vicinity, there is room if you want to come and watch. There's still quite a few empty seats, and yeah, it should be a good day's cricket. And obviously at this time of year, cricket buffs are always keen to get their first game under their belt. And obviously we had the county championship last week, but the first women's game of the season, it is going to be Daisy Gibb. You doing the first?
Yeah, I'll take the first one, Phil, don't you worry about that.
Okay.
So, Southby behind the stumps, one slip in place, that's Amanda Jade Wellington with number 10 on her back. Stood at first slip. Scrivens is going to take the first ball, she gets settled. No grass on the pitch, looks pretty dry, always a good pitch here at Utilita Bowl. And Gibbs going to bowl the first ball of the morning, bowls to Scrivens, who beats the outside edge. It doesn't carry through to Southby, it bounces just in front of her. She might have to take a step forward, as maybe the pace isn't quite where, yeah, she's going to take a couple of steps forward actually and remark her ground.
It actually landed well short of it, didn't it? And it was quite a full ball, but yeah.
Gibbs no slouch, she's not slow, so a little surprising, maybe not as much pace in the wicket initially as Southby thought. Running in past the umpire again is Gibb towards us. Shorter delivery this time. It's punched into the offside. Abby Norgrove does do the fielding. I thought they were going to take a single, which is why I got slightly excited, but decided against it. Does Scrivens, and her batting partner at the other end, Cordelia Griffith.
I think Grace Scrivens thought they were taking a single as well. And
not sure Griffith agreed, which is why the answer was no.
Yeah.
Eventually, good start by Gibb. She's landed 2, exactly where she'd want them to be.
Bowling round the wicket, of course, to the left-hander.
Runs towards us now. We've got Maya Boucher at gully as well, waiting for a catch. She bowls to Scrivens, who's in defence right behind that one. Defends to Ella McCacken at extra cover, and there is no run.
This is a good start from Gibb.
That's always the thing when I've ever bowled a first over of a game or something. You just want to land the first 2 or 3 in the right spot, and then you just feel a little more settled, a little bit more in control.
It's equivalent of a batter wanting to get the first couple off the middle of the bat, isn't it?
I hit the first one for 4, that was always for me. I wasn't quite fussed until I nailed one for 4.
Even better.
Gibb bowls once again to Scrivens, who's on the back foot this time, defends into the offside. There's a little bit of a race between Boucher and Norgrove as to who picks up the ball. Boucher tried and failed, and Norgrove is right behind her. Still no run conceded. 4 pretty much in the same spot, give or take a couple of inches from Daisy Gibb outside the off stump. 4 dots to start for her. They look a little bit cold out there, some hands in pockets.
Yeah.
And some blowing into the palms. Bex Tyson's doing that at mid-on. She'll be handy with the ball later, I can imagine. She's been in good form pre-season. Gibb bowls again to Scrivens, who this time leaves it alone. A little bit wider this time from Gibb, and safely through to Southby's gloves.
In recent years, we've sort of got used to playing cricket at this time of year, but a few years ago, you wouldn't have thought of being playing on April the 11th. But for them, this is some of their 5th or 6th game, probably.
Well, I'll tell you who didn't think they were going to be playing on April the 11th was Ian Cox, who's, I don't know if he's back from his fishing trip, but he's the assistant coach, one of the assistant coaches here at Hampshire, and he didn't think they were going to be playing this early. I don't know if he's listening, if he's not here, Ian, but just stitched you up. Around the wicket once again is Gibb. Final ball, defended into the offside. Good pick up from Boucher at gully. The throw comes in, and that's the end of the first over. It's a maiden for Daisy Gibb. Perfect start for Hampshire.
Really good start. Every ball was sort of just in that 5th stump line, or 4th or 5th stump line, and most of the balls were just played casually onto the offside, or carefully onto the offside. So, yeah, very good start for Daisy Gibb, but also a decent start for the batter, because she got the middle of the bat on most of them after playing and missing at the first one. We're going to have Lindsay Smith bowling from the hotel end, accustomed to taking the new ball, of course, in both formats. It's become a sort of speciality for her. So she's going to be bowling left arm round to Cordelia Griffith. We've got a slip in place again and a backward point, extra cover mid-off and a sweeper on the cover boundary, mid-on, straight mid-wicket, a fine leg and a deep square. And Smith's in round the wicket. Griffith just defends out. Smith as usual on the spot pretty well straight away. And not a big turner of the ball, of course, as we know, but just relies on accuracy and change of pace, which is her sort of forte. And again, this one's leg stumpish and Griffiths turns it away, but she doesn't get past backward short leg, backward square leg, or short fine leg really. On the circle, on the 25-yard circle, there's no run. Smith in again, very economical run. This one's turned away by Griffiths, going to be the first run of the day, of the season. Griffiths just turning that gently towards the square leg umpire. And there's a big enough gap there that they can come through for one. So
that'll make them feel a little bit better.
Yeah.
Essex just getting the first one away.
Off the mark, yeah. Always want to feel off the mark. So obviously now the field changing for the left-handed Scrivens, although it's a fairly similar field, just in reverse. It's got the sweepers out on either side, square, and a slip. Scrivens making a mark. Southby sort of making sure the field is exactly on the right line. It's always easy for a keeper to stand there and work out the exact angles. Smith in over the wicket now. That was a wider off stump. Scrivens lets that one go through.
It didn't bounce an awful lot, that one, actually.
Again, no, a couple of times we've noticed there hasn't been a lot of bounce there.
These April pitches, Phil. They've had a lot of rain before now. It's been all right in the last few weeks, but before now.
This one's straight on. That's just got a leading edge. Scrivens looked to turn out on the side, but it got a leading edge and ended up at extra cover. Not in the air, so not a danger, but just a full shot there, slightly from Scrivens. Smith in again. This one's shorter, and he's out. She's caught a slip. Scrivens going for a cut, and she's edged it. It's a sharp catch by Boucher. I think a slip, is it?
Yeah, that's Maya Boucher.
Yeah, Boucher at slip. It went. Yeah, it's a shorter ball. And Scrivens went to cut it. Got quite a thick edge on it, and Boucher took it sharply high to her left. That's a really good grab, particularly as we keep saying in April in this temperature. But it's a very important wicket for Hampshire. So Scrivens, the Essex captain, has gone for no score. And a great start for Hampshire. Essex are 1 for 1.
Yeah, just tried to cut a ball that wasn't really there to cut, maybe not wide enough. Flashed her hands at it, Scrivens. That's a huge wicket for Hampshire. Captain and a player in form, a dangerous player, Grace Scrivens. As we watch it again, if you're watching the live picture feed, you can see it once again. Yeah, not quite close enough to cut. Sharp catch from Maya Boucher to her
catch.
left.
Yeah.
And brilliantly taken. And Essex find themselves 1 for 1. Not the ideal start for them, but a great start for the home side.
Yep, having put Essex in, that's just what they're looking for, early wickets. And Lindsay Smith done the business. So after 2 overs, Essex 1 for 1. Izzy McLeod is the new Essex batter.
A 9-ball duck for Grace Scrivens.
Yep, not the start she wanted to the season.
Especially with her leading her side. You always want to lead from the front as captain, don't you? A brilliant start for Smith. She starts with a wicket in her first over. Daisy Gibbs going to continue. New batter will be at the non-striker's end, as that wicket fell off the last delivery of Lindsay Smith's over. Just waiting for Cordelia Griffith to take her stance. Just surveying the field. Got a backwards fine leg and a third of the 2 fielders out. Forward in defence is Cordelia Griffith, defends it to Lindsay Smith, who's in action again, this time in the field at mid-wicket.
Very disciplined start from the Hampshire bowlers here. We've not really seen a loose ball out of the 13, one a bit wide from Lindsay Smith, but mostly right on the money, which from a coach's point of view is exactly what you're looking for your bowlers, isn't it? To not give up any freebies early on.
No, exactly. Get it there or thereabouts. Don't give the batters any room to score, especially with only 2 fielders out. There's loads of space out there to put the bad ball away. There hasn't been any so far. This one's another full delivery on the money again from Daisy Gibb. Again defending is Cordelia Griffith to extra cover this time. Maya Boucher's in action again there. She's bowled brilliantly so far. Daisy Gibb had a bit of a time in the winter and got glandular fever, bless her, and was out for a bit of time. Was quite poorly for a while, but it's great to see her with ball in hand, opening the bowling and taking a lead role in this lineup for Hampshire. She runs in again towards us from the pavilion end, bowls a little bit shorter, wafting outside the off stump. Was Cordelia Griffith. A bit of a poke at that one. Probably should have just pulled her hands away.
It's a bit of a nothing shot really, wasn't it? She didn't really play any sort of shot at it. She just, as you say, poked her hands at it.
Just left her slightly. Good length from Daisy Gibb. She was smiling after that one. I think she's feeling that a wicket might be coming.
Daisy Gibb, of course, also got picked up in the 100 auction, which I'm sure she was very pleased about.
And to stay here with Southern Brave as well.
Yeah.
Bowls again to Griffith, who's on the defence. Good solidly behind that one to extra cover. Again, no run is scored.
Yeah, it's nice to see a Hampshire girl up Brave, because in the men's game there's no Hampshire player in the Brave squad, I believe.
No, we can talk about the 100 a little bit later on, Phil, actually, in the auction, and that was quite an interesting watch. I don't know if you watched it.
I did, yeah.
It was almost an all-day affair, wasn't it? You could have sat there all day for 2 days and watched it all unfold.
I watched the women's one, not the men's one, but yeah, I wasn't expecting it to be so interesting, actually, but it was actually quite good, yeah.
Gibb once again bowls to Griffith. He turns this way on the leg side. They're going for a quick single here. Smith's got the ball in hand and they do get home. Lissy McLeod home quite comfortably in the end. They pick up a single.
They probably realised it was to Lindsay Smith's right. Of course, she's left-handed, so she had to get it back into her left hand to get the throw in, but they were comfortable in the end.
Small bit of indecision from the two batters as to whether to take it or not.
Good fielder, of course, Lindsay Smith. I mean, you go out as a batting side and you think, who are the fielders I want to avoid?
She's one of them.
She would be one of them, but it was to her right, so that probably made the difference.
Gibb, final ball of her second over. Bowls to Lissy McLeod, first ball. That's the first freebie we've had. It's cut through the offside. It's going to run away to the point boundary. It's going to beat Abby Norgrove in the race there, and it's the first boundary for Essex. First ball for Lissy McLeod. She scores a boundary off her first. It's the real loosener, the first loosener from Hampshire in total, and definitely the first one from Gibb. She concedes 4 off her final ball. She bowled 2 overs, 0 for 5. Essex now 6 for 1 after 3 overs, and a much needed boundary for them, just settle the nerves once again.
Yeah, it was just sort of guided really, wasn't it? It didn't look like it had any great pace on it, but it ran away as soon as it beat, I think it was McCacken cover. As soon as it beat her, it just ran away quickly to the, as we say, fairly short boundary, but it gathered pace. Smith in again from the hotel and round the wicket, and Griffiths drive, but that's just going to go to the captain Ditani. It's short extra cover. She throws it in to the keeper. There's no run, still 6 for 1, Essex. Smith in again Griffiths defending. You've always got to work out a way to bat against Smith. You've got to do something different because she's not going to change, and so you've got to actually change up something. I mean, early days, yeah, I'm not saying they've got to worry about that at the moment, but she's just about there all the time. Again, this one's down the leg side actually, so that's is a loose ball, and it's beaten Southby as well, and is going to run away to the boundary. Yeah, so that'll be 5 wides. Just as I talked her up, that always happens, doesn't it?
It's always the way commentators curse.
It was only just down the leg side, but of course anything leg side of the batter is going to be called wide, and that was. And Southby, it's a difficult take for a keeper. It's actually easier to take the wider ones than that. When it just beats the bat, you're blinded a lot, and it's gone through for 5 wides. Sorry. So bonus for Essex up to 11 for 1. Smith in again round the wicket. This one's short and pulled. This could, luckily there's a fielder out there. Freya Kemp out on the deep square boundary, keeping that down to 1, but that was a poor ball from Smith. That's 2 poor balls in a row. Single to Griffith. She probably feels she missed out a bit there because she could almost have hit it anywhere, but she hit it straight to the deep square leg. That brings McLeod on strike to Smith for the first time. She takes her guard. Still that slip in place, Boucher. Smith in again, this one's on the money, just driven down to mid-on where Bex Tyson fields. Interesting that Boucher fields a slip for the spinner, but AJ Wellington is fielding a slip for the seamer. It could be that they, I don't know, specialist slips in different
Yeah, I
positions.
don't know.
This one's driven away through the offside by McLeod for 4 through extra cover. Again, it didn't look like she actually got hold of that fully, but it just ran away.
She's timing it nicely, isn't she? She's
that's
hit 2 boundaries. She's only faced 3 balls as Leslie McLeod since she's come in.
She scored 8. Yeah.
And that was a little bit short from Smith. Another sort of poor ball, a bit of a loosener from her.
It was, but it just looked like an ordinary punch on the offside that would be fielded in the ring, but all of a sudden it's racing away to the cover boundary. So yeah, Smith needs to get back into this over a bit. This one's just turned on the leg side. There's not going to be a run there. It's fielded at mid-wicket. And that's the end of an expensive over from Lindsay Smith. Essex are up to 16 for 1.
Yeah, 4 overs gone.
And Smith 1 for 11.
Yeah, she just conceded 10 off that one, which is a little expensive.
It's unusual for her. It's,
just after you talked her up, Phil.
exactly, I won't be saying that again.
It's always the way.
But yeah, as you say, good start from Izzy McLeod. She's the only batter of the 3 so far that seems to be a factor of timing.
She got some runs in pre-season as well in a friendly last week, so she's
Experienced player.
in a bit of form. Daisy Gibb to start a new over from the pavilion end. Bowls to Griffith, who's pulling a little bit short, and it's running down to fine leg where Freya Kemp will do the fielding. They'll pick up 1 more to the total. Cordelia Griffith moves to 4 from 12 deliveries, and Essex 17 for 1.
These two, both the batters, both very experienced players, aren't they? I mean, they've been around the county circuit in all its guises for a long time now. Both got a lot of innings under their belt.
Trying to say they're old girls now, Phil.
Belts. Well, I wouldn't say that. But,
Gibb running in again. Bowls to Lissy McLeod, who's forward in defence and turns it into the leg side, but Smith runs around to her right and fields the ball at mid-wicket and then returns her hands immediately to her pockets. You can tell she's been away for the winter, enjoying some warmer weather.
I can remember both these girls playing university cricket, and that seems a long time ago. Cordelia Griffiths played for Durham, and Lissy McLeod was at Exeter, but it seems a long time ago.
Gibb runs in again, bowls to McLeod. It's a little bit short and wide, and she manages to squirt it down to fine leg at third man, And Francesca Sweet will do the fielding, making her Hampshire debut today. Would have got our cap presentation at the start of the day. A good moment for her. Just looked up and there's actually a few more people in the ground now, which is, I'm hoping that they were just hovering in warm shelter at the start.
now that the game started. And as usual, the most popular part of the women's game is the Warn stand. That's where most of the crowd seem to congregate. Always.
Gibb again, right arm over the wicket to Griffith, who's forward in defence solidly. And there is no run as she defends it into the offside. 18 for 1 Essex.
I'll tell you a little fun fact about Lizzie McLeod from her university days. When I was involved in university cricket, she actually took 2 hat-tricks in one game, in an indoor game, where you only have to take 6 wickets, and she took them all with 2 hat-tricks. Not successive, not 6 balls in a row, 2 hat-tricks.
She hasn't bowled since, probably. She probably peaked.
Yeah.
Gibb bowls again down the leg side. That'd be called a wide by umpire Ben Peverell, and it's collected by Southby behind the stumps. Just offering up a few more looseners now, Hampshire, after a brilliant start. Barely bowled a ball out of a really good line and length, and just a few from both ends now, both bowlers just losing their line a little bit.
That's the first time Gibbs strayed leg side, really.
Just resets, takes a moment. and begins her approach to the crease. Griffith waits and cuts that one. It's full, but she's fielded at point by Abby Norgrove. They'll take a single, and comfortably so, as Norgrove was slightly wrong-footed, gets the throw away.
She had to tumble to field it, so she's never going to get the throw in quite as quick. That was a good single.
20 for 1 Essex. Griffith moves to 5. McLeod on 9. And just rebuilding here, Essex. We've got lots of bowling options, Hampshire. Titania herself, captain. Wellington with her leg spin. Sweet a bowling option as well. Bex Tyson obviously with her left arm seamers. A slightly shorter one from Gibb. It's well played by Lissy McLeod into the leg side. No runners taken. And that concludes the 5th over. Essex 20 for 1. So going at 4s now are Essex.
Having things brought out. I don't know what. Is it hand warmers or something?
Yeah, probably.
Subs are bringing something on for 2 of the players. Oh, no, it's a helmet for
helmet for the keeper.
For the keeper. She must have had one on already, presumably, when she was keeping to Lindsay Smith.
Just maybe a little drink for Daisy Gibb.
Well, a sweater for Daisy Gibb, I think. She's putting it on now.
I don't blame her.
But, yeah. So it's still going to be Smith bowling around the wicket to Griffith, Cordelia Griffith. This one's short and Griffith cuts. There's a field out there, she has protection on the offside, and that's just going to be a single. Essex moved to 21 for 1. Griffith up to 6. Smith in again, short again, and Cloud's on the back foot, punching on the leg side, but can't get it through. It's a dot ball, so Smith's just struggling a little bit for length here. This one's more like it, and they're taking a quick single. This is going to be tight. That could be out. It is out. That seemed a very strange single to be taken. McLeod's just pushed it on the offside, short of Titani, and Titani's come in and underarmed it back to Southby. Didn't even need a direct hit. And Griffith with the dive, but couldn't make it. That looked a pretty strange single to take, I have to say, Charlotte.
Yeah, it wasn't the best judged single between the two of them. I don't really know who was at fault, to be perfectly honest. I think they were both sort of convinced there was a single there.
They set off straight away. There was no hesitation, and the fact there was no hesitation and it wasn't a direct hit and she was still out suggests that it wasn't the best call to go for that. So yeah, so important wicket for Hampshire. Cordelia Griffith run out for 6, and the second Essex wicket to fall. We're only in the 6th over, and Essex are 21 for 2. I think we're going to see Jodie Grucock now, who we both talked a lot about in the pre-match. So see if she can live up to that.
Yeah, she was the only other player other than Scrivens to pass 50 more than once last year, Jodie Grucock. I think she's an exciting player. Obviously offers as another left-hander in the side, which is obviously handy. She yeah,
there's been talk for years now that England don't have many left-handed batters, haven't there? Not since Lydia Greenway was been a regular in the England side, so it's good to see some left-handed batters coming through. Obviously Freya Kemp has got in recent times.
Yeah, she made 50 against Lancashire last year when they won that game and beat the champions.
Smith over the wicket to Grucock's first ball. She's on the back foot and plays it into the offside, but she's not going to get past Boucher. Extra cover. There's no run. So yeah, important innings this for Grucock already. It's early in the season. It's coming in at quite critical time for Essex. Needs to rebuild. Stumps or the bails need a bit of readjustment here. I think Southby saved the umpire a job from walking in and done it herself. This one's shorter, but Grucock can get forward still and just push it on the offside. So Essex is going to have to rebuild a little bit from here.
Yeah, 2 down early is not where they want to be.
2 down in the 6th over. Smith in, that's Fuller, driven by Grucock, but can't get it past point. There's no run. That's the end of the 6th over, and Essex are 21 for 2, having been put into bat by Hampshire.
And the sun's just starting to come out, Phil.
It is.
And that's going to warm the plate. There's a bit of a wind going across. You can see the flag above the Hampshire dressing room to the right as we look at the pavilion end. It's stopped waving quite as aggressively now. It was waving quite aggressively earlier on, and you could see some of the players' ponytails blowing around in the wind. It was looked a little bit like there was a fresh breeze running across the ground, and I can't imagine it was a warm one without the sun being out. So I think the players will be a little bit more thankful that the sun's trying to come out. There's a little bit of blue sky overhead as well.
Yeah, it's beginning to look like a cricket ground, isn't it? Or cricket day.
That's what we want to see.
Yeah.
Gibb to start a new over. Her 4th runs towards us. Bowls a good delivery outside the off stump, and McLeod has a little waft at it, but manages to keep her bat away from it, which is key for her. It came back an awful long way actually from Gibb. She does tail the ball back in, but that did come back.
It did, and that
fair way.
That one bounced a bit as well, unlike some of the deliveries earlier on.
An early April pitch. Good decision to bowl first.
I think so. I think
just where you're not sure what it might do. Gibb bowls another delivery to McLeod, who whips that into the mid-wicket area, but Smith's right behind it. A big gap beyond her. If it beat her, it was 4, because it was well timed by McLeod, but luckily for her, she's managed to get solidly behind that one, and then the hands go immediately back in the pockets.
Yeah, I haven't looked at what's happening around the country today, but I would imagine, I'm guessing, that the majority of sides would insert the opposition in today's games. But I might be totally wrong. That's just speculation on my part.
Gibb in once again, down the leg side, a long way down the leg side. Southby does well. Rolls to her left and collects the ball. It's called a wide by umpire Ben Peverell. He's still got his arms out and acknowledges the scorer now. Another one to the total.
That's what the keeper needs to warm up on a day like this.
Lots of rolling around.
Diving and roll. Yeah.
So you'll notice there's no Kevin James here today. He's up at Headingley, where Hampshire men are in action in the county championship. Day 2 versus Yorkshire up there. Gibb bowls again. Good length delivery. Got down to 3rd man by Lissy McLeod. Well fielded by Francesca Sweet. Just a single is taken. McLeod moves to 10. And Grucock comes to face Daisy Gibb for the first time. She's faced 3 deliveries so far. Another change of angle for Gibb. She's going to come round the wicket to the left-hander. Slip still in place. Amanda J. Wellington still stood there at first slip. Gully's not in position like it was for Scrivens. She's into mid-wicket, so blocking off another easy single on the leg side. Gibb in again, round the wicket. Forward in defence solidly as Grucock drives on the up to Tani at mid-off. He'll be pretty pleased with how her team started.
She will. The first captaincy game for Hampshire. Just going back to Francesca Sweet, where do you see her role in this Hampshire side? Because she was a top-order batter at Leicestershire, but we think she's going to bat sort of middle order.
Yeah, I would say so. I think she's just offers another bowling option for them as well. Yeah.
So a bit of the sort of bits and pieces all-rounded player. That's not a derogatory way at all.
Gibb in again. Good length delivery. Turned into the leg side. There's a gap at square leg, a big gap. Sweet does well though. Runs round from fine leg, picks up the ball and gets the throw in. They will come back for an easy second. Well judged too by Grucock. That's well played. Just turned it round the corner, square on the leg side, and picked up a simple 2. She's off the mark. Essex moved to 25. 4 off this over so far with the wide.
And it's mostly blue sky now above. It's changed quite a lot since we started play today.
We just won't see it in here.
Well, we can see it, but we can't benefit from it.
Yeah, that is true. We can see it, can't feel it.
Yeah.
Gibb bowls. Last ball of her over down the leg side. It won't be the last ball of her over. She's going to have to bowl that one again. As she strays down the leg side. Another one to Essex's total. 26 for 2. This is the struggle with left-hand, right-hand combinations, that your line has to adjust all the time.
Yep.
And there's literally no room for error anymore. These batters are so good. Pick up on anything wide, short. You've got to be on the money.
And the wide scores can come back to bite you at the end of the innings when you run out of time. Sometimes.
Absolutely. Gibbon again. That's a bit of length delivery, turned into the leg side to Maya Boucher at mid-wicket. That will be the final ball of her 4th over. She's conceded 14 so far. No wicket to her name thus far. 1 wicket going to Lindsay Smith, and the other one being a bit of a mix-up run out between Scrivens and between McLeod and Griffith. 26 for 2 Essex after the 7th over. Phil, you'll do one more and then Gemma will come in to replace you.
Yeah, she's loitering close by, ready to go. So Lindsay Smith again from the hotel end, around the wicket. McLeod just defends this. Titani's in very tight on the offside, which McLeod's probably noticed now. She didn't notice earlier when the single was taken on, but she is quite tight there. Smith in again. Again, it's just played down to Titani in that sort of short mid-off position. It's quite an interesting field to look at. There's 3 fielders very close in line on the offside here, almost behind each other. And Smith again, just defended out. You've got Titani then almost directly behind her on the circle as a fielder, and there's also one just over her left shoulder. So it sort of tells you the line that Smith's looking to bowl. And again, this one's shorter and turned away by McLeod. It's only going to be a single. So Freya Kemp has already been quite busy on the boundary.
And that wasn't the line she was looking to bowl, with almost 3 extra covers.
No.
To have one on leg stump probably isn't where she wanted it to be.
It's interesting, she's got a 4 on the leg side, but still got those 3 sort of straight offside. Well, it hasn't now because it's left-handed. You've got a slip going in now. Totally different field, of course. Smith going over the wicket. Goes in past umpire Dovey, and this one's played off the back foot by Grucock. But again, just gently onto the offside for no run. So Smith looking to get through this over without any more damage. And she has done, as Grucock just plays it through to mid-on. At the end of the 8th over, Essex are 27 for 2, and I'm handing over to Gemma.
Thank you, Phil. We'll hear from Phil a little bit later on. 8 overs, Essex 27 for 2. Alyssa McLeod 11 not out. Jodie Grucock with her on 2. Welcome, Gem. I called you Gem earlier and you hated it, so we're going with Gem.
I did, thank you, Charlotte. I appreciate that. Yeah, I've tried to get Kevin to call me Gem, but yeah, old habits die hard.
Of course, Kev not here today. He's up at Headingley. They've got a delayed start up there, actually. I assume there was a little bit of rain around. So Yorkshire finished yesterday 48 for 4, courtesy of a bit of damage from Sonny Baker late on yesterday after Hampshire were bowled out for 251. So play will get underway there as soon as it stops raining, I assume. Gibb to bowl another over them from the pavilion end. Driving is McLeod to extra cover, and there is no run. This is Gibb's 5th over. She's bowled well so far, but they're churning him out from her.
She has, yeah, it's a really good start from Gibb. Smith not at her best. Couple of overs with a few loose deliveries. We know she's capable of better than that, but yeah, decent start from Hampshire. Obviously that early wicket of the captain, the very dangerous Grace Scrivens.
Yeah, Smith, known for her economy rate,
absolutely.
is a little bit higher than normal at the moment. Gibb, and again, wide ball, a no ball it's been called as it goes through to Southbeat. It was wide and it was a no ball, but the no ball takes priority, so the right arm of Ben Peveril goes out, and the next ball will be a free hit for Lissy McLeod. Obviously Phil can't change, so there's lots of space for her in front of the bat, because the 2 fielders outside of the circle are Freya Kemp down at fine leg, quite a wide fine leg, but still a fine leg, and the other fielder is also behind the bat at 3rd, so she's pretty much got free reign of anywhere in front of square.
She has. This would be an important line for Gibb to get right.
Gibb bowls, and it is a good line, a perfect line in length really is. It's hammered into the leg side to mid-on, but Datani's equal to it, and the the no ball doesn't cost anything extra, which is a bonus for Hampshire.
Absolutely, it was the line and the length there. She didn't have room to free her arms and just have that free hit on the leg side, and all she could do was push it up to mid-on. So yeah, well bowled on the free hit there.
I thought she might have tried to go for a slower ball, Daisy Gibb, but decided to back her skills and nailed the perfect ball to follow up from that no ball. She bounds towards us once more. Bowls to McLeod on the back foot, punching through the offside. That's a lovely shot as it goes really quickly to the extra cover boundary for 4. McCacken was in pursuit but couldn't chase after it. And that was a beautiful shot by McLeod. Again, just lent on it, just pure timing. She moves to 15, Essex 32 for 2.
Yeah, lovely bit of timing there. I mean, she hit from the minute she got out, didn't she? 4 off the first ball when Essex were struggling to get off the mark. But yeah, that was just threaded that through the extra cover fielders, and there's no one patrolling the boundary out there. So as we said about those short boundaries, that's going to be 4. There's no point chasing that one.
Gibbon once more past the umpire, bowls to McLeod. That one's full and driving. It's come back a little bit. She shadow bats the shot of what she should have played, which should have got into the ball a little bit more. But she gets away with one.
Picking up on something that Phil mentioned earlier about the slip fielders. So we've had AJ Wellington at first slip to Gibb, the seamer, and then when we change ends and Smith's on, Bouchier takes that role. It's those tiny little attention to detail. I mean, there must be a reason. I don't know the reason. I don't know the different skill sets between slipping to different bowlers.
Gibbon once more to McLeod. That's a good line and length, respected by McLeod. Defends back to her in a follow through.
But it's those tiny details that I think we've seen from right back from the Vipers era, when all the women's professional domestic cricket was just starting out, and Vipers had the advantage of having Lottie, Charlotte Edwards, very much on site and a little bit ahead of the curve with all those attention to details at the level she'd played at. But it looks like it's still continuing with Hampshire. It's those little things.
Or they've had rock, paper, scissors and they drew and they couldn't decide who was slipped, so they've just decided to share it.
Got it.
But it's probably the former. Gibb running towards us again down the leg side. There's a little bit of a shout for a caught behind, but not convincing. Southby was fairly interested. Gibb really wasn't. She was just sort of going up for the sake of it. And it concludes the 9th over.
If that does nothing else, it sort of takes the wide out the option, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It convinces the umpire it must have hit something. If you don't want to give it out, definitely
That's fine.
don't give us a wide.
9 overs gone, Essex 32 for 2. McLeod 15 of 23. Grucock 2 from 8. New head coach Stephen Parry at Essex, and then a few more coaches actually in their ranks. You've obviously got Nick Brown, who's just retired from the men's team, going in as the batting coach, and Kat Dalton, that we know quite well from club cricket days, comes in as the bowling coach after her experience in the PSL as well.
Yeah,
so they've got a full new,
obviously, but a bowling coach. She is. Smith to continue over the wicket to the left-hander. That's full and straight and just push back to the bowler.
Yeah, so not just a new head coach, but a new whole coaching staff really at Essex to try and improve their bottom of the league finish from last year.
Smith in bowls. That's down the leg side. That will be a wide. Good take from Rihanna Southby. But it will be a wide, as Rose Dovey indicates up to the scorers, who today are Caroline Green and Chris Drew.
Lots of greens in the house today.
Absolutely, we're taking over. Smith in again. Bowls a fuller ball, and that's driven. Beats the ring field as such, but there is a Freya Kemp patrolling the boundary, keeps it down to 1.
Bit wide. A little bit full and wide from Smith. She's not been quite on the song, has she?
She hasn't, and I think that little drift, the drift she gets, is a couple of those have just drifted down leg as well, so she hasn't quite got it right. Again, a little bit short there, and McLeod's able to work that onto the leg side to pick up an easy single. Francesca Sweet does the fielding. She's obviously chosen shirt number 13, Francesca Sweet.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, a few new faces in the ranks, not all playing today, and a Hardwick coming as well.
Smith in again, another full ball driven, but only as far as back to herself for a dot ball.
Pippa Sproul, a Hursley player, and come through the pathway here at Hampshire. Really exciting for her to get her first professional contract.
Absolutely, Hursley player and Scotland. Smith in again. Again, this is just slightly back of a length, but it's worked onto the leg side, and the captain for today, Naomi Datani, keeps that down to a dot ball.
Yeah, some really exciting young talent in this Hampshire team. And you've got to say they're young. That's when you look at the team.
Smith in. Oh, that's dragged down and gets the punishment it's deserved. That's carved through the offside. A diving Freya Kemp can't stop that, and that goes for 4 runs to Jodie Grucock. Yeah, that was short and wide and got exactly what it deserved. And after 10 overs, Essex are 39 for 2. McLeod on 16, Grucock on 7.
Yes, that concludes the power play. 2 wickets to fall so far. Grace Scrivens had a bit of a torrid time, a 9-ball duck for her to start her season, not what she would have wanted as Essex captain. She was caught smartly at first slip by Maya Boucher off the bowling of Lindsay Smith, and then a bit of a mix-up to dismiss Cordelia Griffith. There was a bit of a mix-up between McLeod and herself, and a run-out occurred to the 2 wickets to fall in the power play, and Essex find themselves 39 for 2. We're going to have a change of bowling. Captain Naomi Datani is going to take the ball from the pavilion end.
How hard, Charlotte, is it to step into a captaincy of someone like Georgia Adams, ever present, and not be just a mouthpiece for Adams? Because you know you've got she's a stand-in probably for just this game. She knows it's not a permanent thing. You've kind of got to keep the flow going, but also how do you put your own stamp on it for a short temporary period?
Yeah, I'll answer that question in just a second, because it's a tough gig to get Datani left arm over the wicket to McLeod, who's trying to drive on the up, but can't middle it, just gets it to Wellington at mid-wicket. Obviously 4 fielders now allowed outside of the inner circle. They've only decided to use 3 of them. There's a fielder at backward square, fine leg and third at the moment. Yeah, I think you've just got to try and make it your own, haven't you, which is such a hard thing to do, but I think having your own fresh ideas and trying to work with Adams off the field to put these into play as Datani bowls, and it's just bounced on McLeod a little bit as it goes into the offside for no run. I think it's something that they probably would have worked on before in terms of what are we trying to get out as a team, and that's what all teams do, is kind of think about their own way to play the game, and then in the moment you've just got to back yourself to react to certain situations, and you've got enough experience now that you can almost just back yourself in your own decision making, but there'll be a lot of work done before to kind of get a team kind of consensus of how they want to play. Datani in again, just down the leg side as McLeod works it square on the leg side for an easy single.
Yeah, well, we said Georgia Adams ever present. I think she only missed a couple of Vipers games. This is the first Hampshire game she hasn't missed. Emily Windsor stood in captaincy for those 2 way back when. But yeah, when you're sort of missing Georgia Adams, that leadership, that role is, like you say, it's big boots to fill, but Datani, she does have the experience, and so far so good.
She bowls to Jodie Grucock for the first time. Left arm over to left-handed batter, who's clipped it nicely into the leg side. We'll get it out to McCacken at mid-wicket, who does well, slides round to her right and doesn't let that one go past her. It was a bit of an awkward bounce as it just landed in front of her. Grucock moves to 8, Essex 41 for 2.
One of the other things I've noticed, I mean, Lindsay Smith has actually just gone from point and moved, but she hasn't been fielding at point all morning, and she's been at mid-wicket most of the time. She's now deep on the boundary.
Datani in once more to McLeod. A good length delivery, forward in defence as McLeod.
She was so... Sorry.
No, that's okay. I was just going to say to Maya Boucher, but I will...
You finish?
I'm done.
Cool. Yeah, she was excellent at point last year and in England colours as well, but yeah, today in the ring she's been used at mid-wicket, so I don't know if that's a rock paper scissors issue or it's actually more strategic.
I'm not entirely sure that the rock paper scissors sort of
theory.
It's a good one. No, I'm just she's got a good arm, hasn't she? So that's why she's going to be used on the boundary as well. Slightly shorter delivery from Datani, but the line was leg stump-ish and it's worked into the leg side. It might even be a leg by, it is. And they pick up 1 more to their total. They don't mind how they come. Essex 42 for 2, recovering slightly here as they've lost a few 2 early wickets as 11 overs are completed. Datani's first concedes 2.
This is a little bit of a grudge match if we're considering all the counties now are one club, men and women. This time last week, Essex was steamrolling Hampshire men in the county championship, winning by an innings and 137. So the women have got the chance to make that 1-1, so to speak.
Yeah, I like that. Won't work in all sort of
scenarios.
all scenarios.
But,
They might not be able to play each other, but definitely trying to get their comeuppance
Right.
against Essex.
We have AJ Wellington for the first time in Hampshire colours, bowling from our commentary end, number 10 on her back. The leg spinner's up and bowls, and it's a bit of a rag there. It was a bit short, and but there was definite turn taken very low by
McLeod wanted a
Southby.
wide.
Wellington in again. This time it's tossed up and it's a fullish ball. There's a big appeal for LBW. From the way Southby was moving, I would imagine that was just sliding down the leg side as McLeod tried to tickle that round the corner. Well, the sun is shining again as she comes in for her third delivery. Wellington, that is down the leg and it is well swept. It beats the fielder at short fine leg, and as we mentioned earlier, as soon as you've beaten that ring, it tends to go for 4, which it has. So another 4 to Lissy McLeod.
Yeah, a bit of a wayward start from Wellington. She had a pretty wide delivery, not called a wide, off the first ball, down the offside. Then a shout for an LBW off the second ball, good line and length, and then one down the leg side off the third. So just a little bit of a nervy start for her.
She's at the top of her mark again, into Lissy McLeod. Again, on leg stump, worked her way through mid-wicket. They will come through for a single as Freya Kemp picks that up and returns it to the gloves of Southby. So AJ Wellington, she gets a tattoo, doesn't she, of every team she plays for. Do you know if she's got this one yet, or does she have to play her first game?
No, she's in the preparation stages.
So what's she going for, the Hampshire Crown?
I think I said the Rose and Crown, but we'll see what she goes with. I'm not sure.
Yeah, she, for those of you that don't know, she loves her tattoos. She's got arms and legs of them, and with all the franchise and club cricket that these players get to experience, she does. She gets the badge of every team she's played. So Somerset last year is inked on her arm, the wyvern. As she comes in to the left-hander, it's full outside off stump, worked down to short third man for no run. So yeah, she got the wyvern from the Somerset flag on her arm last year. So yeah, we'll be expecting Hampshire.
Yeah, she's got the Southern Brave initials for when she played down here.
Hampshire to be inked on her for eternity. But they play so many different clubs this year. I wonder if she's going to have enough room. As she comes in, good line of length, forward defence, no run. Surely she's going to run out of space with the amount of clubs they all play for now.
Well, unless she has to go onto a different body part.
Let's not go there.
I was thinking about another arm, but there we go.
47 for 2.
Yeah, she's a right character, Amanda J. Wellington. Not been in the wickets actually. Just looking at her record from obviously her summer back home, our winter. Hasn't taken too much. She got a 5 against Brisbane, or the team from Queensland. 5 for 42 in January when they played. But 1s and 2s really, at least 1 wicket a game, but nothing really more than that for her domestic season back home. So I want to make an impact here for Hampshire. Datani starts another over from the pavilion end. A good length delivery defended into the offside by Lissy McLeod. She's obviously an ex-international as well, Amanda Jade Wellington. So loads of experience, only 28 years old. I say only because I just feel like she's more like my age, and that's considerably older than that. She's got a wealth of experience to bring to this side, and this being such a young side, when you take the likes of Kemp and Smith out of it, and Boucher if they go off to England duty, a leading edge from Lissy McLeod, and actually falls fairly safely away from all 3 fielders coming towards it, one of which is Datani, the wicketkeeper, Southby, and Amanda J. Wellington herself at mid-wicket couldn't get there. Falls safely for a dot ball, Essex 47 for 2.
Yeah, AJ Wellington, like as we say, she's was known on the world stage for her bowling, but she actually had the highest strike rate in this competition last year of any batter that scored more than 500, striking at 134.
Datani in once more over the wicket to McLeod, a full delivery driven and well picked up by McCacken just inside the circle, no run taken.
So yeah, like you say, she offers so much more than obviously her leg spin. She can bat lower middle order, and just such a character, brings so much to the side.
Yeah, she will be an an important figure in this Hampshire dressing room over the next 6 months or so. Titani in once more, bowls to McLeod, who's a bit of a Yorker that, and dug out to Abby Norgrove, who's fielding at backward point, and there is no run. I always feel when McLeod bats that she's got slopey shoulders, but actually she's playing really well. But it might not be the way, just the way that she exudes her sort of, every time she doesn't really nail one, it's always like the slopey shoulders a little bit. I might be reading into it, but she should have
physically slopey.
Yeah,
shoulders.
yeah.
I thought you meant she sort of like passed the buck.
No,
It's
as
the
in
pitch
just
or
sort
the
of,
ball.
yeah,
Right.
slumps over. That one beats the bat outside the off stump from McLeod. She sort of has a poke at it. She's done that a couple of times actually. The ball going across from the left-handed Titani, and she's tried to play a shot at it, but luckily for her it's missed the bat as it goes through to Southby behind the stumps. It just might be the way that she stands, but I always feel like when you're looking at body language and just always sort of looks a little bit negative in the way that she stands, but she should have so much to be happy about so far. 22 from 38 balls. This one's just clipped off her hip square of the wicket on the leg side as Smith comes around and does the fielding. Another one to the Essex total, 48 for 2. McLeod moves to 23. That concludes the 13th over. And Titani's second. She's only conceded 3, so a good start for her.
Yeah, she's been tidy. It's that sort of bigly, well, she's a bit more than medium pace, but she's not a pace bowler. It's just that line and leg, that left arm over a little bit different angle, just sort of steady proceedings a little bit. In this second phase, this power play 2, we're in for about 30 overs. So AJ Wellington to continue. She comes in from our end, our commentary end, and that's a better ball, full and straight, and comfortably defended by Lucy McLeod, who looks in pretty good nick today. Fielders are coming in with Wellington as she, that's leg side again, swept, but only as far as the short fine leg. There's no run there, so she got away with that one.
Right, I'm going to give you a quiz in a minute. The team, you're saying about all the teams that Amanda J. Wellington has played for.
Yeah. Oh, you've turned your laptop away from
Yeah,
me.
I know, because I've got it on my screen, so I don't want you to cheat.
Oh. That is flicked onto the leg side, and that's nothing more than a flick, and with this boundary and how well timed that was, that's another 4 to McLeod.
Yeah, through mid-wicket, lovely shot. Essex go to 50 in the 14th over. A little bit full from Wellington, really, but it's clipped beautifully for 4. Real piece of timing from Lissy McLeod. She's batting beautifully here at Utilita Bowl this morning.
I think Hampshire must be trying to, as a unit, bowl sort of on the stumps and straight, but there's been a few from all bowlers down leg side really. That one's a little bit straighter on off stump, and that's worked onto the offside. Through the covers for a single.
Yeah, so when Wellington, because she bowls her balls too quickly to do a quiz as well as commentate, so we'll there has been, I'll give you a starting number. So there are 10 to get.
Okay. I'll come to that in a
according to this specific website, which I won't name in case they're wrong, but
talking of when she is bowling, have you heard her on the mic? As that's outside the off stump, wide outside the off stump of the left-hander, Grucock, player miss through to Southby. Yeah, when in the BBC game, she goes on the player mic in the 100, and she actually commentates through her bowling. Well, not commentates, but says what she's going to do as she's in this position now, sort of running up, as she is, and she comes in, and that one's straighter, but back of her leg pulled and beats the 2 fielders on the leg side. 4 runs to Grucock. Essex move on to 57 for 2. Yeah, have you heard any of that?
I have,
it's
yeah.
Brilliant. She's one of the only bowlers that's willing to do it, which I'm surprised there are any really, because it can't be easy, but she sort of talks you through what she's thinking, what she's going to bowl in her next ball, and yeah, it's good watching, good listening. She's good fun.
And Grace Harris does it a little bit, but more about how
she's
badly
feeling.
she's doing and how she doesn't know what she's doing. Yeah, after burgers, and
Yep.
it's a bit of a different vibe between the two. One's very much more not intellectual, what's the word, like insightful, and one of them's a little bit more comical, let's say that. Right, go on then. There are 12.
Right.
As Titani's going to start a new over, you can have your first guess after this first delivery of Titani's third. She's over the wicket to McLeod. He clips this one square on the leg side and picks up a single.
Somerset.
Okay, yeah, that's one. There are 12 actually, I think.
Southern Brave.
Correct.
Manchester Originals?
Correct. That's 3.
Okay. I've got all day, right?
You've got all day.
Oval Invincibles.
Correct. That's 4.
Western Storm.
That's 5.
Oh, I'm struggling with what colour kit I can see here in WBBL.
5 out of 12 so far.
Okay.
Datani in once again to the left-handed Grucock, who's pulling well. Francesca Sweet does brilliantly at deep backward square leg to only keep that to a single. That's a brilliant bit of fielding. It's applauded by the crowd. A single to Grucock. She moves to 30 and Essex 59 for 2. So 5 so far.
I can see her in blue in the WBBL.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go Adelaide Strikers.
Yeah. That's 6.
Oh,
I'll give you a clue. She's playing for one of them today.
counting Hampshire.
That's 7. Datani in once more. A full toss. And got on the Q end of the bat. They don't run the first one hard at all. And just pick up a single. There's McLeod. I think she thinks it was a no ball, but it's been turned down by Ben Pebble. I think she was asking the question when she got to the non-striker's end. One more to her. She moves on to 30.
I was going to cheat then. I've used my binoculars to see her tattoos. And she's got long sleeves on. Absolutely fuming. Don't know if the binoculars would be that powerful. New South Wales?
Yeah. No, not New South Wales, sorry. But you're missing her domestic team. Datani in again. Driving on the up is Grucock to mid-on, and there is no run. So not New South Wales, but her domestic team.
South Australia.
South Australia, that's number 8.
4 to go.
And they're all outside of Australia.
Oh,
She's obviously played for Australia, so I think you can probably count that.
that as well. Australia. Okay.
But that's not on the list. These are all domestic.
The WPL.
Clipped leg side, a full delivery from Datani is clipped leg side and picked up by Francesca Sweet, a deep backward square. Another one to the Essex.
I'm going to guess that she's played in the Caribbean Premier League.
Mm-hmm. Are you having Phil's help?
Absolutely not.
She did. Datani in again over the wicket to McLeod, who's driving to Boucher at extra cover, who throws the ball back into Southby's feet. Not a great throw back. That's 15 overs gone, 61 for 2. Go on.
Jamaica Talawa.
No.
Oh. I'm just going to be guessing now. Trinidad and Tobago.
No.
Doodars. No.
The other one.
The other one. Antigua.
No, the other one.
Barbados.
Barbados Royals,
Knew
yeah.
it.
So that's
Knew
number 8. I know it because I'm looking at it, which gives me a bit of an upper hand in this quiz.
So
for anyone that's just joining, we're just doing the teams that Amanda Jade Wellington has played for. And we're up to 8, I think. I
8
think
out
you're
of 12.
missing...
No, you said I only had 3 to go.
I'm not sure you're going to get the last 3.
You may have to help me out with that. As she's on again to bowl, the woman in question. That's outside off stump, driven through the offside by the left-hander Grucock, and they come through for a single. Go on, then put me out of my misery.
I won't tell you the teams, but there's 2 that she's played for in the New Zealand. They're sort of
Canterbury Magicians.
No.
Otago
Sparks.
Yeah.
And one more in that
Auckland,
competition. No.
Wellington.
No.
That would be good, wouldn't it? AJ Wellington comes in and bowls full and on the stumps, driven to Lindsay Smith by Lissy McLeod. No run.
I don't know if you're going to get it. I'll give you a clue. I'm just doing the hand signal now for anyone that's... Oh, no one can see me, but... the opposite of south.
And fielded in the ring for no run. Northern Districts. She played for them in 2022-23 season. In and bowls this time as inside edge onto Lissy McLeod's pad. Yeah, then Southby comes round and clears up. Dot ball. Good
1
over
to
so
go.
Far.
And you should get this.
What country?
England. Not a competition that runs anymore.
Okay. In again, Wellington full straight. Driven down the ground. They'll come through for a single. As there's a diving stop by Bex Tyson. Good over. so far, just 2 singles off the first 5 balls. So in the
It's a domestic competition in the UK that doesn't run anymore.
so the Rachel Hayho or the Charlotte Edwards. No, the Kia Super. Wow, that's a throwback as she's in again now as a Hampshire player, and that's driven through the offside. They'll come through for a single. Freya Kemp, ever present there, keeps that down to 1, just 3 off the over. Essex is 64 for 2.
So quite a nice circle, isn't it? The first competition she played in the UK was a competition where she played here for the Southern Vipers in the Kia Super League in 2019. Played for 10 other teams in between, and then comes back as a Hampshire player in 2026.
Wow, and she's got all of those tattoos.
She's got all of those tattoos. I'm going to take a break. You're going to be joined by Phil, Jem.
I look forward to it. Okay, so we are 16 overs through. Essex going very nicely after a slightly shaky start when they lost captain Grace Scrivens, caught Bouchier bowled Smith, and then a run out to dismiss Cordelia Griffith, an ill-taken single. But they're now consolidating mainly through Issy McLeod, who's 31 off 50, with Jodie Grucock 16 off 23. Hi, Phil.
Hiya, Jem. It's Titani coming in from the Rod Brandsgrove Pavilion end, and that one's played away by Grucock for no run. So Essex rebuilding here, well, 64 for 2. I was just thinking while I was listening to you rattling off the franchises of AJ Wellington, it's a good job we're not doing him round to here in the men's
He's
game.
got about 40, hasn't
Well, he wouldn't have enough, well, he might have enough room for tattoos, but we wouldn't have had long enough time to name them all. Anyway, Titani in again. This one's played away by Grucock. Yeah, I think he's played in the most, hasn't he? Franchises.
I think
of
he
anybody.
certainly had at one time.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone's competing with that now.
But it is just an example of the way that cricket is nowadays. That with all these franchises, that you can just wear so many different caps and different colours and make a really good career out of multiple clubs. Titani in. This was driven by Grucock, but not powerful enough to get past mid-off. Yeah, another dot ball. So Titani started very tidily here, just 7 off her 3.5 overs so far. Good spell from the acting captain.
I'll bring you some up-to-date scores from the other games in this competition. There's now 9 teams since Yorkshire have joined Tier 1 from last year, so there's 1 team not playing, which is Blaze today.
Titani in again, left arm over. This one's nicely played by Grucock on the leg side, but protected on the mid-wicket boundary, and it's just a single. To 65 for 2.
So up at Edgbaston, Warwickshire are hosting Surrey, and Surrey are currently 77 for 3 off 13 overs. At Taunton, Somerset are hosting Yorkshire. Yorkshire are 55 for 1 after 11. And up at Durham,
Titani in again. It's down the leg side, just going to have to re-bowl that one. Doesn't quite carry through to Southbury. It was a good take because it was an awkward one for the keeper, but it's another run to the total and another chance for Ben Deverill to stretch his arms.
up at Durham, they must have had a little bit of weather issues up there. They're only 3 overs in, but Lancashire up at Durham are 24 without loss.
And I promise I haven't looked, but please tell me all those teams have been inserted, as I predicted earlier on. Titani in again. This one's off the back foot from McLeod. So extra cover for no run.
I do have to confirm on air that you are correct.
Yeah, it's the sort of way that it goes this time of year. So consistent with Hampshire winning the toss here and inserting the opposition. And I think so far, although Essex are building quite well now, it's probably justified. I mean, the conditions are getting better. The sun's coming out. It's better batting conditions now and probably will be later on. Titani in again. This was driven by McLeod. Good shot, but she can't pierce that field. So another good over from Titani. Has now bowled 4 overs for 9, and Essex are 66 for 2 at the end of 17.
And a bit later I will give you some updated scores on the Men's County Championship for Essex and Hampshire. Neither side have played much today, so but Essex are home to Somerset and Hampshire are up at Yorkshire, so we'll bring you some up-to-date scores of those once they get going A little bit of hesitation here. The physio just came out to bring a towel or a drink or something to the two batters. We're a bit chilly up here, but the sun is shining on the pitch, and I imagine when you've been out there for the best part of the 17 overs, as Lissy McLeod has, it's feeling a little bit warm. So Wellington to bowl again. She's up, bowls, and that's a better line and length than just defended by Grewcock onto the offside, no run. Yeah, these two have last couple of overs have tightened it up a little bit.
Yep. Wellington started off loosely, but she's pulling it back now.
Yeah, her last over went for just 3 as she's in again. Full and flighted and pushed onto the offside straight to Bouchier for no run. So another tidy start for Wellington. She's past Rose Dovey again, bowls. And Grewcock gave herself a little bit of room, played that off the back foot through the offside. Freya Kemp's coming round, and they do pinch her to. It was pushed just wide enough of Kemp that she had some room to make, some distance to make, and they were able to come back for 2, which we say is not going to be a regular feature on this pitch. You do have to time it well and find the right gaps to be able to run 2, which Grewcock did on that occasion. Wellington in again, another flighted delivery.
Interesting field for the left-hander here for leg spin. You've got 2 fielders behind square on the offside, which suggests to me that they're expecting her to reverse sweep. That shot is more to protect reverse sweep than anything else. I think that field, I mean, sorry.
It is usually, and that's short and wide and punished through the offside, and will go for 4 runs as that delivery deserves. Yeah, it's not a shot we've seen so far. We've had spin coming from one end all morning with Lindsay Smith starting now, AJ Wellington. So yeah, we haven't seen that come out of the locker.
That's probably because they put the fielders there to stop it.
Well, there is that.
But it does look as if they're expecting her to go for that shot, because it's unusual to have 2 fielders there to a leg spinner, to a left-hander on the side.
We shall see if that entices her, and that is edged. She tried to play that sort of backward cut, but thicker edge than she would have liked, but it races to that short boundary, another 4. So 10 coming off that over, as we were just saying, they were tightening it up, these 2.
Yeah, expensive end to the over there. And there. Substitute coming out again onto the field for Hampshire. I don't know what's for this time. I think it's just the changing cap and helmet with Southby every over, are they? Is that she running out there, taking her helmet off? Don't want to take the risk of putting it on the ground and possibly getting 5 penalty runs. So yeah, Nancy Harmon's getting a lot of exercise bringing out the helmet and turning it overs.
Yep, the players in the squad but not featuring in the 11 still have a very important role to do. Things such as that, bringing on the drinks and just supporting the unit.
Probably got a tattooist on the bench there waiting for a man to change bowling into the next team. I've got to change bowling. It's you, Jim.
It's you. She's replaced Tatani.
It's me, sorry.
Bex Tyson.
Sorry about that, everyone. So that's Bex Tyson bowling from the pavilion end, coming off the first time today. Left arm around the wicket. The first ball is played away by McLeod for a single, which takes her up to 32, and Essex to 77 for 2. Tyson now going to come over the wicket to Grewcock. Tyson, another player who spent a fair bit of the winter in Australia playing club cricket. Tyson in again. This one's just late cut away from Grewcock. She's going to get a couple here as Kemp fields on the slide, but can't stop them coming back for a second. That was a bit of width, and Grewcock just used whatever pace was on the ball and ran it through the vacant sort of gully area.
Interesting route for Bex Tyson into this tier 1 side. So I'll let you do this ball.
She's in again over the wicket to Grewcock. A bit short again, the same shot again, almost identical. This one I think might actually run all the way. It will for 4, but it's the same shot. She just let it come to her and ran it through that gully area, 4 runs.
Yeah, we've known Bex Tyson through club cricket for many years. She played against us at Hursley, but yeah, there's so many pathways these days, and programmes where players are picked up, but I believe she was just seen by Charlotte Edwards when she was net bowling for London Spirit, and Lottie liked what she saw, and very much that was a straight route into this side.
And again, it's the same sort of ball, the same sort of shot, but they've actually changed the field now, and that's gone straight to Francesca Sweet at short third. The same shot as the previous two balls. Yeah, she. I think she was with Middlesex for a while as well, but never really broke through it there, but into the first team. This one's driven to mid-off, and she's been playing club cricket for Northern Districts in New South Wales this winter.
Yeah, she took 13 wickets in this competition last year at an economy, which is one of the most important elements in this game.
This one's driven back to her, and there's no run, so she finishes the over with a couple of dots, but her first over's gone for 7, and Essex are 83 for 2.
Yep, 13 wickets at an economy of 4.9. So when you're bowling with that control and picking up wickets to boot, that's a huge contribution to the bowling unit.
Yeah, and since she came into the team at Hampshire, she's pretty well cemented her place. She's played fairly regularly, established herself as one of the bowling attack.
Absolutely, and I think given that this tier system is only in its second year, I think it's still fair enough and reasonable enough to sort of lump the Rachel Hayhoe Flint and this competition together when you're talking about sort of the last few years. And Vipers stroke now Hampshire certainly always thrived on a lot of spin, haven't they?
Yes, absolutely.
Right, we're having a bowling change now at the commentary end, so Amanda Jade Wellington is off and replaced by debutante Francesca Sweet with number 13 on her back. Keeper stood up.
Quite a long run.
It's a long run up, and Southby's up to the stumps, helmet on, and this is Sweet's first ball, and it's a decent one. It's full, it's straight, and just blocked straight back to her. So those nerves about your first ball in Tier 1 professional cricket, they should be out the way now. She's got the first one on the money.
A little bit of shape there as well.
And she's back to her mark. Turns and goes straight away. Bustling in. Bowls, and on leg stump, whipped away. Full and on leg stump, but only a single down to fine leg. So she'll be bowling to left-handed Grucock now as Essex move on to 84 for 2.
It's the first time I've actually seen Francesca Sweet bowl. She's got quite a round arm sort of delivery, which would suggest that she's going to bowl away swing. You can't really bowl in swing at that angle easily. But yes, which in itself is a little bit different. You know, the ball's coming out from a bit lower trajectory, I guess.
And she's round the wicket to Grucock, the left-hander, and again, it's on leg stump. It's just flicked away. It might be a leg bye, but they come through for 1 for the total. It is a leg bye. Rose Dovey indicates up to the score box. So field change again. So in her first over, having to navigate between right-left hand combination, which, as we've always talked about, doesn't happen an awful lot in the women's game. But she's in now to the right-handed Lissy McLeod. Up and bowls, and it's full and straight. They drive up to mid-off, and they do take a single. Titani didn't pick it up completely cleanly there, but they set off pretty quickly.
They're going anyway.
Yeah, it's one to the total.
Yeah, we say about the left-handers a lot, but it's noticeable that there are more coming into the game. Even at the sort of very young age, we notice more left-handers now, which is good.
Sweet round the wicket to Grucock. Good ball defended, no run.
So I know you used to have a theory, Jem, didn't you, about it being hockey players? That's why there weren't a lot of left-handers.
I did, yes.
That they came from hockey.
Was a theory that no one ever bit really. They just sort of nodded politely at me. But yeah, we do see more as Sweet's in, bowls, and that's down the leg side will be called a wide.
Good stop by Southby,
Yeah.
not a take, but good stop.
It's probably not the opening day Southby's wanted with the glove. She's had a fair bit of, like you say, the really wide down leg stump are a little bit easier, but she's had a lot just to contend with going past the batter's legs. But yeah, she did well on that occasion. Sweet in, this is wide of off stump, and cut into the offside, but there's no run there.
So that's got through her first over at this level.
just 4 off it, 3 to her. One was a leg by, so that's a nice steadying over for her to ease her way into her professional Tier 1 career.
Francesca Sweet came to a little bit of prominence in the local scene last year when she scored, was it 294 in a club game?
Just short of 300,
for
yeah.
Eversley, which is a pretty remarkable effort in any sort of cricket, really. And we've got Tyson in again round the wicket, and this one's swept by McLeod. But there's a fielder out there, Freya Kemp on the square leg boundary. So she throws it in on the bounce to Southby, and they come through for a single. Tyson will now go over the wicket again. So we've got to the left-handed Grewcock, we've got a short third, a backward point, a deep cover, an extra cover, and a mid-off on the offside. And this one's down the leg side, and Grewcock sweeps. I don't know if she's made any contact with it, but it's going to run away for 4, and it is, yes, it runs. So she must have got a little under edge on it. It's come very fine past Southby, but it's going to be 4 to the bat. Grewcock now overtaken her partner. She came in quite a bit after. She's now up to 37 from 42, and very good partnership developing here for Essex. Tyson in again, this time Grewcock defends, just completing that field for Grewcock. You've got a mid-on, a straight mid-wicket, a sort of deep mid-wicket, and a deep backward square, both on the boundary. Tyson in again from the pavilion end. This one beats the bat outside the off stump, and Southby's appealed for the stumping, and she looks very disappointed not to get it actually. Hands on head. She seemed very confident with that. Well, certainly looking at the replay, there's certainly a raised foot, but I don't know if it was actually off the ground. But Southby still looking very disappointed about that. So, yeah, interesting to see. We can't really see on the replay on the line, but Tyson in again. And this one's a little bit of a leading edge. It pops up near, but near extra cover. So Grewcock survives.
Yeah, those stumpings, at the higher levels, they don't have to give them, do they? It's all done on third umpire technology, which obviously we don't have here.
This time it's just defended by Grewcock to end the over. That's right, and it's actually, the lower you get in cricket, the more the umpire has to do.
Absolutely.
Because they don't have any help. But yeah, I say we can't see from here, but Southby looked very disappointed for that not to be given. That's all I can say.
Yeah, this partnership between Grewcock and McLeod is now worth 71. So very much Essex in the driving seat after being 21 for 2 in the 6th over.
We're just seeing the replay of something again, but from the camera behind the keeper, we can't really make a judgment on the call.
Right, Francesca Sweets just coming into the right-hander for her 2nd over. And that's on the offside, but it's in the slot, and it's beautifully driven through extra cover for 4.
I've been very impressed with Lizzie McLeod today, because she's hit a lot of these boundaries without any seeming effort at all. It's all very casual almost. She just pushes it through the offside. Strong player, and I've seen her a lot over the years. I don't remember seeing her bat this well, to be honest.
Yeah, it's always interesting at the start of the season, isn't it, to see how well people have wintered.
Yeah.
And you know, a lot of development can happen in those
She
darker
might have been
months.
away, I don't know.
This one's on leg stump, and it's worked away behind square down to fine leg. Boucher runs round and keeps that down to a single.
She's actually head of cricket at Felsted School, so I'm guessing she probably hasn't been away with her job, I'm not sure, but it's a well-known cricketing school in Essex that she's head of cricket at. So
Maybe she's been getting all the students just to bowl at her all winter.
yeah, as punishment.
Sweet round the wicket to Grewcock, wide of off stump, left alone, called a wide by Rose Dovey, which it was.
Yeah, fairly easy call, that one. You had those guidelines for the umpires, of course, the blue lines, but I don't think you really needed guidelines there. That was only just inside the return crease.
Yeah, it's a lot of extras so far. We're only in the 22nd over as Sweets in again. Bowls good line, good length, and that's driven for no run up to mid-off. Yet there's already been 11 wides and a no ball.
As I mentioned earlier, that's going to come back at the end of the innings from the time issue. They could run out of time and then have to bring extra fielders in, so it all adds up. But as we know, they're very tight on wides nowadays in all white ball cricket.
She's in again, full ball driven. This time it pierces the two fielders. There's one at mid-off and one slightly wider of that, and it's beautifully driven just between the two. Again, not overhit, just pushed, timed, and goes to the boundary for 4 runs, as that brings up Essex 100. They're 102 for 2 in the 22nd over.
I think what's been impressive about this partnership is they're scoring at a good rate, but you can't remember any. They've all been sort of what you might call traditional cricket
Nothing
shots.
rash.
They've done nothing out. They've had to break the mould or play reverse sweeps or any of the sort of modern type shots. It's been traditional cricket shots, really.
It has a sweeps in again.
Yeah.
This time it's a full toss and it's whipped away on the leg side. She will get away with it. It'll probably come back for 2, but there's a good bit of fielding on the boundary from Ella McCacken. So they had another 2 from the score. Yeah, you're right. It's been traditional shots. It hasn't been overhit. It's been well timed, well judged. And yep, credit to Essex and these two.
Yeah, it's not sort of T20 type batting. I know it's not a T20 game, but it's just like good batting at a good rate, playing, dispatching the bad balls.
Sweeps in again, bowls. Again, it's wide outside off stump, and I think she got an edge on that.
No, it's been called wide.
Has it been called wide?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is wide, so that was full. That was an awkward take for Southby, but again, just straying from the disciplines that they would have hoped to.
Yeah, she's struggling a bit this over, Francesca Sweet.
They did run as well on that wide, so 2 wides, and right-hander McLeod's on strike. Sweet is in and past the umpire, past the stumps, bowls again on leg stump, and that's whipped away, but attempted whip away, play and miss, and a good take from Southby, but she's going to have to bowl that again. We've had 3 wides in this over, 3 balls that have been wide. She's up again to the crease, bowls full and straight, whipped one to the leg side. Freya Kemp comes in, keeps that down to a single, but a bit of a wild over that one in terms of line. Essex 108 for 2 off 22. Yeah,
and this partnership getting dangerous from a Hampshire point of view. These two are looking fairly untroubled at the moment, you have to say. McLeod playing more of the anchor role, but Grucock 43 or 49. Charlotte and I were saying before the game how impressed we've been with her over the last 2 or 3 years, and she must be one, I think, who's close to sort of next in line for the England setup. I know she went to the sort of 30-player camp they had in South Africa, I think, didn't they? Just recently, I'm pretty sure she was part of that. A good player. Yeah, Tyson round the wicket, and McLeod's just tucked this away on the leg side for another comfortable single. And sorry, go on. I was going to say, just behind the square leg umpire.
And you and Charlotte were talking earlier about Essex and how, obviously they finished 8th last year and can't go any further down. They can, of course. It's out of 9 this year.
They could this year, yeah.
But but let's hope for their sake that's not the case.
This one's just played gently back down the wicket by Grucock for no run.
They had Essex had a lot of things to put right, shall we say, over the winter. But one of the issues last year was failing to bat the 50 overs.
Tyson in again over the wicket. Grucock's driven this back, but straight to the bowler who fields thrown bowling.
In this competition, the 50 over competition, they were actually bowled out 7 times, which was only bettered, for want of a better word, by Warwickshire. So yeah, they struggled to bat their overs, but today...
This one's short, pulled away, but there's protection on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and it's just going to be a single to Grucock, moving her up to 44. Yeah, I think we were saying about, and Charlotte said they haven't changed the team much, but she also pointed out what they have changed is the coaching staff. So it looks like that's where they were aiming the problem at, the blame, the problem at. And this one's just pushed away on the offside for no run. And interesting, I think you mentioned Kath Dalton is the bowling coach, which surprised us a little bit because we all have ever known Kath Dalton as a batter, but I know she's a bowling coach for one of the PSL teams as well.
She is.
This one's driven straight by McLeod's a lovely shot down the ground, just passes the stumps at the far end, goes into the Metro Bank holdings. Oh, sorry, we're not allowed to mention the sponsor. Other banks are available, of course, as Kev would say at this juncture. But 4 more to McLeod, and that takes her up to 46.
I'm quite glad we haven't seen Kath Dalton bowl at us in club cricket. She's caused us enough headaches with the bat.
Yeah. But yeah, she's on the coach staff here, and Nick Brown, the former Essex opener who retired last year from first class cricket, and Stephen Parry, the head coach, who played a few games for England, one-day internationals, left-arm spinner from Lancashire.
Talking of which,
complete change.
Left-arm spinners, we've got Lindsay Smith returning to the commentary end. So just a couple of overs for Francesca Sweet, being replaced by Lindsay Smith, who bowled 5 overs earlier, 1 for 20. Picked up the wicket of Grace Scrivens very early on, caught at first slip.
Very sharp catch it was too. And Hampshire, from Hampshire's point of view, I know we're neutrals here, but they could do with a wicket.
Smith over the wicket, short and pulled, but we do have a bit more protection out there. Bouchier, deep mid-wicket, keeps that down to a single, brings the right-hander on strike. Yeah, Hampshire, I would say at this stage, just not bowled enough balls in the right area, in the good area. And Essex have been savvy enough to capitalise on those. As she's in again, this time round the wicket, driven straight back to her. She thinks she got a finger on that, and Brucott could have been in trouble if that had ricocheted onto the stumps, but it didn't. Yep.
Yeah, she would have been in trouble looking at that.
Yeah.
She was out of the ground, but didn't hit the stumps, luckily.
In again, and this time good line and length from Smith. Forward defence respected by McLeod. Just push back to Smith as she marches back to the top of her run up and turns and goes immediately. Bowls again. This one's a little short, whipped away on the leg side, but no run as Bex Tyson does the fielding at mid on. Apologies. And Smith in. Better length here. It's driven up to Bex Tyson, and there is a run out. I didn't think that was going to be given. So exactly the same shot. They've driven it up to Bex Tyson at mid-on. This time decided to take the single. Direct hit from Bex Tyson, and that breaks an incredible partnership. Really needed wicket that for Hampshire. Yeah, great bit of fielding. Watching that on the replay. So yeah, hugely needed by Hampshire. And Essex are 115 for 3. As Lissy McLeod, who's made a very beautiful 46 off 66 deliveries, is on her way back to the dressing room. I'm going to make way now for Charlotte, and I'll hand over.
Thank you, Jem. A vital breakthrough for Hampshire. It was just starting to get away from them a little bit as that partnership was building and building from Essex. It was a good partnership. McLeod run out by Bex Tyson for a well-made 46. It's a shame, Phil, really, because she was batting so well.
She was. It's the second run out that she's been involved in, and both times she's pushed it on the offside or pushed it and ran that side to mid-on. So it's the second sort of misjudgment from her, and apart from that, she's batted pretty faultlessly, to be honest, and was looking really good.
Yeah, she was indeed.
So
But it brings a new batter to the crease nonetheless. Jo Gardner is the new player. She joins Jodie Brucott, an aggressive player.
from the Isle of Wight, Jo Gardner.
Is she?
She is.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
She's spent some time away in Australia this winter, enjoying the sunshine, playing some cricket in Adelaide, I think.
Lovely place.
liked Adelaide actually.
Yeah.
She's had a long discussion. I think they're just taking drinks actually, because we're about an over away from drinks. But they've decided to take them now as the wicket fell. So if you're just joining us here at the Utilita Bowl, it's a lovely blue skies above now. A few clouds around, but it was a little bit still cold actually. Can I just clarify that it's still cold? I am still cold. But Hampshire won the toss earlier today and put Essex into bat. And there was early wickets. One for Lindsay Smith, who dismissed Grace Ribbons. Caught at first, it was a smart catch from my vision for a duck. And then there's a bit of a mix-up. Celia Griffith and Lisa McLeod, of which Griffith was run out by Tasani for 6. And then there's been a brilliant partnership between McLeod herself and Grewcock, but she's just been dismissed, run out herself by Bex Tyson. She was taking on the single to mid-on and lost out to Tyson. Grewcock still 45 not out, so she's going along nicely. But Hampshire just found their way back into this game. 115 for 3 Essex. And Datani, she'll be pretty happy so far, I think, with the way it stands. It's quite evenly poised, but they haven't got away from them. If that partnership between Grewcock and McLeod had extended any longer, she might be in a little bit of bother, but she's clapping her hands, geeing up her team, and I think she'll be fairly happy at the moment to just get that breakthrough and try and put the brakes on Essex. And a couple more quick wickets here, Phil, and they could be right back in this game and putting the pressure on Essex once more.
Yeah, I think before that wicket fell, you'd probably say that Essex were probably the happier of the two sides with the situation, but that wicket's brought it back very much into balance, I think. Those two they didn't really look like getting out, and run out was possibly the only way it was going to happen. They didn't look in much trouble at all. There wasn't a lot of threat from the Hampshire bowlers, but threat has come from the fielding with 2 run-outs out of the 3 wickets. And yeah, very important breakthrough for Hampshire. There's 1 ball remaining this over actually. I thought it was over, but so yeah, Smith was going to be another one because Smith bowled a wide down the leg side, and that will have to be bowled again. Grewcock on strike. New batter Joe Gardner at this end. Smith in again. That's a full toss and just sort of shoveled away on the leg side by Grewcock for a single. Takes her up to 46, and Essex 117 for 3 from 24.
Yeah, new batter Joe Gardner last year made a few sort of half scores, so got in and got out. 36 against the Blaze at Chelmsford, 47 against Warwickshire in Birmingham, but not too many scores of note last year.
She opened a bit last season. In fact, she batted anywhere between 1 and 8. So
great start.
Yeah.
Bex Tyson to continue from the pavilion end, bowls to Grewcock, who's turning that round the corner on the leg side. There was a half an appeal actually. Ben Pedro is going to signal leg byes, so obviously drifting down the leg side. And from the angle that the ball continued on, it's probably safe to say that was the case. Another one to Essex's total though, they won't mind, 118 for 3.
And Gardner now on strike, first time.
Let's see what she can do. Batting in the middle order this time. Quicker delivery from Tyson, that's a better appeal, that one looks out and it is! Hit Joe Gardner on the back pad. That's a brilliant bit of bowling from Bex Tyson. It was a quicker delivery, surprise Gardner.
Quicker and flatter, wasn't it? Yeah.
As, if you're watching on the live pitch feed, you're going to see it once more. As Bex Tyson dismisses Joe Gardner, it was a little bit dubious actually. It could have been sliding, but she's got it.
Yeah, it didn't straighten, so she might be a bit unlucky there, the batter actually.
The important thing for Hampshire is they've got 2 quick wickets, and they're putting the pressure back onto Essex, who now find themselves 4 down. They've lost Gardner, who doesn't make a score. She goes for a golden duck, and Essex under a little bit of pressure once more from the Hampshire troops.
I think that's one of those that would have been reviewed had it been available, because not only was it sliding down, it looked a bit dodgy on height as well, I have to say. But obviously the umpires have to call it on the field, and that's the decision that was made.
Flo Miller, the new batter, destructive Flo Miller. She can hit a long ball. She's got a bad bit of time here though. She's got best part of 25 overs to bat, so she's got a long time to try and get her side up to a defendable total. Like Gemma said earlier, you don't want to be bowled out within 50. It's a bit criminal to not bat your overs.
She missed quite a lot of cricket last year, Flo Miller, with injury, so she'll be hoping for a injury-free time this year.
She's got to deal with Bex Tyson, who's started a little bit wayward, but she's brought it back in the last over or so. 1 for 18, her figures so far. She waits with ball in hand and bowls around the wicket to Flo Miller, who's prodding at that one. Does get something on it. I thought she missed it initially.
Looked a bit tentative then, didn't
Yeah,
she?
she doesn't look too confident.
It was a sort of tentative push at the ball, but she is it okay?
That's the most important thing.
Yeah.
Tyson around the wicket, bowls to Flo Miller, who again looks tentative,
Yeah.
prodding at that one. Gets more of a bat on it this time and gets it to backward point. Abby Norgrove doing the fielding.
Perhaps that's just her way. It looks a bit jabby, doesn't it, those two shots, but we'll see.
Tyson in again, shorter down the leg side. That's a poor ball.
She does hit a long ball, I know that. Flo Miller, she can hit it a long way.
I think she's hit me for a few boundaries in the past. That's why I know more than... and quite a lot of people have done that, to be fair, but she's definitely one of them. Tyson around the wicket, full ball, that's better. Driven nicely up to Datani, who does the fielding up mid-on, and there is no run. That's a little bit more confident from Miller. It's to be expected. We're in April. We've got loads of time.
Yeah.
Might just be a little bit of...
Got 5 months.
What could go wrong? A good length delivery from Tyson. That's another appeal. It's got a bottom edge, I think, from Miller. It runs down to third. Runs have been given.
Yeah, good
One
spot.
more to the total.
Good
Essex
spot
won't
shot,
mind
that.
how they come. 120 for 4. Flo Miller's off the mark on 1.
I thought that more looked closer than the other one, but you're absolutely right. She got an edge on it. In fact, I think it only hit the bat. Looking at the replay.
So we're halfway through the Essex innings. 120 for 4 at the halfway stage.
We always look at this stage, don't we, of the innings and think, what would they be looking at now? And
Do you want to play the prediction game, Phil?
well, I think Essex would settle for something like 250 from here.
Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying that's what they'll get. I'm saying that's what I think they'd be reasonably happy with that, and I think that would be the sort of score that both teams would be fairly content with. Hampshire would fancy chasing that. Essex, history tells us you need more like 280 here in these games, batting first. Smith around the wicket, and Miller just plays that out onto the offside, no run. So we used to think this was quite a lower scoring ground in the women's game, but in the last year or two it hasn't been. And this one's pushed away again on the offside. So I think at the start of the day, I think Essex have been thinking they needed about 280 minimum, but from where they are now, they might have to settle for a bit less. This one's driven, but can't get through the ring on the offside. No run.
Yeah, well, 289 was chased in the final here last year.
Yeah, exactly. This one's just pushed away in the offside for no run. And now they're sending the fielder back as the 2 balls remain in the over. Cover goes back onto the boundary.
I'm just trying to get out her over here, Lindsay.
Yep. This one's shorter and it's pulled by Miller, but she's not going to find the gap. Oh, she is actually. It's a misfield, I have to say. It shouldn't have gone for 4, but it has. It's gone through deep square leg for 4. So that's a welcome first boundary for Flo Miller. She goes up to 5. 124 for 4.
Yeah, Maya Boucher there doesn't misfield many, but got her knee stuck in the turf
No,
as she went to ground and ended up diving over the ball.
I thought it was her, and then because it was so unlikely to be her, I was doubting that it was her, but you're right, it was Maya. Smith again. This one's just defended to mid-on. So dot ball, and Essex are 1-2-4 for 4.
Lindsay Smith through 7 overs now. It's only 3 remaining for her. Interesting to see how they use her. Whether they try and squeeze another wicket now, or maybe try and get Grucock. She is a little bit more effective against right-handers, is Smith generally.
Be interesting to see who the death bowlers are in this Hampshire squad, because quite often last year it was Freya Davis, and obviously she's not here.
And Adams herself did a little bit
Adams herself, so
as well.
There's 2 options Titani hasn't got. But I'm sure they've got their plans worked on specialist death bowlers.
Bex Tyson could be one of them. She's got 6 overs remaining. She's going to start her 5th now. She's left arm over the wicket to Grucock, who's defending into the offside. Freya Kemp now stood at point, which is an unusual position for her to be in.
She's normally out in the boundary, isn't she? So it's a nice sunny day now, as you're saying. It's cleared up a lot. A few clouds, but fluffy white ones. We're quite close to them up here, aren't we? So we can tell what
it's
they're
the tallest I've ever been, Phil. Left arm over the wicket. Again is Tyson, works round the corner. Grucock is a bit of a chase for McCacken. She does okay in the end as she stops the boundary but can't stop the 2. 2 more to the total, 2 more to Grucock. She goes within 2 of her 50. She's on to 48, Essex 126 for 4.
We did sort of pick Grucock as one to watch before the game, didn't we? And she's living up to that, thankfully.
I think she's a real talent.
Yeah.
And again, as Tyson defends gently into the leg side this time, does Grucock. Scampers a single as the ball falls into space just behind square on the leg side. She's on to 49, the dreaded 49. Essex 127 for 4. Well, just because you just don't want to get out on 49 like you don't want to get out on 99. You get so close.
Go anytime.
Round the wicket to the right-hander, Tyson to Miller, defending back to her in a follow-through.
I wouldn't have thought of you as someone who was worried about being on 49.
I don't think I got there very often, Phil, when I played professional cricket. I think my high score was 7.
Yes, I was right. You didn't worry about it.
No, I definitely didn't worry about it. I went over about being in over number 49 was quite stressful, as that one's turned square on the leg side, and single is taken by Miller. She looks a little bit more confident now. She moves to 6.
I'll just reassure listeners that Charlotte scored quite a lot. Would have passed 49 quite a lot in her cricketing career, just not in a professional one.
Tyson in once more. Well worked into the gap for Grucock. That will be her 50. She's played nicely, Grucock. Picks up a single, goes to 50 from 59 deliveries, striking at 84.7. 7 fours within that, and has really been the backbone of this innings for Essex so far.
Coming in at a difficult time with 2 early wickets, and that partnership with Lizzie McLeod rebuilt for Essex, but she's now got to do it again with a new partner as 2 wickets fell quickly, and she's got to start all over again.
Yeah, for a young player, she's a huge talent.
Yep.
She's got a bright future ahead of her. She's really proving that now. Young, what do they say? Old head on young shoulders.
Yep, I think that's a very good description for her. We're going to have AJ Wellington, Amanda J. Wellington, back in from our end, the hotel end. She bowled earlier from this end, but struggled a little bit to find her length. Bowled 4 overs for 27, so she'll be looking to come back a little bit from that. She's going to be bowling 2 Grucock. She's got a deep cover out, and then two on the leg side boundary and a long on. So that's her 4 boundary fielders. 4 in the ring on the offside and just 1 at mid-wicket. Straight mid-wicket on the leg side. Wellington in, and Grucock defends the first ball. That's pretty much on the mark from Wellington.
It's better than her first ball of her previous spell, which is a little bit wayward. She'd be wanting to do better than she did earlier on. Ball in hand.
Blowing on her hand to keep it warm so she can get a good grip on the ball, and she's in again, and that's short, and miss from Grucock. Went to cut that away on the offside, but went through to Southby. Probably feels she missed out a bit there. There was a bit of width in that one, and this crowd's still coming in. There's quite a few people in now. This is turned away by Grucock. It's going to be a single down to Lindsay Smith, coming in off the square leg boundary. but I'll say again, there is room if you want to come and watch.
Just a few seats
Yeah.
in house.
It's such a big ground. I mean, it's such a lovely ground, isn't it? But you can have quite a big crowd here, and it still looks fairly empty, obviously, because of the capacity. But there's a a fair crowd in town now. Wellington in again. This one's full toss down the leg side. That's a poor ball, and Miller's going to take advantage of that. It's a freebie, really. Just swept it away to the deep backward square leg boundary. Sort of full toss wide outside leg stump. I think any batter would quite welcome that. And she's taking full advantage. Hit it for 4, so Miller's up to 10 off 13 balls. Essex 134 for 4. Wellington in again. This one's full again, but good length at the end, really. Dipped a bit. Driven up to mid-on to Tyson, and they don't take her on again, having brought off the run out the last time that they took on a single there. Wellington in again. This one's off the back foot by Miller, and she's going to take a single here because it's wide of Ditani. It was to her left hand, so there was a little bit of danger in it, but it was wide enough of her that they could come through for the single. And Essex are 135 for 4 at the end of 28. Miller on 11, Rucock on 51.
Yeah, if you're watching the live pitch feed, you can see the Manhattan on the screen. One really big over a few overs ago went for 16, but they've been quite contained at times, taking wickets throughout. 2 wickets to fall recently has sort of brought that run rate back down. And so Hampshire just try and find their way back into this game, trying to put Essex under a little bit more pressure. They want Grucock gone sooner rather than later. Bex Tyson to start another over, comes around the wicket to Miller, who's forward in defence, defends it to Boucher, and there is no run. The game in the balance at this point.
Very much so, I think.
Tyson in once again. Again defending is Flo Miller into the offside. Doesn't want to take on the drive. There is no fielder at deep cover. So there's a boundary option open there if she wishes to take on the drive. Again, she's defending into the offside. Quick single taken by Grucock. The throw goes into the bowler's end, and Miller gets home. Thumbs up to her partner to say thanks so much for getting me up the other end. 12 from 18. Essex 136 for 4. Tyson in over the wicket to the left-hander. She comes in now and defending is Grucock. This is a good over from Tyson. 4 balls pretty much on the money so far. 1 run conceded from it, 2 to go. They're hurtling through these overs, the 2 spinners. Tyson in once more. Flighted delivery. Driving is Grucock to Titania. Extra cover. And another dot ball. Good little bit of pressure from Hampshire.
Tidy over this one.
Tyson to complete her over in probably less than a minute, I would say. Bowls again. This time down the leg side. Sweeping is Grucock. Half an appeal by the bowler and keeper, but not much from anywhere else, as I think it was going down the leg side. Leg byes are given, just one of them, by umpire Ben Peveril, as he raises his left knee to his left hand to signal to the scorers. That's the end of the 27th over. Essex 137 for 4. Grucock 51 not out. Flo Miller. I've called her Mirror and Mither today. I don't know why I can't say Miller, but there we go. 12 to her name. 29 overs gone. And Bex Tyson's figures now 6 overs, 1 for 26.
I'm going to have Wellington again from the Hotel Inn. So Daisy Gibbs still got 5 overs left. Skipper's got 6 overs herself. She bowled 4 overs for 9. Good spell from Titani. So I guess we're going to see those 2 again for fairly soon. Wellington in again to Grucock's a full toss, and Grucock's, she hasn't got hold of that. Luckily she didn't get hold of it because it's not carried too long on. Had she middled that, it might have gone all the way to Boucher at long on, but it just went for a single. I think she sort of, I think clothed it is the modern term. Never quite understood what that means, but I've heard it said a lot. Well, this one's chipped in the air, is going to be out. That's a leading edge from Miller. She's looking sort of square on the leg side, but it looped up to straight mid wicket and it's caught by Sweet. And yeah, it was a leading edge. Just looking at the replay, very straightforward catch. First catch in Hampshire colours for Francesca Sweet, and the first wicket in Hampshire tattoos for Amanda J.
Not
Wellington.
quite, yeah. Yeah, Flo Miller, poor option really, just trying to turn the ball too square on the leg side. These slow April pitches, you want to play with a straight bat for as long as possible. And she just tried to play that far too square, looped up. It actually looped up quite a long way. It carried quite a long way for a leading edge and into the safe hands of Francesca Sweet. So that's the end of Flo Miller. Wasn't a convincing knock from her. Brings to the crease Amara Carr, the wicketkeeper. Amara Carr, number 17, on her back. Runs towards the middle with a hop and a skip, and ready to join Jodie Grewcock, who again has to reset with a new batter. Essex 138 for 5.
Mara Carr hasn't been a regular scorer for Essex over the years, but she has got a highest score of 99, which is good for a number 7. I don't know if she was batting 7 when she scored that, but that was for Sunrisers in the old regime. But so she's got some form, or had some form back then, and she's a Devon girl, which always gets a tick in my box.
She's got to deal with Amanda J. Wellington, which isn't the easiest place to be. Starting against leg spin, one of the hardest things to do, I think.
Yeah. And she is now settles in, Wellington in, and that's outside the off stump. Well, there's the big appeal for a caught behind, but there was a big appeal, but Southby, as soon as it was turned down, just turned away, so I don't think she was that confident. But play and miss, first ball from Carr. She settles in again. Wellington is full again, and this time she just defends on the offside.
Yeah, possibly bat on ground was the noise that was heard, because a few people went up for the appeal. Wellington and Datani were two of them close to the bat.
Wellington in again. That was chipped in the air. That was just chipped over the bowler, and Tyson, they took the single and Tyson threw at the stumps. I think she was probably home anyway, but yeah, it was very similar to the catch earlier on. It was sort of trying to turn it on the leg side and got a leading edge. This time it looped over the bowler, went for one, so she's off the mark. This time Grewcock just defends back down the wicket. But yeah, second time in the over they're trying to hit it too square, as you're saying. It's gone off the leading edge. The end of the over, Essex 139 for 5, 30 overs. You'd have to say Hampshire probably slightly the happier of the two sides now with 3 wickets, but they've still got Jodie Grewcock to contend with.
Yeah, definitely. They'll be wanting to see the back of her sooner rather than later to put them in a really good position, but run rate currently sitting at 4.6, so quite a comfortable place to be in terms of a chasing rate. So if they can sort of stick around this, Hampshire, they'll be pretty happy.
And they're quite historically quite comfortable chasing, aren't they, Hampshire? Some teams don't, prefer to bat first, get a score on the board, etc. But Hampshire have always been a side that are quite happy to chase.
And that might reflect in their decision to put Essex into bat.
Yeah.
Obviously not maybe knowing what the pitch might be like, so having a little look at it first, and then obviously feeling comfortable chasing a score as well. So Bex Tyson is going to continue. New batter Amara Carr. There's a slip in play now. Maya Boucher jumping into first slip. So they're going on the attack at Hampshire. Tyson start her 7th, comes around the wicket to the new batter Carr, who's cutting on the back foot and cuts it straight to Abby Norgrove at backward point, and there is no run. Do you like this move from Hampshire, Phil, going on the attack to the new batters with a slip in play?
I think, it's always good to put pressure on a new batter. And
Tyson again defending his Carr, back to her in a follow through.
There's lots of reasons for it. Just having somebody near you is like, quite often you used to get someone just come and stand at silly point for a couple of balls because you're right in your face, and so it just puts you under more pressure if people are closer.
Absolutely. Tyson wider on the crease this time, driving his car. She takes on the single. Wellington can't get the ball in her hands cleanly. Otherwise there was going to be a potential chance of a run out, but she just didn't gather the ball quickly. Another run to the Essex total, another run to Carr. She moves to 2. Essex 140 for 5.
That looks a dangerous single again, didn't it, to be honest? Obviously they got away with it.
Change of fielder slip comes out for Grucock. Enforcement's on the leg side. Tyson to her, driving nicely as Grucock, but to no avail. Tatani Fields at extra cover.
Yeah, Grucock's got to sort of rebuild her innings. There's still plenty of time, but she needs to readjust a little bit, doesn't she, and hold this together.
Should be feeling the pressure. Short this one from Tyson in the gap. No, it's not. To backward square leg. McCacken out there does the fielding. I thought it might have split the two fielders in the deep on the leg side, but that wasn't the case. Another one to the total, another one to Grucock. She moves to 53. Essex 141 for 5. This is the last ball of Tyson's 7th over. Whether she'll continue, whether they'll hold a couple of overs back towards the end.
It's been an important spell for Hampshire, this. Good spell, Tyson.
Tyson again on the legs of Carr. Clip leg side. Sweet does the fielding at short, fine leg. And another dot to finish the over. A good over from Tyson. Her figures 7 overs, 1 for 28. 19 overs remaining of this Essex innings. If you're just joining us here at Utilita Bowl, Essex 141 for 5 after being put in by Hampshire earlier on today. Scrivens was out for a 9-ball duck earlier on, the captain, followed by Cordelia Griffith not long after, was run out. This after a mix-up between herself and Lissy McLeod. And a few wickets have fallen after that as well. A good partnership between McLeod and Grucock before McLeod was then run out. And a couple of wickets just to fall recently has put Hampshire back in the game.
And Wellington again now from this end, the hotel end. That's driven by Grucock, but not with any great conviction. And it goes straight to extra cover. No run.
Gardner was dismissed for a golden duck, and then just recently Flo Miller off a leading edge, dismissed by Wellington.
This one's wide of off stump and a leave. You don't see too many of those this stage of an innings, but Grucock just letting that one go by. Wellington again. This one's short and Grucock on the back foot hammers it away on the offside, but again there's a fielder out on the boundary keeping them down to just the one. Grucock up to 53. Sorry, 54 with that single. And Essex now 142 for 5. Field adjusts again to the right-handed Carr. This one's defended. She's wanted a single, but Southby's very close, very quick from behind the stumps, and gets that onto the offside and stops them thinking about that run. Wellington again. And Carr's off the back foot, but there's 2 fielders behind square on the offside there, and that goes to the finer of the 2. No run. I was saying earlier on, Charlotte, and you'd be more used to the modern thinking this, but the 2 fielders there, I'll come back to a second. Wellington, this one's driven down the ground, and it's going to be a single that's wide enough for Tyson that the Carr can get through. Often for the spinners they have 2 fielders behind square on the offside. Is that largely to stop the reverse sweep?
Yeah, generally.
Yeah.
Or it might just be where Wellington's turning the ball away from the bat. She just prefers to have more protection there for the cuts. One slightly deeper at point, and one slightly to cut off the angle to just stop them scoring through that area. But generally it's to stop a reverse as well. So it's a bit twofold. And then happy to open up the leg side for a single, especially at different stages of the game. Happy with a single. I think Hampshire will be happy if they conceded
Absolutely.
4 or 5 singles and over through that region, and was to stop a boundary option being taken away from Essex.
It's just they always seem to have the 2 fielders very close together, as if it's a
Well, it's a criminal to get if you get cut between.
Yeah.
It's not a good place to be. Tyson then to bowl her 8th. She will continue. Bowls to Carr, who's on the back foot and whips that square of the wicket on the leg side. As we say goodbye to Phil, he'll come back a little bit later on to join me. Gem's going to jump in alongside. Another single to the Essex total 144 for 5. I'd love to see the back of Grucock. Would Hampshire. Tyson over the wicket, bowls to Grucock, who's on the back foot defending back to a follow through, and there is no run.
Yeah, I'm sad to see Flo Miller gone, because I was enjoying listening to you try and say her name.
Yeah, I'm not going to say it anymore.
Morning.
I'm hoping she doesn't take a catch later, otherwise I'll be in trouble again. Tyson, a little bit more flight, drifts onto the pads of Grucock, who's running the first one hard, but can't pick up a second. McCacken is quick to the ball and gets the throw away nicely. 145 for 5. Grucock moves to 55 from 74.
Yeah, I'm not sure what I've enjoyed more, that or watching you try and divide 50 overs by 8.
That's a story for another day. My maths is awful. Well bowled. The Bex Tyson pushing Mara Carr onto the back foot. She's camping on that back foot quite a bit to the spinners. Is Amara Carr.
Sorry, Charlotte, come on, and the first thing I do is...
Abuse me, that's okay. I'm used to that in our friendship, actually.
We've played enough together.
Short one from Tyson, cutting his car straight to Tatani at extra cover. She's missed out there. Bex Tyson has seen enough. She's sending McCacken back out to the boundary for the last ball of this over. Can't afford to leak a boundary off the last delivery. Happy to get Carr back on the strike as well. If she wants to take the single to deep cover, it's on offer for her. Tyson in once more, bowls it wide, and she is driving his Carr, and they think about a single, but Tatani does well at extra cover and stops the single being taken. So Grucock will be on strike for the next ball. Yeah, the next over.
Tyson's been the pick of the bowlers for me today. Just the one wicket, that's that LBW of Gardner, first ball for her. But she's asked more questions than the other batters. She's hit the pads a few times, and she's just got the ball in the right area more than her teammates today. So a really important spell for her. And
she was 2 overs 0 for 12, so she didn't start the most economical. So she's had to really claw her way back in. But she does it so well.
She does, and we've got Wellington on this end, who bowls a full flighted delivery outside off. It's squirted inside edge, and 3 are chasing for it, including wicketkeeper Southby, but they'll come back for 2. So a good start in terms of inside edge, but it's 2 to the total for Essex, who are on 147 now for 5. Yeah, if you break the, I always like to break 50 over innings down into 10 over blocks because it's easier than 8. But in terms of the game flow, what Charlotte was doing was for our commentary rota. But in terms of the game flow, as AJ Wellington's in again, flighted, driven back to her, no run. You talk about those blocks, like winning each block of 10 and what have you. And what Essex have done really well today is they've kept their run rate fairly steady throughout. So first 10 overs they scored 39, so 3.9. That's driven on the offside straight to Francesca Sweeting for no run. And then that second block, the 11 to 20, where they scored 48 runs for no loss. That partnership of 94 from McLeod and Grucock really consolidated things from Essex. And then even in the last block of 10 that we've had, as that's flighted again, outside off stump to the left-hander, they come through for a single. They come through for a single. There's no run out there. And that last block, the 21 to 30, when they did lose those 3 wickets, including obviously breaking up that partnership, they were still going at 5.2 and over. So they've kept the runs coming, even through the sort of more perilous moments. That's wide of off stump, and I was looking at umpire Rose Dovey there, but she decided to let that one go with those guidelines that they have. They are guidelines, it's still very much up to the umpire, but that's probably as wide as off stump as she's allowed to go before it's called a wide. Next ball is driven up to mid-on for no run. Yeah, so they've kept the momentum going, kept the scoring rate going quite nicely, but obviously 3 wickets fairly recently will be something they'll need to build upon as we go into the sort of last 16 overs of this opening match.
Yeah, it's so tough to sort of hold a team back when they're still scoring. You still feel like Essex are well in the game here because they haven't got into a hole. They've still managed to tick the scoreboard along, even though they have lost wickets along the way throughout the middle overs. So that makes Hampshire's job even harder as they come into the back end, and they've still got a set batter in. That's the most important thing, with overs to spare. So 16 overs left, and they've still got a batter in. One of their top 4 is still in on 58 not out. That's a really key point for them. If Grukok was one of them that had been dismissed, and there was 2 batters, 6 or 7 in, and they haven't got any runs to their name, that's a different story, isn't it? So Gibb to return then from the pavilion end. She hasn't bowled since her opening spell. She's in now round the wicket, to Grukok. That's a wide first up. Well taken by Southby. She does some mopping up behind the stumps. Another one to the Essex total.
A couple of scores from round the other grounds in this competition. Surrey are 174 for 4 off 28. A good partnership between ADR, Alison Davids and Richards, and Danny White Hodge. God, that's a mouthful of a partnership.
Lots of names in that partnership. Give in once more. Bounds past umpire Ben Peverell. Clipped off the hip of Grukok. McCacken down at fine leg does the fielding. It'll just be one more to the total. She moves to 59.
Yorkshire down at Somerset. They've had a bit of a rude awakening to their Tier 1 start. They're 129 for 7. Captain Lauren Winfield Hill, it's all the double-barrelled names today, got 36, but since then no one's really contributed. And Lancashire are 110 for 1 off 19 up at Durham. That's been reduced to a 48 over game.
Who's in the runs there, Jem? Just out of interest. Emma Lamb?
It's a partnership at the minute between Gabby Lewis and Eve Jones. They're on 35 and 47 respectively.
Thank you so much. Give in once more over the wicket to Carr, who's driving and can't get it through the infield on the offside, and there'll be no run.
And as we said earlier, now it's a 9-team Tier 1 competition. There's always one team that's sitting out every round, and today that's the Blaze.
Just having a chill.
Just having a chill and seeing how all these games play out before they're in action next week.
There's definitely a brisk wind running across the ground as Daisy Gibb fights against it, runs into Carr, who's whipped that one off her legs. It is in a gap. There's 2 fielders converging in the deep. Freya Kemp wins the race, runs around to her right-hand side, gets the throw away. They will come back for a second. Essex move to 152 for 5. There's 2 more added to the total.
I was saying that Tyson's been my pick of the bowlers, and she absolutely has. But Datani earlier, 4 overs for 9 runs. That was
not bad.
A nice steady little period. I don't know if we'll see her again in the final stages.
I assume so. Given once more to Carr. Driving again, can't get it past Boucher. Seen a lot of the ball, Maya Boucher, which means she's in the key areas, and she's one of the best fielders. That's what we like to see from a Hampshire point of view. She drops back to the cover boundary now, as no run was taken off that last delivery, but they want to get out there over to Hampshire. Not willing to concede a boundary now, so an extra fielder out to protect in the deep. Gibb just brushes her hair behind her ear and bounds in, as she so often does. Bowls to Amara Carr, driving through point. It's a half stop by Lindsay Smith. Boucher will have to do some more work again. Does well? No, she doesn't. Goes for 4. She slams her fist on the ground. She's annoyed with herself that she hasn't stopped that, Maya Boucher. It was going at quite a rate. Good bit of it from Carr. Went through Abby Norgrove. Not Abby Norgrove. It is Lindsay Smith now stood at point.
You've got to feel pleased with yourself as a batter when you've beaten 2 of England's best fielders, one after the other. Lindsay Smith and Maya Boucher, goes through both of them.
A 4 to Amara Carr. She moves on to 10. Essex 156 for 5. A welcome boundary for them. Gibb bowls. A better length delivery. Just lent on by Carr. Runs that down to 3rd. And she'll collect one more, will Amara Carr. Looking a little bit more confident now as she gets into her innings. 11 from 21. Essex 157 for 5. And there are 15 overs to go here at Utilita Bowl of this first innings for Hampshire and for Essex.
And a reminder that Hampshire won the toss, and as all 4 winning captains today in this competition, they asked the opposition, or invited the opposition, to bat. So Essex, after being asked to bat, 157 for 5.
I'll be fairly happy with where they are at the moment. Again, I keep saying it, but the longer that Grukok's out there, they'll feel even happier.
So AJ Wellington to continue with her leg spin from the commentary end. On leg stump again, swept behind square, down to fine leg, just a single there, as it brings Grucock back on strike. Very much her responsibility now to hold this innings together and see Essex up to that sort of 280 we were talking about earlier, that it's probably par on this surface, and that's wide outside off stump, and it's gone past the keeper. I can't see a pre-signal from the umpire, so that's 4. Oh no, it is buys. 4 buys. So I'm saying even the spinners here goes through the keeper. It's straight to the boundary. Another awkward one. It sort of yorked Rihanna Southby's left leg. But
I don't know if it was the wrong un from Wellington, because it did sort of go the other way, but it kept really low. Tough one.
It's the wrong line to bowl a wrong un. If it was.
It is.
Very wide of the left-handers off stump. She's in again. Again, it's the same line, but this time there's bat on ball, and Grucock scampers through to take her up to 60. A bit of a wild throw there over the head of Southby, but Lindsay Smith is backing up, so no damage done, no buzzers.
Just maybe some buzzards.
We always see the Seagulls here as AJ Wellington bowls full and straight. It's driven up to Bex Tyson at mid-on, which is the single they took earlier, which saw the back of McLeod when Tyson had a direct hit from that exact position. So they have learnt there's not a single there when you play it that well up to Tyson there. This time just dropped, love to see that, just dropped into the offside. The keepers had to come round to do the fielding, and they've pinched a quick single. I love that. That's good running. I don't like it personally, but I like to see it.
One for the viewer, not for the wicketkeeper.
Yeah.
Yeah, good hustling from Essex. Just trying to keep that scoreboard ticking over. They've done that so well.
Wellington again very wide of off stump, and left through to the keeper for no run. So you take the 4 buys out of the equation, just the 3 runs to the bowler off that over, but 7 to the total. Essex 164 for 5.
14 overs to go for Essex. What will they be looking at here now, Jem? Another
Oh, I don't play the
100?
prediction game. It's a mugs game.
260? Phil said 250 earlier. I think they'll be happy with. They sneak another 100 off the last 16 overs. They'd be going well, but I'd like to see that from them. I'm sure obviously anything under 250 will be a bonus for them at the moment.
It'll be interesting to see if they do up the intent. I say the tempo's been decent from Essex all throughout, but we've said they've played very classically, they've played very properly, they've used their timing, just to see if there is a bit more sort of swinging of the bat come the last 10, if especially if Grucock still is at the crease.
We will see. Gibb to continue. Over number 7 for her. No wickets so far. Slower delivery as Carr picks it, defends it into the offside, and a single is taken. 1 more to the total. 14 to Amara Carr. 165 for 5 Essex. Gibbs bowled well to have no wickets to her name. She'll be hoping to maybe use some of her variations. We see a slower ball off the first delivery. She's got a couple in the locker, so we'll see how many she uses as we get into the latter half of this game, or the latter third of this game should I say. Driving on the up is Grucock to mid-off, and there is no single there as Wellington does the fielding.
I reckon going back to the spectatorship, I reckon there's quite a few more than we can see, because it looks bright and beautiful with those white fluffy clouds, as we said. But Charlotte's shivering next to me, and I'm sure there'll be some people inside the pavilion, very sensibly, supporting from the shelter.
Very true. Gibb in again, another slow delivery, full toss. Could have hit that anywhere, Grucock. Hit it straight to Datani. That extra cover. Another dot ball. Gibb with number 15 on her back. Walks away from us.
So Essex playing in purple, is that new?
No, they played in purple
Was
last
it last year?
Yeah.
Usually associate Essex with red.
I think they're doing their T20
Okay.
kit. There's sometimes 2 different kits.
Yep.
Gibb in again. Good length delivery. Whipped off the hip by Grucock to Maya Boucher That deep backward square leg for another single. Just happy dealing in singles at the moment. The Essex batters don't need to do anything too crazy. But I think you're absolutely right, Jem. See how many they can score off the last 8 to 10 overs and really try and get themselves up to a big score. Like we say in the final here last year, 289 was chased in a high pressure game. Two good sides. There's two good sides here in front of us as well. Given again over the wicket to Carr this time, and she's on the front foot. She's worked it into the leg side. Thought about 2 initially as it just goes outside the inner ring, but Freya Kemp was a couple of metres off the boundary and picks it up just outside the inner ring as they pick up one more. Bit of confusion about field placings for the left-hander. I'm assuming it's going to be the same, but there is a... Are they going to... No. Wellington, I thought it was the end of the over. Don't know where she was going. She's walked all the way from...
That matters as good as yours.
Yeah, well,
yeah.
She's got to wait one more ball.
It's not as if it's on the board or anything for them to see. They have the luxury of all the details on the scoreboard here.
Absolutely. Gibbon once more. Bowls to Grucock. It's short. It's pulled into the leg side. It's in a gap and it will be 4. Boucher can't catch that. Well in front of square. Poor delivery from Gibb to finish the over. She'll be disappointed with herself. 7 overs gone. 7 overs she's bowled, sorry. 0 for 35. And she'll be really disappointed with that to finish the over, I can imagine.
Yeah, it's a cardinal sin, isn't it? When at this stage, when you've got out of the 5 balls at less than a run a ball, and then you've got to get your last ball in the right areas. You've got your protection there, obviously on the boundary, but you've got to do your bit as well. And she didn't get it quite right there.
171 for 5, Essex. Run rate still at 4.6. It's been sitting around that 4.5 mark pretty much the whole innings, which is good from an Essex point of view to make sure that scoreboard keeps ticking over.
I just saw Wellington's just ready at her end to bowl, and Grucock's at the non-striker's end, and they just had a hug. It seemed a random time, as if they've just, I don't know, is it sort of congratulations on your 65, or oh hello, how are you? Didn't realise it was you. I don't know what that was.
Like old friends.
Very random hug, but random timed hug, should I say? But anyway, Wellington, everyone's in place now, and
all hugging's been completed.
Yep, Wellington's going to bowl her final over of her 10 allocation, and that's on leg stump again, whipped away down to fine leg for 1. Yeah, I'd love to know what that's about.
She's bowled okay here, Wellington. She hasn't bowled brilliantly, but she's bowled okay. She hasn't probably created as many chances or any real... Like your leg spinner likes to beat the bat and cause problems. She hasn't really done that, but she's bowled okay.
And this time, and that is a decent delivery. Good line, good length. Pushed up to mid-off and no run. Yeah, okay. That's fair.
There's not been any real poor overs, but just no real pressure being built.
And in again to Grucock, whipped off her legs down to fine leg. Said that a few times off Wellington today, as Lindsay Smith comes round and fires that back into the gloves of Southby for 1 run.
That's a brilliant bit of fielding, because she was at deep square leg, probably on square, not even backward of square, and she's come all the way around to pretty much fine leg to pick that up and stop them taking a second. It's a brilliant bit of fielding from Smith.
Yep, she is excellent as Wellington's in over the wicket to the right-hander, Mara Carr, who tries to cut that deftly behind square, but Smith's there, no chance. And, she didn't really get any timing on it anyway. Dot ball. Wellington in for her penultimate delivery of today's allocation, and again it's full. It's in the block hole, as you would call it if it was a seamer, but they managed to squirt out a single on the offside. So a very similar situation to the last over, just 3 singles from the first 5. Just got to get out of this over now. So some fielders going back, but making sure left-hander on strike. No boundary, that's the order of the day, and it does beat the fielder just in front of point, but they'll come back for 2. So 5 off the over. I think both teams would be happy with that at this stage. And Amanda Jade Wellington completes her 10 overs, 1 for 48. Yeah,
I think she'll be a little bit disappointed that she didn't challenge the batters a little bit more, all of her experience, and the ball was turning. You saw that quite early on from the first ball, where it ragged almost outside of the popping crease from a pretty much, I reckon, 5th stump line. So it's turning from ball 1, didn't quite challenge the batters enough for me. But like I say, she's got 5 months to settle in.
To sort it out.
to sort it out, yeah. Absolutely. We're going to see Titani again. Captain Naomi Titani bowled brilliantly earlier on. Only bowled 4 overs so far, so she's going to take it upon herself to take the latter stages. She's got a few variations herself. And let's see if she can deliver all of her skills with that captaincy sitting on her shoulders as well. She gets in the battle, does Titani, so we'll see if she can cope with it all. I'm sure she can. As she starts her run-up, runs past umpire Ben Peveril, round the wicket to Carr, who's back cutting into the offside, just to the right of Abby Norgrove, who picks up the ball and returns it to the bowler. 1 run taken.
I caught Naomi Titani last year in club cricket.
Flex.
That's my my claim to fame. I don't have many, so when I've got them, they've got to go out there. And I don't like keeping to left-handers, so very happy to see the back of her.
She's bowling to 1 now in Grucock. Titani, left-hander to left-hander, bowls and driving nicely as Grucock. That's a brilliant bit of timing. A great half stop by Daisy Gibb. If she's going to do enough to stop the boundary, she's not. Boucher tries to pull that, Wellington, sorry, tries to pull that back in. It's a brilliant half a stop by Gibb. Excellent work. But couldn't take enough of it to stop the boundary. A lovely bit of timing from Grucock. She's been really impressive. Moves to 72. Titani needing to have an answer to that. It wasn't a bad ball. Slightly over pitch possibly, but a really good shot from Grucock. Titani in once more. Goes shorter. Thought she might. Defending is Grucock on this occasion, up to Bex Tyson at mid-on. That's usually what happens when you get driven for 4. Your next ball is generally a little bit shorter in length. She gets together with Lindsay Smith to have a conversation.
Slight overcorrection. Back to the Surrey game. They are 211 for 4, with Danny White-Hodge on 80 and ADR on 57.
Good partnership between those two. Titani in again onto the legs of Grucock. Clipped leg side, clipped for 4. Boucher can't stop that. That's a brilliant bit of timing. She's seeing it like a beach ball. Jodie Grucock moves to 76. 2 boundaries conceded off this over. It looks like she might just be putting the foot down a little bit.
Yeah, a bit earlier than we predicted. Still 12 overs to go, or 11.2 overs to go. And they are 5 down, but yeah, exciting to see. And like you say, that was pure timing.
Run rate crept up to 4.8 for Essex. 2 boundaries in the over so far. 2 balls remaining of it. Titani in once more to Grucock. Full defending, single taken. Smart single into the offside. As Wellington comes around to do the fielding extra cover. 1 more to the total. Essex 186 for 5 now.
So we will have a bowling change at this end with Amanda Jade Wellington bowled out. But that's not for another ball.
I was thinking about why you might mention that, and I thought, am I missing something? No. Got 1 more ball.
I've ribbed you about your maths, and then I've had a major blunder like
and
that.
it's on the screen over there, just to let you know.
It's on the screen, yeah.
Reinforcement, sorry, in the leg side. A deep mid-wicket going out as Titani opts for the short ball. It's pulled into the floor, finds Freya Kemper. Deep backwards square leg, a single is taken. The plan to go short didn't quite pay off for Titani. 187 for 5 Essex. That's the end of the 39th over. There are 11 to go, and now there will be a bowling change. Jem, do you know who it's going to be?
Yeah, apologies for the spoiler, but you were warned. There will be a bowling change at the commentary, and I think Bex Tyson is going to come back to this end. She bowled earlier from the pavilion, bowled very nicely, but it looks like she's having discussions with her captain about where she wants her fielders. I think she's got 3 left in the day. I think
2 left.
2 left. She bowled 8 earlier. Yes, it's the pick of my spells of all the bowlers so far, and she's 1 for 30, just tinkering with her field. Got to get it right now because the Essex batters are going very nicely. They're picking up the little singles that are on offer. So got to be tight in that ring. And she's about to bowl round the wicket to Amara Carr as she comes in. Carr gives herself a bit of room and carves that onto the offside. There's a tidy bit of fielding from Captain Datani straight into the gloves of Southby, who knocks off the bails, appeals. No run out on this occasion, but a good indication of how Hampshire are going to be all over this.
So after this over, there'll be 10 remaining. Overs left, obviously after this one Tyson will have 1. You can imagine that Gibb will bowl out, she's got 3. Smith will bowl out, she's got another 3. So then it's a combination of, well, I don't imagine you'll see Sweet again, so it'll be Tatani as a combination as well.
Over the wicket to the left-hander, she hoiks this onto the leg side, and they think about coming back for 2, which doesn't look a great decision. As, I think she's in the end, but that looked a bit of a hesitation of a second run, and not the greatest decision in my opinion, but a slide and a throw that needed a little bit of work for Tyson to take the stumps meant that she did get home.
Yeah, she was just a step away from the stumps, Tyson, which meant that the taking of the bails was a little bit more tricky.
And this time over the wicket to the left-hander, play and miss. Rihanna Southby whips off the bails. There's no appeal, but just to show I'm there. Play and miss, your foot's up, you're gone. It's just a warning. And we're ready to go again. Grucock on strike, 79 to her name today. This one's dragged down a bit and pulled onto the leg side in front of square. Lindsay Smith keeps that down to a single. She moves on to 80 off 96. Looked very composed today.
Pretty much a faultless innings so far. I'm hoping I don't ruin that for her by saying that, because that's obviously the way it goes as a commentator. You tend to curse them, but she's played beautifully so far.
Tyson in full, and again Marakar looks to give herself a bit of room and taps that behind square on the offside, but there's no run there. You've got Lindsay Smith at point and Sweet just behind, so there's a lot of coverage just behind point there, where Amarakar's tried a couple of times to get the ball through as Tyson's in again, and this time she has a swipe down the ground, and that's more effective in terms of runs on the board, as that's a 1 bounce 4 just in front of us at the commentary end. So another 4 to end what would have been a reasonable over, as Essex move on to 195 for 5 with 10 to go.
Yeah, Mara Carr getting in on the action now. She's 24 from 34. It's a good partnership between these two, and they're taking the attack to Hampshire. Run rate up to 4.9, so it's just creeping up ever so slowly as we get into the back part of this innings, the last 10 overs, the crucial stage. If you're Hampshire, you want to see the back of Grucock and Carr now, because they're both set. And if you're Essex, then you want to try and capitalise on these last 10 overs, scoring at above runner ball, and however many more you can get is a bonus.
Yeah, that last 10 was Essex's best. 56 runs scored off it, no wickets. So yeah, really got themselves after that little spate of 3 wickets of McLeod, Gardner and Miller in the middle of the innings. They really got themselves back on track in that 10 over spell.
And they've still got Kate Kopak to come, who's been in the runs. You don't know her for being in the runs, but she has been in the runs in pre-season. So she's still to come, as well as Sophia Smell, that can give the ball a whack. So they've still got batting to come, have Essex. They're in a good position. Tatani in once more, starts a new over for the pavilion end. Shaw, it's pulled, it's missed by Grucock. On the money, Naomi Tatani. First ball of her 6th over brings a wicket, and that brings the end of Jodie Grucock. That's a brilliant wicket for Hampshire to take. They were under a little bit of pressure in the last couple of overs, but it's come off the thigh pad as Grucock just took her off the ball at the last minute, trying to swing the ball into the leg side. She's been bowled by Datani after making a brilliant 80. It was a really good innings, 80 from 97 deliveries. And just as Hampshire needed a wicket, desperately, they found one.
They did, and Grewcock was involved in that partnership of 94 earlier with Lissy McLeod, that third wicket partnership, and this partnership has just been broken now, was worth 57, so she's put together two beautiful partnerships in her own personal innings of 80, but that's exactly what you want off the first ball of the last 10 over stint from a Hampshire
She's a real talent,
perspective.
one to watch for the future and for the rest of this season. Jodie Grewcock, keep an eye on her. I don't think it'll be too long before she is giving a go in some England colours at some stage. Sophia Smale to the crease. Interesting that they've gone with Smale actually over Kopak, and I know I keep going on about it, but when somebody's made runs in pre-season and is in a good reign of form, you just tend to give them a dart, don't you?
Especially
if they've
in the
got
last 10, you're in this position.
You just might. But Sophia Smale can bat. It's not saying that she can't. She definitely can. But it's interesting that they've gone with her above Kopak. Maybe they're waiting. Maybe Kopak's firing is the last 5 or 6. Maybe it's not the last 10.
They're all about entry points these days, isn't it?
When are you most effective? They've gone with Smale, who's known for her left arm spin, but she's got bat in hand at the moment with a job to do. Datani, wicket off the first ball of her 6th over. Should be happy with that. She's come round the wicket to the right-hander. 2 right-handers now for Hampshire to deal with. That's down the leg side. Caught down the leg side, is it? Southby's keen. Arms in the air. Umpire Ben Peverell says no.
Yep,
Big appeal from both bowler and keeper.
Yeah, quite an assured appeal. Those are so hard to give, aren't they? When it just goes down the leg side. Because it can hit, obviously it's only can hit the battle gloves to be out, but there's other things it can hit. And to be able to tell that live is a skill.
Tani races in past the umpire. Bowl, shorter delivery, cut by Smale out into the offside. There's a fielder, Ella McCacken, at deep cover, who will do the fielding. One more to the Essex total, 196 for 6. Now they were on to get 270, 280 when Grewcock was there with Carr. So whether they can just see if they can find their feet for a couple of overs and then put the foot down with 4 wickets in hand. They'll need a few because Hampshire are good at chasing. Datani in once more, short, pulled into the leg side straight to mid-wicket. Lindsay Smith does the fielding there, no run taken. Carr's still on the attack. She's still quite happy to take the bowling on, which is a good sign for Essex. There's lots of space out in front of the bat on the leg side and past the bowler. No fielders out there. So if she wants to take that on, it's open. Datani in again, short. On the back foot is Carr, cutting, but doesn't cut into space, just finds Abby Norgrove at backward point.
Yeah, she's tried that a few times off the spinners, and now Datani just giving herself a bit of room and trying to squirt it there, but it's not been a lucrative shot today. She's been better off sort of going at the ball for her 24 off 36.
And that's where all the space is, in front of the bat. I wonder if she can just find the angle and take it on. That's down the leg side. That's the angle that Datani didn't want, as it's going to find 4. Sweet can't get there. It's a poor delivery down the leg side, just helped on its way by Amara Carr. 200 runs for Essex comes up in the 41st over. Essex 200 for 6. I'm going to step out, and Jem, you'll be joined by Phil.
Lovely stuff. So yeah, Bex Tyson is going to complete her 10th and final over of today from the commentary end, with Smale new to the crease. She's 1 off 2. She'll be taking strike for the first time. Hi Phil.
Hello. So Essex have kicked on a bit since I was last on, but obviously lost Grewcock, which is quite crucial from their point of view and from Hampshire's.
Interestingly, they're just moving Lindsay Smith. She was in that point position. They've just moved her into mid-wicket as Tyson comes in for her first ball, and it's a chip on the leg side. It's not a convincing shot from Smale. It landed safely though as they come through for 1.
Yeah, they're offering that. Well, they still are offering the single on the offside.
I just wondered if they were going to put, now that we've got Carr back on strike, if they were going to move Smith over, because like we say, she's been trying to get it through that point region, but they've left Smith at mid wicket for Carr. Maybe a tempter. Nope, she does go leg side. Whips that to deep square. Bouchier's out there just a single.
They've also got a long on to Carr, but not for Smale.
Smale, who's on strike now. Tyson comes in round the wicket, and good line puts her on the back foot. Dot ball up to mid on. Yeah, Bex Tyson 1 for 40 today. I think she's bowled better than that. Stats don't always tell you everything. This one on leg stump, turned around the corner, a quarter appeal for LBW, but nothing more than that, and they come through for a leg bye.
I've never heard of a quarter appeal.
Yes, it's
I've
half
heard
of a half appeal.
Half and a half appeal, yeah. Just an app, really.
You can have all sorts of fractions of appeal. Yeah, quarter appeal. I'll own that.
I've heard of a quarter of appeal, but not a quarter appeal.
So Tyson in again, and down the wicket is Carr this time, but all she can do is block the ball back to the bowler for no run. Smith is now going, so 1, 2, 3. I'm having trouble with balls today. 1 ball to go, and they've moved Smith back into that point position. Comes round, and Carr sweeps this to square leg. They come through for a single. That's a good over, 4 runs from it, from Tyson, to give her figures of 1 for 41 off her 10.
As you say, Jim, I think she's bowled very well today. Tyson bowled from both ends, not at the same time obviously, but she's bowled a spell from each end, and yeah, she's been very tidy. She'll be well pleased with her day's work.
So we're going to continue with Datani.
I'm guessing she'll bowl at least 8.
Yeah, she bowled her first 4 overs with 0 for 9 earlier on this morning. She's now 1 for 25 off 6, but she did pick up that important wicket.
It's good for Hampshire because she hasn't been able to bowl much the last couple of years because of injury, but it's good to see her back bowling. And then she is again round the wicket, and that's a big hit by Carr. Well, it looked like it was a big hit, but it didn't actually go that far. She put a lot of effort into it, but obviously didn't get it fully because it just went out to deep mid wicket for a single. Carr's on to 31, so a very useful contribution from the Essex wicket keeper. Titani in still round the wicket to Smale. And that's Fuller, and good take by Southby, stood up to the stumps of course, as Smale plays and misses. In the last over I think it looked like a tactic that Titani bowled short. She banged nearly every ball into the pitch. Obviously got a wicket the first ball, but this over she's gone a bit fuller again.
So what we haven't seen from the Essex batters,
Titani's in again. This one's a bit short again, and this is whipped away by Smale. She's going to get a couple here because it's in the gap between the 2 fielders on the leg side boundary. Kemp clears up, but he'll come back for 2.
we haven't, given that we've seen a lot of spin on offer today, we haven't seen a lot down the ground or moving their feet to the ball, and they haven't really needed to.
No, it's all been very orthodox batting in sort of every sense, really.
They've waited for the one that's dropped short and played that square, and they've been able to work the single. So yeah, they haven't had to take it to the spinners.
Tiny, and again this one's whipped away. It's a nice shot by Smile, but unfortunately she's picked out the fielder, Francesca Sweet, at on the long leg boundary.
First 100 has been scored in this competition for this year.
Danny White.
Danny White Hodge, 100 off 66 balls, batting for Surrey, who are 239 for 5 with 15 to go.
It's a bit of an international batting lineup that I was looking at earlier, hasn't it? Dunkley, Schofield, Capsey, ADR. Titanian again round the wicket. That's a nice little shot by Card, a little late dab, but there's a third down there, so it's just a 1. Essex now up to 209 for 6. Carr up to 32. Smale back on strike. She's 5 not out from 8 balls. So just getting settled into her batting effort. As we were saying, primarily a bowler, but picks up useful runs. And she's got another one there. She's worked that away on the other side. She might even come back for 2, but no, McCacken's very quick around there. Good bit of fielding. Keeps them down to the 1. Gets some applause from her teammates, McCacken. And Essex at the end of the 43rd are 210 for 6.
We're going to have another bowling change at this end. Obviously Tyson's bowled out. I would think it's going to be Lindsay Smith, who is touching the soil as spinners do to enhance their grip on the ball. She bowled okay earlier, a bit like Charlotte said earlier about AJ Wellington. She bowled okay, but we know what she's capable of.
Yeah, she had one bad over in her first spell, right in the middle of a decent spell. But yeah, you always used at the start and the end of the innings, or normally. She's got 3 overs left here.
1 for 27 off her 7 so far. That's short and pulled away behind square. Boucher's on the charge and does really well. Picks that up cleanly and throws it in. They do get back for 2 because that's more because of the distance Boucher had to cover. Was that McCacken?
This is Boucher.
Yeah, it's sorry. More the distance she had to cover.
Norgrove.
That Norgrove had to cover rather than how cleanly she picked it up. Smith's in again on leg stump, flicked away behind square. They come through for a quick single. Again, a third of an appeal for a run out, but more one of those because it was a good bit of fielding.
That was more 3/8. Okay. Yeah, so Lindsay Smith's interesting. She's got 3 overs left, and there's 4 overs from this end, so somebody's going to have to bowl the odd one.
She's round the wicket full, and that's driven straight back past her. She went with it for 2 hands, but it went through her and down to Boucher, who is at long on. Keeps that down to 1 run. So it's over so far, 2-1-1.
I'm not sure how far away that was from Lindsay Smith, but it was certainly aerial.
And this time again,
It's
it's all exactly the same. It's driven hard just past the diving 2 hands of Smith, and Boucher again keeps that down to a single. So we're saying it wasn't hitting down the ground. It looks like that's something they're looking to do now.
That one was a bit wider of her, but just out of her reach again.
Lindsay Smith, not the tallest player on the field, but a very good fielder. So if it was in her arc, I'm sure it would have stuck. And this time she bowls her straight through. Mara Carr just gave herself a room one too many times, and Lindsay Smith fires in a straight one, bails on the floor.
Yeah, she's trying to pull that
Essex
away.
find themselves
Similar
7 down.
dismissal to Grucock, actually. She's trying to pull it
Yeah.
away. Probably a bit too full for that shot. And yeah, 7th wicket.
So yeah, Mara Carr goes for 33 or 44. She had a decent partnership earlier with Grucock of 57 to really get Essex back on track. But she has to depart the crease now, bowled by Lindsay Smith.
I think at last we're going to get Charlotte's wish. Kate Kopak is going to come to the crease.
Well, I'm expecting big things.
Well,
after
she's built her up.
Charlotte said, yeah.
So Kate Kopak, who possibly should have been in earlier, according to our co-commentator. Just looking at that dismissal again, it's just hit the top of the leg stump. This car, too full for the pull shot really. But you've got to try a few things in the 44th over. But the other way of looking at it from Essex's point of view, they probably wanted her to bat till the end. Carr is the set batter.
She's just tried a couple down the ground, hasn't she?
Yeah.
Well, both of them have that have just evaded the hands of Smith and just gone for the 1 run. So maybe it's let's try something different, whatever the next ball is. And the fact that it was too full to play square was the undoing, as Smith is into Kopak, and immediately Kopak's off the mark with a single through extra cover. McCacken does the fielding.
Informed batter, Kopak.
Yeah. Poor Charlotte. All we've done is given her stick today.
So Essex 216 for 7 at the end of 44. We're going to see Daisy Gibb back into the action from the hotel end.
She's got 3 left, so she can bowl out that end if captain wishes.
I would imagine she'll bowl 3, Smith 2 and Titani the
odd one.
The odd one. As Tyson and Andrew J. Wellington have both finished their quota. We've got a deep square leg. We've got one coming around now to short fine leg. Deep mid wicket. Mid on. There's a single anywhere on the leg side that they want one. Short third. Backward point, extra cover mid off, and a sweeper on the offside. So as I say, a single anywhere that she wants on the leg side. Gibb in. Busty run. Oh, that's a very high loopy full toss. And she's got away with that a little bit. It's just one run from Kopak down to extra cover. She's up to 2. So is it Kopak or Kopak? I'm not sure. Kopak. Thank you, Charlotte.
Don't ask her how to say Flo Miller though.
That's very full, and it's just an edge from Smale for a single. That's another run to Essex, up to 218 for 7. Got back on strike. Field still got the 3 out on the leg side. Gibb in again. It's full again. Kopak has got that down to long on. Smith coming in quickly off the boundary. They thought of a second run.
Seeing her variations here, Gibb has 2 attempted slower balls.
Yeah. Every ball this over has been very full though, either a full toss or a Yorker at length. So she's obviously aiming for that area. And she comes again. Southby up to the stumps. Give this one shorter and sort of pulled away, but straight from Smale. Up to the long one for a single. What was the name they came up with that shot for you? Strapple?
Strapple.
That was the strapple, yeah. I think it was Emily Windsor who coined that phrase, that term. Gibb in again. This one's a bit leg side, but it's a leading edge, gone straight up in the air, and it's going to be caught.
Oh.
Should have been caught by Daisy Gibb off her own bowling, but she's actually not completed the catch, and they've come through for a single. So that's a single to Kopak.
That's one of those ones you just have to chalk up as a shocker.
Yeah.
It was up, she called it, she had it in her hands.
It was leading edge from Kopak, and it just looped up in the air, and she would catch that 99 times out of 100, I would say.
Yeah.
But this was the 100th time, unfortunately. This one's full again. Yorker length. That's a good shot from Smale down the ground, but she's only going to get 1 for it. Smith is, as usual, very busy round there and gets there very quickly. Very athletic fielder, Lindsay Smith. At the end of the over, Essex are on 2-2-2 for 7.
Yeah, run a ball here would get Essex up to 152.
Or 252 even.
252, which, as we said earlier, is slightly below. We don't have a pass score as such, but slightly below what you'd be happy defending here.
Yeah, I said earlier, I think at the start of the day they'd have probably been looking for 280 as a minimum, but from the start they had 250 was probably a reasonable target.
Lindsay Smith then in bowls, and that's driven hard down the ground, but Maya Bouchier is there just like the last over, keeps that down to a single.
So these two getting that runner ball off most balls, as you said, runner ball would get them to 252, and they're ticking along at that rate at the moment.
Smith in again, and this time Kopak waits for the ball, and there's a shy at her end as she's running to the non-striker's end, but the throw missed and Lindsay Smith ended up on the ground, but all is good. That's another single.
Yeah, good bit of work by Southby, running out from behind the stumps and throwing the glove off and having a shy.
And again, full, and once again driven down to Mai Boucher, who's been busy in that area the last couple of overs at long on.
Go back to what you said earlier, it's getting the key fielder in the position where the ball's going to go most of the time.
Absolutely.
That's what's happening at the moment.
And this time driven out onto the offside through extra cover, and they coming back for a second, which again looked an ominous call at the time, but they get in safely. The throw's not the best from McCacken. Come back for 2. Yep, and they tag all that kind of stuff these days, which fielders touch the ball. Yeah. Again, full ball driven to Tatani and the extra cover, no run. So yeah, they'll be looking at who's touched the ball most, and like you say, that's the positions they want those key fielders in.
Obviously, it's testament to the bowling, because she's bowling to that field. Well, it's sort of happy them to be hit down there.
This time, that guided behind square. There's a little misfield, but they would have come through for the single anyway. So no runs cost, and that over ends Lindsay Smith's 9th. She's 2 for 39. Essex, with 4 overs to go, are 228 for 7.
Running very positively, these two girls. They've taking a single off most balls. And they're up now. 4 overs to go. Daisy Gibb is going to bowl from the pavilion end. Presumably she'll bowl the 47th and 49th to complete her 10 over stint. Currently 8 overs, 0 for 41. Opened the bowling at the start of the day, of course, bowled the first ball of the season. And in she comes, that's full on the leg stump. Turned away by Kopak for a single, again down to Sweet at deep square leg. Francesca Sweet, or Cheska Sweet, I think she's generally known. She's a Cheska, yeah, I think. Making her debut for Hampshire today.
She took a catch earlier on.
She's taking the catch. Bowled a couple of overs. First one was okay, second one struggled a little bit. Gibb in again. Turn on the leg side, but there's plenty of room out there. They're always going to have a single if you make contact that side. That's exactly what happens. Smale gets a single, takes her score up to 16, sorry. Scoreboard was very quick then. Put it up before I realised.
Well, we do have Caroline Green and Chris Drew in the score box, 2 very affluent scorers.
Gibb in again. This one's a bit shorter. She goes for the pull. Called through for a single by her partner. She's going to make it at the other end. Kopak was on the back foot and not really ready to go, but Smale called her through and she got through okay. Another single. Leg by that time actually. But yeah, they're looking to run virtually off every ball now, which I guess is right at this stage of the innings. Gibb in again, starts from just outside the 25-yard circle, so fair length run up. This one's very short and pulled away, and it's going to be caught. No, it's not, sorry. I preempted that. It's the second time I've made that mistake, but it should have been caught, I have to say, at the mid-wicket. Freya Kemp had to move to her right and was quite low in the end, but again, I would have expected to catch it, really, but they come back for 2. Smale got 2 from that. It was a very short ball from Gibb, sort of banged in halfway down. Maybe actually intended for get a wicket in that way, but it wasn't to be. Gibb in again. That's short again, and this one's slapped in the air and doesn't quite carry to Titani. Or
I think that may have
just carried actually.
Looking a little bit sloppy from Hampshire.
Might be another chance gone there. It was sort of cross-batted swat, sort of shot of a short ball.
I don't know if you'll see a replay of
that. It went to extra cover, but anyway, it's single, and it's not a wicket. but Gibb might feel a bit unlucky here. She had 3 catches dropped, although one of them was herself, so she can't blame anyone for that one. And Gibb in again. This is quite full, it's just dabbed away. Sort of a very late dab of a shot from Kopak for a single. And at the end of the over, an unsuccessful over for Hampshire, although they had their chances. Essex 235 for 7 with 3 remaining.
Yeah, Essex running really well. They're almost playing hit and run.
Yeah.
And getting through for their singles pretty easily. But yeah, that's a little bit sloppy from Hampshire. It's those kind of things, a couple of drop catches and the few wides, that if this does come down to the wire, those are easy things to point the finger at in terms of where you could have made the difference. But let's say first game out.
It's also the momentum going into the second innings, isn't it? When it happens at the end of the innings.
Absolutely. So Smith for her final over bowls a straight ball just back of a length. That's cut front of square on the offside. McCacken does the fielding, slips as she throws the ball in, but it's a good throw in. 1 run to the total. So again, we've got another little partnership forming here, and that's what Essex have done well through this innings. Obviously, we've had those 2 bigger ones earlier, but at the minute, Smale and Kopak are going very nicely. Just picking up all those singles on offer. They've had a couple of lives, but that's what happens. And this time she's driven that down the ground, but on the offside, McCacken's there, keeps that down to a single. One more.
I think Smith just took the pace off that. Just got a hand to it.
And with that, McCacken's going back out to sweep the cover boundary. AJ Wellington comes into mid-off in the ring, and there's a reverse sweep, first one we've seen today. Full and straight ball, reverse swept, just a little dab behind square on the offside, and they come through for a single. It wasn't a full-blooded reverse sweep, it was a dab, but it's the first time
first one today.
We've seen that today, even though we've had spinners on all day.
And it's a fairly regular shot in women's cricket. I have to say, the reverse sweep, but it's the first one.
Another one, there's another one.
It's like London buses.
This time it's by Smale, and that will go all the way down to the boundary. She's got that a bit finer than Kopak's attempt, and that's 4 runs to the total. Very full ball.
She fell over as she hit it, but she managed to get enough bat on it.
As we've mentioned, those straight boundaries especially are very small today, so in the last few overs they've been hitting down the ground, and now we're seeing it behind square straight, and that's 2 good options with these boundary dimensions. This time she sweeps into mid-wicket region, and Freya Kemp has a little tumble as she fields that and allows them to come back for 2. And that really probably should have been 1, but let's say a little fumble, that's all it takes. And if batters are alert to that, they usually get back in for the second, and they did on this occasion. Lindsay Smith, her final ball of the day, and it's a slow ball that's weighted on by Smale and ends in a dot ball into the cover region.
So Smale on 26 here, a very good contribution from the number 8 batter for Essex, and Kopak on 12. As Jem said, a partnership that's making quite a difference here. Just 2 overs to go, and Essex on 244 for 7. It is going to be Daisy Gibb completing her bowling work for the day. Hampshire and her will probably be hoping that she's not required to bat. Not that there's anything wrong with Daisy Gibb as a batter, but if we get down to number 11, it could be quite tense. This one's short and pulled away by Kopak. Out to deep mid-wicket where Freya Kemp is, and that'll just be the 1. So we've got that sort of situation now where I think both teams are content with 1 a ball. Hampshire happy to give it, Essex seem happy to take it, and a bit of a sort of en passe in that respect.
No, you spoke French.
Could get a few Del Boy expressions out here, but I'll decline. Gibb in again. This one's whipped away through a very wristy shot from Smale, but again it's just a single out onto the leg side. Gibb rushing back to a mark. I don't know if they're up against the clock here. They probably are by the looks of it, because Gibb is... Well, she slowed down a bit now, but she was jogging back to a mark at one point there. Haven't seen any indication from the umpires. So Gibb in again. This one's chopped away on the offside by Kopak, and once again they'll come through for a single. She's up to 14, Essex up to 247 for 7. Gibb just halfway through her last over. And as we were saying earlier, Daisy Gibb, certainly in the games that Lauren Bell doesn't play, which is probably quite a lot of them for Hampshire, is the sort of leading the attack for Hampshire this year. This one's a reverse hit from, and there's a good shot from
It's a great shot.
Smale, yeah. It's sort of reverse pull, but the unprotected boundary behind square on the offside, and she hit that for 4. So Essex have got the 250 up.
And this partnership's now worth 37, this 8th wicket partnership.
Yeah, and it's a good partnership from two batters who are fairly new to the crease.
And that grinds you down as a fielding side, doesn't it? Even
Yeah.
when you've taken 7 wickets throughout the
Yeah.
innings, when these partnerships just keep forming.
As I say, what happens in the last 2 or 3 overs is often crucial for the second innings. So Gibbon again, it's the same shot again, and this time she's just cleared the field. This one's gone in front of square. Didn't hold it quite as well, but she's going to come back for 2. She's got enough on it to get over the cover with the reverse pull, but it's the same shot again. And up to 33 now for Smale. Primarily in the team as a bowler, but making a very good contribution with the bat. And Essex up to 253 for 7. Gibbon, and this one's down the leg side. It's not given a wide. I think that's because she made a lot of room and went across a long way. So it's a dot ball to finish the over and to finish Gibbs' spell. 253 for 7.
And we are welcoming Sports Extra listeners. If you're just joining us, earlier on Hampshire won the toss, asked Essex to bat, who are currently 253 for 7 with 1 over to go. That was mainly down to an 80 off 97 balls from Grucock. But yeah, 1 over left in this innings, Charlotte. And what have you made of the last 5 or so overs?
Mistakes. That's one word I've got for it. Just a few mistakes, which have been a bit costly, haven't they?
I did see your head in your hands and a few tuts.
Well, that's when the game is really in the balance. If you can kill off the innings early and take those last couple of wickets, then they're just scrapping around here now to sort of close it out. Datani to finish from the hotel end. A bit of a swat up to long on by Kopak, who moves to 15. Both these two, Smale and Kopak, have played brilliantly well, but they were both given a life by the Hampshire fielders. A couple of drop catches, missed chance of picking up balls cleanly and stopping those twos. All that kind of stuff just builds pressure, and when they're not taken, it just means that the Essex batters are able to get themselves up to 250. Depends how many more they can get. 5 balls remaining. A reverse sweep attempted by Smale, missed and bowled by Datani. A bit of a bonus for her. She's bowled well today. 2 wickets now to her name. She'll just be wanting to close this out, not conceding any more boundaries. A good innings from Smale. 33 from 29 deliveries. 2 boundaries. Striking 113. A good reply when they're in a bit of a muddle when Grucock was dismissed, and she just came in and gave the innings some impetus.
Yeah, Datani's she bowled well in her first spell, and then since coming back, been a little more expensive as you'd expect as the innings progresses. But she has picked up those key wickets of Grucock earlier on, and obviously breaking this partnership. This 8th wicket partnership is worth 39. We were talking about how they've just built those partnerships throughout the whole innings and just never ever let Hampshire settle, and I think that's why we've seen a few standards slip in the last few overs, which isn't something you associate with Hampshire or the former Vipers in the field. But
no, and that run rate, Gem, is 5.2, and it's been pretty much around 5, just under 5, for pretty much the whole innings. It's never dipped into the 4s, lower 4s, and never really got up to 7s or 8s. It's kind of just been in that 5s, even when wickets have been falling, which has been a bonus for Essex. Just allows them to keep ticking the scoreboard over and get a comfortable score. I think they'll probably be happy with this at the moment, but I wouldn't say it was a winning score at the moment. So they're going to have to do some work with the ball when they come back out. But they've got 4 balls to contend with. Eva Gray, the new batter at number 10. She's definitely not a number 10, but she's there today. And she's pulled that ball firmly down the ground, first ball for 4. Beats Maya Boucher, and that is not a shot for a number 10. She's absolutely middled it.
If all number 10s bat like that, we'd be in trouble.
It's not a bad ball from Tatani at all. She got deep in her crease, set herself, and played the ball with a nice straight bat, and got all of it. Great shot from Eva Gray, and that's exactly what you want when you come in, and they'll be able to hit your first ball for 4. 3 balls remaining, pressure back on Tatani. What's she going to do now? She sent Maya Boucher back to long on. Fielder's got to come up. That fielder's come up from fine leg. I don't know if she's got the ramp in her, Eva Gray, but this would be a great time to bring it out. Tatani in, round the wicket. She's going to go down the ground again, this time through the leg side. She's middled that one as well. That's 1 bounce 4.
Who needs the ramp when you can slog like that?
That is a brilliant shot. She's just opened up the leg side, long levers, and she's middled her first 2 balls for 4. Eva Gray, this is a brilliant impetus into the innings. 2-6-2 for 8 Essex. 2 balls to go.
And we still don't know if she has the ramp in her.
She doesn't need to when she can hit the ball as cleanly as that. Tatani, again, got to have a response. If she can get 2 dots and take some momentum into the Hampshire innings, she would want to do so. Shorter delivery, slower one, pulled into the leg side, just a single. Eva Gray, what are you doing? Just a single? She gets off strike. Kopak to face the final delivery then. She's on 15 from 16. Eva Gray 9 from 3. Just little cameos like that make a difference, striking at 300. If there's 8 runs in at the end, then she can claim all 8, because she's middled both of those balls as cleanly as you like. Eva Gray, Captain Tatani then running in. Final ball of the innings. Triggers across as Kopak. She gets it into the leg side. They'll come back for 2 regardless. They've got to. Left arm, Freya Kemp has to run round. Poor throw, and they will get back for the second. They think about a third, actually, as the backing up is completed by Gibb, but they won't take it. So that concludes the Essex innings. 265 for 8 off their 50 overs. They batted the full 50, which they haven't done in the past. A brilliant, brilliant innings from them. I think they'll be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, I think being asked to bat first as well, you always got to add that into the mix. But yeah, they might have wanted to settle for a few more at the start of the innings, but the way they batted, the way they compiled that innings, and the momentum they've had just finishing it there with Eva Gray coming in and finishing proceedings like that, I think they go into the dressing room the happier side.
Yeah, and that's the key word, isn't it? Momentum. Can you take momentum into your innings? Can you put the pressure on Hampshire straight away? They'll be going into their dressing room feeling probably slightly happier of the 2 sides, because that's still a daunting chase. 2-6-6, first game of the season.
Absolutely.
A wicket that's not the quickest, but the outfield's like lightning, short boundaries. If they get a couple of early wickets, they haven't been known to take early wickets, Essex. It's something that they've struggled at doing over the past few years. Only Eva Gray, I said it at the start of the broadcast, only Eva Gray in the top 16 wicket takers across the competition last year, across all teams, sitting at 16th. So nobody sort of in that top 10 taking wickets for Essex. They'll need a few. They've got some good bowlers in their ranks. I'll just give you a summary of where we are. So 265 for 8 off of the 50 overs set by Essex. Grace Griffiths was dismissed first. She was caught smartly at first slip, actually, by Maya Boucher for a 9-ball duck. The run-outs, a couple of run-outs, Cordelia Griffith and Lissy McLeod had a bit of a mix-up, and Griffiths was run out for 6 off 15 balls. Then another run-out between McLeod and Grucock. McLeod was run out. She took on Bex Tyson and lost, was dismissed for 46. Then a bit of a partnership between... the Grucock was dismissed by Tatani for 80. She made a well-made 80, actually. Gardner was dismissed for a golden duck. Flo Miller making 12 after just turning one into the leg side, and was caught at mid-wicket by Francesca Sweet. Amara Carr made 33, a well-made 33. Sophia Smell also made 33, a well-made 33. Slightly different in terms of the energy put on the ball. Smale came out and gave it a proper whack. Kopak with 17, and then Eva Gray 9 from 3 balls towards the end. The figures for Hampshire: Gibb 10 overs, 0 for 56. Lindsay Smith, probably the pick of the bowlers, I would say. 10 overs, 2 for 48. Datani bowled well, 8 overs, 2 for 43. Amanda J. Wellington not at her best, but bowled okay, 10 overs, 1 for 48. Bex Tyson again bowled well, 10 overs, 1 for 41. And 2 overs from Francesca Sweet, not her best on debut, 0 for 19 off those 2. So Hampshire, when they return to the middle in about half an hour's time, will need 266 for 8 to win this first game of the Metrobank One Day Cup. We'll be back in about half an hour's time to take you through.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
So you are literally just off the plane.
Yeah, correct. About 2 hours ago. Yeah, it's cold. I'll say that. But no, it's nice to be in the country.
Well, you've been over here a few times, so you're used to this, aren't you?
Yeah, 100%. I'm really excited to be here for, my 4th season. So, yeah, can't wait.
How was the journey over? Because obviously with everything that's going on in the Middle East, did you have to change your flight plans?
Yeah, it was crazy. I couldn't get a flight to Qantas, the direct flight, so I had to go from Adelaide to Perth, Perth to Bangkok, Bangkok to here. So, yeah, longer journey that I would like, but yeah, glad I'm here.
Why Hampshire this year?
Why not?
That's a good description. But I mean, well, you know, you were Somerset last year. I know you were Western Storm, although the regional competition is no longer. But you know, I guess there were other options. Why here?
Yeah, I think Hampshire is such an exciting group, and I love the youth that's coming through. We got some really exciting players. One player I'm really looking forward to watching along the season is Daisy Gibbs. Yeah, excited to see her progress the year, and she's a phenomenal bowler, and can't wait to see what she does for Hampshire this year.
Interesting you picked her out because she's a pace bowler, you're a spinner.
Yeah, why not? Got to be nice to the paces. But no, I think she's an exceptional talent, someone who's progressing each year, and like I said, I can't wait to see what she does this year.
Also, you are coming to a side that's in transition. There are a lot of youngsters, so maybe the thought of winning trophies is probably a little bit, you know, it's a little bit more, not as easy.
I feel like coming to Hampshire, they've got a lot of silverware, so it's enticing. But like I said, I think it's just the youth and talent of this group that I'm really excited to work with. We've got some experienced players, but then it'll be exciting to see how the younger players step up when the England players are away. So yeah, I'm really excited to see what we can do this year.
And you're no stranger to this ground. You've been a Viper in the past, 2019. Southern Brave, you've had a couple of seasons with as well since COVID.
Yeah, I absolutely love the Utilita Bowl. It used to be called the Rose Bowl and the Ageas Bowl. But yeah, really excited to be back home to play in front of a crowd that I am familiar with. So it'd be really cool to get out there and put on a show again. But yeah, I can't wait to get back out there.
What do you like about this ground then?
I think just the way it feels so homely, as well as all the crowd gets along to every game. You know, we see so many, you know, families and friends come out, but also so many loyal fans. They're one of the best fan base in the UK, and yeah, I can't wait to see them out here cheering us on.
Now, you've had a busy domestic season down under, recently playing for South Australia in the National Cricket League. Same territory as Jake Lehman, who's coming over for the men.
Yeah, really exciting to pick up Jake Lehman. Yeah, I can't wait to see what he does for the boys in Hampshire. But yeah, once again, Hampshire is really enticing, so I can't, you know, see why we don't want to come here. You know, I'm not surprised Jake is coming here, but yeah, can't wait to see him put on the Hampshire shirt.
What sort of season have you had personally?
Personally, I've had a good one. I've been very, very pleased with the way I've gone about things, but I just hope I can do a little bit more for Hampshire in terms of maybe a leadership role or helping the young ones come through and giving my knowledge about, yeah, whatever it comes in terms of cricket, like life as well. Yeah, I'm all here for the girls, so whatever they want, I'm here.
I know you've played a number of years now. It's been a little while since you won a trophy, because I was looking at what you did during the winter. You were 4th in the National Cricket League, 2nd from bottom with the Adelaide Strikers. So it's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while. We did go back for the WBBL, so that was most pleasing. But yeah, once again, like I said before, Hampshire's got, you know, a lot of titles in terms of the women's and the men's side. So it's very enticing to come here, and that's why I'm here to win silverware.
Do you still harbour ambitions to play for Australia? Because it's 2022 was your last international, wasn't it?
Yeah, correct, in the World Cup. Yes and no. I think I'm sort of past that in terms of what I want to get out of cricket. My passion is to travel the world and play for as many franchises as I can, and I feel like I'm doing that. And that's, yeah, my mental side is much clearer in what I want now. Yeah. We've got so much talent in Australia, so I'm not surprised there's other people playing for Australia. But like I said, I'm more than happy to be where I am at this stage of my career, and yeah, I'm very content with it.
You're here for the whole year, because I know normally when you're over here, you do actually play the whole season, don't you?
Yeah, I am here for the whole year, so whole season with Hampshire, and I'm excited to hopefully lift that trophy.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
Yeah, it's been brilliant. We've had so much time to hit balls. We've had great surfaces to bat on. I think we had 5 pitches today. An incredible amount of bowlers that have run in at us all day. Credit to them in the heat. They've just kept coming, kept bowling. So the opportunity for us to have a bat and just keep batting all day really has been amazing. It's been a great opportunity for all the players.
We've learned some really good stuff off Praveen and all the other coaches. The facilities are incredible, so the standard of training's been really good, and I think all of us have got a lot out of it. So it's been a really, really good week.
Praveen was always behind the nets looking at us. Handicap was, he'd throw balls, and he even ended up wicket keeping one of the games for us. They were always helping us out, doing whatever they could, and can't thank them enough for it.
Just a couple of things just to help us go home. He hasn't changed our games too much, but just 1 or 2 things. He's been quite specific around my hands. We've looked at lots of video footage. We've implemented it in a more match-like scenario yesterday, so I'm really grateful for Praveen to look at that, and his history of working with top-class Indian players speaks for itself.
We talk about 1%ers, and I think everyone's leaving here having improved by at least more than 1%. So yeah, Praveen's done great, and all the coaches who've thrown all day, 11:30 in the morning till 4:30. We've had sidearmers, everyone. So it's been really good.
I've been away in Australia this winter, so before here I've been playing games. I'm ready to go, and this has definitely helped us, get back onto grass, get the feel back of that. It's a lot different to indoors. So yeah, I feel ready.
Quite lucky with the weather. It's like 23, 24 degrees, which for me is just about enough. But yeah, the pitches are obviously very different, a bit lower, and obviously spin more. So yeah, it's been really good to train in this environment.
After every batting session, we go inside and sit with Praveen and go through some footage, and it's been really good. It's great for us to all be together here. We've got a few weeks back home and then a couple of weeks in Stellenbosch.
Now the challenge is for all of us to, transfer what we've worked on into runs in the season, which is never easy, but I think the way the guys have worked and the work rate over the winter has certainly given themselves the best chance.
Everyone's got a big smile on their face. It's really interesting going from the hotel to the ground, looking how real people around Delhi get around and live their lives. It's been a real culture lesson in that sense, and in the cricketing sense, just anything you could want as a player has been on offer. So it's been a really cool experience, and all thanks to GMR for organising it for Hampshire.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
So you are literally Just off the plane?
Yeah, correct, about 2 hours ago. Yeah, it's cold, I'll say that, but no, it's nice to be in the country.
Well, you've been over here a few times, so you're used to this, aren't you?
Yeah, 100%. I'm really excited to be here for, my 4th season, so yeah, can't wait.
How was the journey over? Because obviously with everything that's going on in the Middle East, did you have to change your flight plans?
Yeah, it was crazy. I couldn't get a flight to Qantas, the direct flight, so I had to go from Adelaide to Perth, Perth to Bangkok, Bangkok to here. So yeah, longer journey that I would like, but yeah, glad I'm here.
Why Hampshire this year?
Why not?
That's a good. But I mean, well, you know, you were Somerset last year. I know you were Western Storm, although the regional competition is no longer. But you know, I guess there were other options. Why here?
Yeah, I think Hampshire is such an exciting group, and I love the youth that's coming through. We got some really exciting players. One player I'm really looking forward to watching along the season is Daisy Gibbs. Yeah, excited to see her progress the year, and she's a phenomenal bowler, and can't wait to see what she does for Hampshire this year.
Interesting you picked her out because she's a pace bowler, you're a spinner.
Yeah, why not? Got to be nice to the paces. But no, I think she's an exceptional talent, someone who's progressing each year. And like I said, I can't wait to see what she does this year.
Also, you are coming to a side that's in transition. There are a lot of youngsters, so maybe the thought of winning trophies is probably a little bit, you know, it's a little bit more, not as easy.
I feel like coming to Hampshire, they've got a lot of silverware, so it's enticing. But like I said, I think it's just the youth and talent of this group that I'm really excited to work with. We've got some experienced players, but then it'll be exciting to see how the younger players step up when the England players are away. So yeah, I'm really excited to see what we can do this year.
And you're no stranger to this ground. You've been a Viper in the past, 2019. Southern Brave, you've had a couple of seasons with as well since COVID.
Yeah, I absolutely love the Utilita Bowl. It used to be called the Rose Bowl and the Ageas Bowl. But yeah, really excited to be back home to play in front of a crowd that I am familiar with. So it'd be really cool to get out there and put on a show again. But yeah, I can't wait to get back out there.
What do you like about this ground then?
I think just the way it feels so homely, as well as all the crowd gets along to every game. You know, we see so many, families and friends come out, but also so many loyal fans. They're one of the best fan base in the UK, and yeah, I can't wait to see them out here cheering us on.
Now, you've had a busy domestic season down under, recently playing for South Australia in the National Cricket League. Same territory as Jake Lehman, who's coming over for the men.
Yeah, really exciting to pick up Jake Lehman. Yeah, I can't wait to see what he does for the boys in Hampshire. But yeah, once again, Hampshire is really enticing, so I can't, see why we don't want to come here. I'm not surprised Jake is coming here, but yeah, can't wait to see him put on the Hampshire shirt.
What sort of season have you had personally?
Personally, I've had a good one. I've been very, very pleased with the way I've gone about things, but I just hope I can do a little bit more for Hampshire in terms of maybe a leadership role or helping the young ones come through and giving my knowledge about, whatever it comes in terms of cricket, like life as well. Yeah, I'm all here for the girls, so whatever they want, I'm here.
I know you've played a number of years now. It's been a little while since you won a trophy, because I was looking at what you did during the winter. You were 4th in the National Cricket League, 2nd from bottom with the Adelaide Strikers. So it's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while. We did go back for the WBBL, so that was most pleasing. But yeah, once again, like I said before, Hampshire's got a lot of titles in terms of the women's and the men's side. So it's very enticing to come here, and that's why I'm here to win silverware.
Do you still harbour ambitions to play for Australia? Because it's 2022 was your last international, wasn't it?
Yeah, correct, in the World Cup. Yes and no. I think I'm sort of past that in terms of what I want to get out of cricket. My passion is to travel the world and play for as many franchises as I can, and I feel like I'm doing that. And that's, yeah, my mental side is much clearer in what I want now. Yeah. We've got so much talent in Australia, so I'm not surprised there's other people playing for Australia. But like I said, I'm more than happy to be where I am at this stage of my career, and yeah, I'm very content with it.
You're here for the whole year, because I know normally when you're over here, you do actually play the whole season, don't you?
Yeah, I am here for the whole year, so whole season with Hampshire, and I'm excited to hopefully lift that trophy.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
Yeah, it's been brilliant. We've had so much time to hit balls. We've had great surfaces to bat on. I think we had 5 pitches today. An incredible amount of bowlers that have run in at us all day. Credit to them in the heat. They've just kept coming, kept bowling. So the opportunity for us to have a bat and just keep batting all day really has been amazing. It's been a great opportunity for all the players.
We've learned some really good stuff off Praveen and all the other coaches. The facilities are incredible, so the standard of training's been really good, and I think all of us have got a lot out of it, so it's been a really, really good week.
Praveen was always behind the nets looking at us. Handicap was, he'd throw balls, and he even ended up wicket keeping one of the games for us. They were always helping us out, doing whatever they could, and can't thank them enough for it.
Just a couple of things just to help us go home. He hasn't changed our games too much, but just 1 or 2 things. He's been quite specific around my hands. We've looked at lots of video footage. We've implemented it in a more match-like scenario yesterday, so I'm really grateful for Praveen to look at that, and his history of working with top-class Indian players speaks for itself.
We talk about 1%ers, and I think everyone's leaving here having improved by at least more than 1%. So yeah, Praveen's done great, and all the coaches who've thrown all day, 11:30 in the morning till 4:30. We've had side armers, everyone. So it's been really good.
I've been away in Australia this winter, so before here I've been playing games. I'm ready to go, and this has definitely helped us, get back onto grass, get the feel back of that. It's a lot different to indoors. So yeah, I feel ready.
Quite lucky with the weather. It's like 23, 24 degrees, which for me is just about enough. But yeah, the pitches are obviously very different, a bit lower, and obviously spin more. So yeah, it's been really good to train in this environment.
After every batting session, we go inside and sit with Praveen and go through some footage, and it's been really good. It's great for us to all be together here. We've got a few weeks back home and then a couple of weeks in Stellenbosch.
Now the challenge is for all of us to, transfer what we've worked on into runs in the season, which is never easy, but I think the way the guys have worked and the work rate over the winter has certainly given themselves the best chance.
Everyone's got a big smile on their face. It's really interesting going from the hotel to the ground, looking how real people around Delhi get around and live their lives. It's been a real culture lesson in that sense, and in the cricketing sense, just anything you could want as a player has been on offer. So it's been a really cool experience, and yeah, all thanks to GMR for organising it for Hampshire.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
So you are literally just off the plane.
Yeah, correct. About 2 hours ago. Yeah, it's cold. I'll say that. But no, it's nice to be in the country.
Well, you've been over here a few times, so you're used to this, aren't you?
Yeah, 100%. I'm really excited to be here for, my 4th season. So, yeah, can't wait.
How was the journey over? Because obviously with everything that's going on in the Middle East, did you have to change your flight plans?
Yeah, it was crazy. I couldn't get a flight to Qantas, the direct flight, so I had to go from Adelaide to Perth, Perth to Bangkok, Bangkok to here. So, yeah, longer journey that I would like, but yeah, glad I'm here.
Why Hampshire this year?
Why not?
And welcome back to Utilita Bowl, to the first game of the One Day Cup. Games across the country today, one of which is Hampshire versus Essex here at Southampton. Sun's out. Hampshire won the toss and they put Essex in to bat first, who made 265 for 8 off of their 50 overs. Runs for Jodie Grucock, who made 80 from 97. Cameos from McLeod with 46, Smale and Carr with 33 apiece. And striking at 309 off 3 balls from Eva Gray at the end to take him up to 265 for 8. Wicket spread, 2 for Smith, 2 for Datani, 1 for Wellington and 1 for Tyson. Hampshire have just strolled out to bat. Maya Bouchier and Ella McCacken will open the batting for Hampshire as they try and chase down these runs that Essex have put on the board. 265 for 8 the score. They will need 266 to win. I'm joined by Phil Green. Hello, Phil.
Hi, Charlotte. Hi, everyone. Yeah, I always think in these situations it's about a par score, as we were talking earlier on, but often the momentum from the first innings is key, and Essex have got the momentum because Hampshire got very sloppy in the last 3 or 4 overs, 5 overs of the innings, dropped a few catches, a few missed fields. The Essex batters in at the end were running off every ball, and I think they took more positive out the end of the innings than Hampshire would have done to take into this second innings. So I think Essex will be quite pleased with that score, having been put in to bat.
I agree.
But we'll see. They
were quite happy. And they did sort of up the ante towards the end, but there was a few mistakes from Hampshire, like you say, that just took them over that 260 mark. And they've got a bit of work to do. But McCacken, who had a good start to the season last year before her injury, is going to face up to Esme McGregor, who starts with a wide. Bit of swing for McGregor, but far too far wide down the offside.
Started wide and went wider.
Yeah, McCacken been away for England A duties in a couple of camps across the summer, catching the eye of England's selectors off the back of a good season last year.
Yeah, that injury came at a really bad time for her. I mean, there's never a good time, but she was in the form of her life.
McGregor in again wider, but not called a wide by umpire Rose Dovey on this occasion, left alone by McCacken, and doesn't go through to Carr. She might be stood too far away. She comes a couple of yards closer behind the stumps. Yeah, you don't want to get injured at any point, but she was in such a good reign of form, was
McCacken. She
McCacken.
amazing innings at Southport, didn't she, in that run chase? And
McGregor in again, straighter line this time on the back foot. McCacken playing up to mid-off. Joe Gardner there does the fielding. Lots of bowling options for Essex. McGregor obviously opening up here. Eva Gray probably to take the new ball at the other end. You've got Sophia Smale with her off spin as well. Jodie Grucock bowls a little bit of off spin.
Kopak's a seamer.
And Cock, yeah, she could take the new ball actually. Another wide delivery from McGregor. Again, not called a wide by Rosedave. It must be right on that line.
I was going to say that one looked outside the line, I think, but the umpire sort of did one of those, almost started to go and changed her mind.
So 3 balls gone. Only one that McCacken can actually play at so far. 1 run to the total in the form of a wide so far. McGregor running away from us with number 8 on her back bowls. That's a better line and length, driven by McCacken up to mid-off once again. Gardner does the fielding, and there is no run.
Yeah, it's be interesting to see where Essex go with the bowling options that they've got. I think Jo Gardner bowls a bit as well. Jo Gardner's an off spinner. Plenty of options.
McGregor in once again, driving as McCacken through extra cover, not past Lissy McLeod, who dives to her right hand side and picks up the ball. Sorry, I feel like I off there.
That's okay. No, I was just saying, adding to the bowling options, Jo Gardner as well.
She didn't bowl an awful lot last year.
No, but she has done in the past. I think
interesting to see. And Scrivens herself, of course, with her off spin.
They all bowl at some stage, most of them, but that's the ones that don't bowl quite so often. So.
McGregor in once more, bowls, and on the back foot is McCacken, driving on the up, and back to the bowler in a follow through. A wide to start with, and then a little bit better after that.
Yeah.
1 for no loss, Hampshire. A good start for McGregor in terms of figures. Probably didn't make McCacken play at too many.
No, she didn't, but
a good start nonetheless.
She'll be quite happy, and if you can get away with bowling just on that wide line like that and not be wided, then it's quite a bonus, really.
Long line up for Hampshire as well. Their batting line up. I mean, Lindsay Smith's carded to come in at 9, and she can play. So there's a long line up if required. No George Adams, of course, in their lineup today, nursing a little quad injury, but should be back soon. So we wish her well in her recovery.
As predicted by you, Charlotte, we've got Eva Gray taking the new ball from the pavilion end. Kate Kopak was the other candidate for that role, I guess. She's going to be bowling to Boucher. She's got a short third, a point, cover, mid-off and a sweeper on the offside. She comes down, it's just back up a length, and Boucher's pushed it to that sweeper on the offside to get off the mark with a single.
It's interesting that they've offered up that single straight away to Boucher. Almost happy to get her off strike, which just seems bizarre if you're trying to get her out. But
well, I got the same feel for McCacken as well. So.
Just happy to offer up that single. Obviously, the slip in, having that pocket open means that the oh no, there is no slip in. I thought there was a slip in. I assumed there would be a slip in because of the
she's on
the gap that's open.
Short third, isn't she? Yeah, Gray in again. Oh, that's an inside edge from McCacken. That's going to bring her 4 runs. Not the way she intended by any means. It's there's been a lot of terms for that shot over the years, French cut and Chinese cut and whatever, but basically it's an inside edge that's gone past the stumps as she's tried it on the offside. But McCacken's season's underway, 4 not out. Hampshire up to 6, but a very fortuitous boundary.
Sometimes it doesn't matter how they come,
no.
As long as they're on the score sheet.
There's no pictures in the scorebook, as they say, although nowadays
there is.
Yeah.
You get a wagon wheel.
Yeah. Anyway, Gray back in again to McCacken. That's turned nicely by the leg side. She's going to get at least 2. Well, 2 here. Don't get many 3s here. But that's a comfortable 2. Square. The field on the leg side is very fine. And that went sort of to deep square, and a comfortable 2 from McCacken, so she's up to 6. Hampshire up to 8. Yeah, it feels a bit surprising. They've got 2 very sort of straight mid wickets, then a massive gap down to fine leg. So anywhere around there's a single or more. Gray in again. This one's turned away by McCacken, but this time it's straighter, and she turns it straight to mid wicket. Smale.
Looks like they're trying to make McCacken play across the line of the ball, maybe bringing in a leading edge, trying to open up that gap at square leg.
Possibly, yeah, so it's quite unusual. And also giving them the gap on the offside with the sweeper, so it's not the sort of field you normally get with a new ball, I have to say. Anyway, Gray in, and that's just defended. Good length ball by Gray, and McCacken defends it down to Cordelia Griffith at the straighter of the mid-wickets.
Yeah, normally if you've got a deep cover early and that sort of gap at cover's opened up, you might have a slip in to encourage that drive to bring the slip into play, but there's no slip, so that's not the plan they're going for. They're just happy to offer up a single out there. So the drive's still on offer, because if you schnick it, you're either going to get caught by the keeper, which is a bit of much fortunate, or it's going to go for 4.
Yes, you have to say it's a bit of a defensive outlook, I think, but anyway, it's their plan, and it's a dot ball to finish the over on Gray, and Hampshire at 8 from 2 overs without loss, and McCacken's on 6 and Boucher 1 off her only ball, striking at 100.
Yeah, wealth of experience in this team as well. Kemp with England honours, and Norgrove with under-19 England honours. Southby's been away with England and England A over the winter. Datani, captain and leading with all her experience as well. You've got loads of batting to come if they need it, Hampshire.
And they might well do. They might well do. But if these two can get up to a really good start, then it makes the task so much easier.
Another interesting field. We've got 2 catching extra covers, a cover, a point and a mid-off, so the offside's packed for Boucher. They're going to try and use the swing of McGregor and try and get a catch inside the inner circle, as she's short and Boucher's cutting and does find the fielder at cover. That's Sophia Smell cutting off the boundary there.
Yeah, whatever we say about it, the one thing you can say for sure is Essex have done some homework here and have come out with very specific fielding plans.
And just whether they can execute, that's the key. Can McGregor, it needs to be full and bring the drive, but Boucher, she's a smart cricketer, and her cover drive is pretty good, so if she's in control of it, the space behind these fielders is open as a boundary option. So we will see McGregor in, bowls, and cutting is Boucher, cuts into the floor and goes through to Amara Carr, and there is no run. She tries to access that offside, does Boucher.
Yeah, I mean,
she will take it on. That's one thing about Maya Boucher. She won't be, you know, afraid to still access that area. If the ball's there to be driven, she will still try and drive the ball, no matter how many fielders are stood in her way. McGregor, and again, down the leg side. That's a poor ball. Wide signal by umpire Rose Dovey, not where she intended.
That's what I'm thinking, really. If they're going to the 6-3 field, she's obviously going to bowl that line and swinging it away, then you'd have the deep cover, wouldn't you? Because Boucher is going to take it on, and you've still got plenty of protection. You could even lose the fine leg, to be honest, if you want your second boundary field. It just seems, if you're going to bowl there, why give her the option of the 4 through the field? But I don't know.
Another wide down the leg side from McGregor. Just getting her line wrong for the plan that's clearly at play here.
Yeah, certainly for the field she's got, that's wrong.
Young player, signed a contract extension with Essex until the end of 2027. So they believe in her.
Essex born and bred.
It's a good story, isn't it?
Yeah.
A player coming through the ranks and then signing contract extensions at your home club. She's in again, back of a length. Good delivery, better line and length. Defending is Boucher into the offside. No run taken. Hampshire 10 for no loss. We're halfway through the 3rd over here at Utilita Bowl. It's cold, just to confirm. The sun is out in patches, but it is cold. There's a horrid wind whistling round up here in the commentary box, down there in the bowl as well. Full of delivery, driven Boucher straight to one of the fielders at extra cover. That's Eva Gray doing well. She's the closest of the 3 fielders that are in that extra cover region.
Yeah, it's a packed area to hit through, but as you said, Charlotte, Boucher will take it on. But it's good to see that plan specific for batters. I mean, it shows the thought that goes into it. I know that's what happens in the modern.
I'm trying to get her out rather than just letting her rotate. She's going to rotate that one. A back of the length delivery clipped into the leg side, and she'll pick up an easy 2 as the fielder Kopak comes around from deep fine leg to pick that one up. She moves to 3 from 6 deliveries, 12 Hampshire after 2.5 deliveries, 1 ball to go in the third. McGregor finding a little bit more consistency in the latter half of her second over.
She's adjusting the field now and bringing one over to the leg side.
Change of plan, going slightly straighter possibly. McGregor in once more, runs past the umpire. Fuller driven and can't be stopped by Joe Gardner at mid-off, and will go to the boundary for 4. It's a good shot from Boucher. It was a half volley from Esme McGregor, and she's dispatched it to the boundary. 4 runs to Boucher. She moves to 7. A lovely cricket shot. Well, Hampshire 16 for naught, sorry, after 3.
I think it's gone through the exact place where the fielder was moved from to the onside, so not quite getting the thinking right there, Essex.
Young bowler, just learning. If you miss once or miss fractionally, you're going to be punished by these good players. And Boucher, one of the best in the country.
Absolutely.
And she was the highest run scorer in this competition last year. I said it a little bit earlier on. 539 runs last year in this competition. 6th in the tally across all the teams, averaging of 41.46.
Eva Gray now into McCacken. That's good length ball. McCacken treats it with the respect it deserved. Defends it out to the offside. Yeah, I think Hampshire, if Hampshire are going to go well this year, I think these two are going to be a big part of it.
Yeah, and there just comes a patch in the year where this is going to affect every team, but there's England stuff going on, there's England A stuff going on, there's England under-19 stuff going on.
This one again, same sort of ball, same sort of shot, just defended out on the offside.
So while they've got these two, and the likes of Kemp and Southby and Smith and, you know, Bell if she becomes available, all those players that are involved in England and England under-19 honours, they're going to have to really cash in for their team whilst they've got them.
The World Cup will take Pippa Sproul out as well, although she's not playing today, but she's in the squad. That one's hit square on the offside by McCacken, but can't get it through the field. It's another dot ball, so good start here from Eva Gray.
And it brings opportunity for other squad members and younger players during that time.
Test the counties that got depth, doesn't it? I mean, it shows when all the internationals aren't playing, who have you got?
Absolutely.
That's key. That's nicely turned away by McCacken. That could go all the way, actually. It has gone all the way. Just a gentle nudge on the leg side, really, but as we said, this fine leg is very fine, and that gap is huge on the leg side. You don't normally see a shot like that go for 4 in this stage of the innings, just to turn past square leg, but it did, and McCacken's getting away here. She's on 10, and I'm not convinced they've got this field quite right.
They need early wickets to Essex. Haven't found one so far.
Gray in again, and this one's just defended. Back to the bowler. She takes it off on the bounce. Quite a short opening bowler, Eva Gray, I think.
No, she is. And I can say that because I'm definitely shorter than her, but she definitely is on the shorter side.
It's always hard to tell the relative heights from where we are up here, but obviously I've seen her before, and I think she is quite short for an opening bowler, but quite pacey. And this one's outside the off stump, and McCacken just plays it into the offside for no run, and that's the end of the 4th over of the innings. Gray's second. Hampshire ticking along at 5 and over, 20 for no wicket. So a good solid start for Hampshire.
Yeah, required rate at 5.4, their run rate at 5. So pretty much perfect start for Hampshire in pursuit of 266 they need to win this match here at Utilita Bowl when Essex were put into bat by them earlier on today. Essex going to need some early wickets, get rid of some of these top order batters, get into the middle order of Hampshire where there's some youth and some inexperience, and see if they can get some momentum throughout this game and take away a vital win, because they didn't fare too well in the competition last year, finishing 8th out of 8. McGregor in again over the wicket. It's Boucher, who's offered a little bit of width but drives and can only find Jo Gardner at mid-off. She'll be a little bit disappointed that she couldn't find a gap there. She kind of giggles to herself.
Interesting, since they've moved the fielder onto the onside, she's actually bowled wider of off stump. Probably not intentionally, but she should be looking to bowl straight with this field now.
She's in again, McGregor, full and outside the off stump again. Yorker length that's dug out by Boucher, but no real risk there. McGregor collects in her follow through.
She has got that natural shape, hasn't she, McGregor? You can tell for her action is all geared up to bowl that away swing. But she's looks a strong bowler, good athlete.
She runs away from us, from the hotel end, bowls to Boucher, full and straight, driven back to the bowler. Nice and simple stuff from McGregor. Nothing Boucher can do about that. And that's how simple it can be, really. To the best players, just keep it nice and simple. See if they make the mistake, make them get bored. She's bowling well, 3 dots to start. Bowls to Boucher, again full, straight, driven straight to Jo Gardner at mid-off. Silence in the crowd, Boucher gone, big wicket for Essex, huge wicket for Esme McGregor. She's bowled brilliantly in this over, 3 dots. And Boucher did have to do something different. She tried to go over the top, hit it straight to mid-off, not a convincing shot from her. She's had to take the slow walk off, she'll be disappointed with herself. An early one for Essex, and Hampshire a 20 for 1.
It's a way that we do see Maya Boucher get out quite often, that courtly, that sort of not quite, well, as you say, trying to hit over the top, but just sort of chips it to mid-off, mid-on. I sort of can picture her getting out like that a lot over the last 2 or 3 years. She always looks so good. It's always disappointing when she's out because she looks so good, doesn't she? But it's not her day today. She's had plenty of good days, of course, but this isn't one of them. And the first wicket for Essex brings Abby Norgrove to the wicket. She's going to take on a bit more responsibility this season, I guess, moving up the order. Batted around about 6 most of the time last year, but she's going to be moving up to number 3. Certainly at the moment, I don't know how that will pan out when George Adams is back, but getting the opportunity at number 3, the former England under-19 captain, Abby Norgrove.
And with a job to do here. Norgrove waits for McGregor. He's got the sun shining on her now. Bowls to Norgrove, full and straight, defended, respected by Norgrove. Into the leg side, and there is no run. This is a much better line and length from McGregor. This is where she should have been from the start. And she's got it right now. She's got a big wicket of Boucher, and she's got a tail up now. They'll be wanting to get a couple of quick ones. Really put the pressure on Hampshire's chase. McGregor bowls, full toss, worked up to mid-on, no run taken as Scrivens, the captain, does the fielding. That's a pretty good over, a wicket made, and can't really get better than that for Esme McGregor. 3 overs, 1 made and 1 for 9 so far for her.
And a big wicket as well, not just a wicket. So, yeah, and she looks good. I don't remember seeing her before. I'm sure I have, but she's a good athlete, strong through the crease, and yeah, good prospect. She's 21 years old, Esme McGregor, so she's got a lot of cricket ahead of her, hopefully.
Definitely.
We've got Eva Gray again on the adjusting her hair.
Important, Phil.
Absolutely.
Needs to be done.
I always had to find that myself.
Just adjusting her field, making sure that the angles are right.
In she comes, running towards us. And that's just back of her length, but going straight, and there's nothing Macaque could do other than defend it onto the leg side where Cordelia Griffith is fielding. They've changed that field now and got the deep square out where that big gap was, and brought the cover boundary fielder in. Only allowed 2 fielders outside the circle, of course, at this stage of the innings, the first 10 overs.
This is a better field for me.
Yeah, absolutely. Gray in again, this one's driven, but won't pierce the field, goes to mid-off. Yeah, you can't have... I thought this they could have moved this field a square, the one in front of us, the fine leg, but they felt that they had to get somebody there where they have a deep square, or in that area, and they've done that. And sacrifice the cover boundary. Gray in again. This one's outside off and it's edged by McCacken, and that's going to fly away for 4. It's a second streaky 4, you'd have to say. This time down the offside. Went through about where second slip would have been, I think. Had there been one, I'm just going to watch it again. It was probably more first slip actually. It's only just eluded the keeper, but yeah, a bit fortuitous, but it was a wide ball. She threw her hands at it, and
you get rewarded for that sometimes.
Yeah, if you nick that.
Flash hard.
Flash, exactly right. And they've now adjusted and brought the not brought a slip in, but brought a third in on a very fine, almost on a slip line. She bowls again. This one's pulled away by McCacken. This finds fielder down at fine leg. She'll get a single. So yeah, you've got a fielder sort of on the line of second slip, but on the edge of the circle. Fairly unusual position. So there seems to be a lot of thought going into
it's good
plan, which we like to see.
You just don't want to just go through the motions, do you?
You don't overthink it. Gray in again, this time to Norgrove, who just defends on the offside. There's no run. Norgrove's still looking to get off the mark. He's only had 3 deliveries. But yeah, she could have a very important role to play for Hampshire this year. With, as you were saying, Charlotte, when the absentees start kicking in for the international calls, she might be one of them, of course, but she could have an even bigger role to play. This one's just played away on the onside. Cordelia Griffith fielding at mid-wicket, and there's no run. And at the end of the 6th over, Hampshire 25 for 1. I think Essex will be quite pleased with this start.
Yeah, they definitely will be. And you can have a little look if you're around the ground at that scoreboard, because the run rate required is up there versus the current run rate, 4.2 the current, and 5.5 is the required, so that will ebb and flow as the game goes on. And for Hampshire's sake, they want it to stick roughly around where it is now. They don't really want it to get too much higher than where it is right now. McGregor's going to continue from the hotel end. Another change in field. There's a cheer from the crowd. I'm not really sure why. Cordelia Griffith down at fine leg was struggling with something, but she's recovered from that. Straight on the pads from McGregor, and half an appeal from the keeper, but nothing to worry about.
I think it was a costume maladjustment.
Was it?
To be polite, and one of her colleagues had to stand behind her so that she was,
oh, I see.
Means discretion. I think that's what the cheer was about. Because as Cordelia Griffith ran round the boundary, the fielder did the...
Change their positioning. Driven by McCacken up to mid-on.
Yeah, the substitute fielder sort of ran behind her so that she was protecting her from view. So I'm not quite sure what was going on. It's a long way from us. Probably a good job, to be honest. I think that's what the crowd were laughing at.
Good, I'm glad they're having a good time. Easter holidays, obviously some kids around the ground. As McGregor's in, straying onto the pads of McCacken, who's in and out quickly. She's not going to take the second run. Single taken, she moves to 16 from 24 deliveries. Hampshire to 26 for 1.
As some of the Hampshire squad players, I guess, are disappearing over to our left to have a net.
And greeted by the groundsman's dog. McGregor in again, defending as Norgrove. And there is no run on the offside. The Tier 2 competition, Metrobank Tier 2 competition gets underway tomorrow. There are games up and down the country, so some of the squad members possibly being loaned out to Tier 2 sides to get some game time in, get some runs and wickets under their belt, if required to come back and represent a Tier 1 side in the future. McGregor in, full Yorker length delivery and taken well by Amara Carr behind the stumps, as it had Norgrove in a bit of bother there, who's still yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, it sort of went below it, beneath it, didn't it? She yorked her, but in between bat and pad, but missed the leg stump, so quite unusual.
Good delivery from McGregor.
Yeah, it was.
She starts again. She bowls to Norgrove, who's trying to play that one into the covers and can't get it past Flo Miller, who stood there at extra cover and gets the throw back in. No run to be taken. Norgrove still yet to get off the mark. Faced 7 deliveries. Hampshire 26 for 1. That's the end of the 7th. Run rate dropped below 4, which I'm not sure it did in the whole of the Essex innings,
No,
to be perfectly honest.
They were consistently scoring at about 5, weren't they?
Yeah.
And then stepped it up, obviously, a little bit at the end. But yeah, I think Essex will be very happy with this. Norgrove still on naught after 7 balls, but it's just starting very watchfully. I'm going to have Eva Gray again.
Just got to find their way into the innings, build some momentum slowly. Don't need to do anything rash. Still a long time to go.
Just adjusting that field again. You've got the cover sweeper back out now, but this time the one field on the leg side is squarer. Excuse me, so they've adjusted that well. Gray in. That one's turned by McCacken straight to the fielder that's just been moved there for a single on the leg side. So McCacken up to 17. Hampshire 27 for 1. Norgrove back on strike.
Just patience is required by Hampshire at the moment. They're bowling well. Just as Hampshire started, they started really well, and Essex were patient.
Norgrove's early cricketing career was with Oxfordshire, home county. She's been in Hampshire now for a while. Gray in again, and Norgrove drives, but she's still can't get off the mark. She's hit that well, but it's gone straight to points, square on the offside. There's no run. So should be getting a little bit. It's a long way to go, as you say, but you always get a little bit anxious until you're off the mark, don't you? 8 balls in. But she's middled just about everything she's played so far, but just hasn't been able to find those gaps. Gray in again. This time she does get off the mark, so she's pleased with that. Finds the gap on the offside. It's gone out to the fielder on the cover boundary. And it's just a single. That's Kate Kopak out there. And Norgrove up to 1. And Hampshire 28 for 1. There's another Hampshire squad member goes to join the training club.
That's Georgia Adams.
Oh, is it? Sorry. Yeah.
She's knowing Georgia, she's probably just going to see the dog.
Okay.
There we go.
Gray, and that's wide of off stump and driven by Kacken. That might. No, it's going to be 2. It's cover field manages to get around. I thought it was going to go for 4 at one point, but she managed to cut it off. And you're absolutely right. Georgia Adams is focusing on the dog rather than anything else on the cricket. Gray in again. 2 balls left of this over. That one's just defended by McCacken to extra cover.
You just get the buzz around Essex that they feel a little bit more in control.
Yeah, there's good discipline about them at the moment with the bowling. Probably the new coaching team buzz as well. It's sort of we say that with football, the new manager, don't they? You get the lift, and perhaps the new coaches made a difference here as well. And this one's just defended by McCacken, so another good over from Gray. And at the end of the 8th over, Hampshire 30 for 1, and I'm going to hand over to Jem.
Thank you, Phil. As Hampshire, that run rate just below 4. As Gemma comes alongside me. Hello, Gem.
Hey, Charlotte.
So the required rate at 5.6. So they'll just have an eye on that as the innings progresses. They won't be worried about it immediately as they get into their innings, but it will be in the back of their mind.
It will. They have got a bit of catch-up ability in the Hampshire.
Is that a word?
It's now a word. Yeah, Freya Kemp and AJ Wellington last year both shared the fastest 50 in this competition of 26 balls. If they can both replicate that later on in the innings, that is catch-up ability. But for now, Essex looking very in control with the ball. About to have a bowling change. We've had McGregor on at our end, at the commentary end. She's about to be replaced by Katie Kopak, who's just gone through her run-up as a shadow bowl before she does it for real. And here we go. She's in, up to the crease. Norgrove on strike. Driven into the offside for no run.
Kate Kopak, I think she's a solicitor.
Oh.
Or was. Don't know if she might not be able to be a solicitor and be a pro cricketer now. There's so many demands on it, but I'm fairly sure she was a solicitor or a lawyer as a full-time job.
Fair
and she
enough.
was sort of still playing, full-time cricket. I don't know whether she still is, but she definitely was.
She's in again and bowls full and straight. Let's just push back to her. Yeah, a lot of sports people have to have a plan B. Obviously injury can end a career, but even if it doesn't, a sports career is a short one. You don't tend to retire at 65 or 70 like you do in the real world. So you tend to need something to fall back on or go to when your time comes. So if she's got those kind of qualifications, she's set. She's in now, bowls. This is shorter and wider and dealt with well by Norgrove, who cuts that strongly, but there is a fielder out there on the cover boundary, so keeps it down to just a single.
Well, that's Flo Miller out there. She's got a great arm. Wouldn't be taking on her arm too many times, especially when it's not an awful long way square of the wicket.
Absolutely, and Surrey set a record in this competition. This competition obviously only started last year, so we're 1 year into this 52 over competition. That's a full toss by Kopak, but it's not put away. It's driven to mid-off for no run. They've put on a mammoth 389 for 9 up at Warwickshire, which is the biggest team total in this competition. So Warwickshire have got their work cut out, yet to take to the field with the bat in hand. Wouldn't want to be Yorkshire right now. Warwickshire, sorry. Kopak in, bowls, full, good length, good line, no run. Lancashire have also scored over 300, 303 for 8 in a 48 over game. And Gabby Lewis, talk about continuing where you left off. She scored 141 in the final, not out in the final last year to give Lancashire the victory, and she scored 131 today. So it's
not bad, is it?
It's almost as if there hasn't been a winter in between her two innings, and she's just carried on as Kopak's in. Full toss, and again, not really dealt with, just pushed to the extra cover fielder, and there's no run there. Good first over from Kopak. Hampshire 31 for 1 off 9.
Yeah, that's quite remarkable, isn't it? 2 big hundreds either side of a winter, where she's been away, done some World Cup qualifiers. I don't know how she did in those, obviously, but you'd like to think she's done pretty well going into a run of form She's back in now. There's a bit of a big cloud above us. Doesn't look rain-filled, and the ground staff don't seem to be moving, so they're just happy it's going to pass over. But it is quite big. There are more clouds around.
More grey and fluffy than white and fluffy.
Yeah.
Our meteorologist described them earlier.
We're going to have a change of bowling, and Esme McGregor, she's going to switch ends. So she's had enough of this end. 1 for 10 off 4 from the hotel end. She's going to switch to the opposite end of the ground, running towards us now, the pavilion end, and she's going to have a go down there. So she's going to be bowling to Norgrove, who's 2 from 12 so far. She runs towards off bowls, and Norgrove off the back foot punches to mid-off, and there is no run. As a horrible throw comes back in from Gardner, hits Amara Carr's feet. Don't like that as a keeper, do you? Get an unpleasant return.
Oh, and yeah, it's always your fault as well. And, yeah, throws into the keeper are so important. Get them right, guys.
From the keeper herself. McGregor in, bowls, clipped off the legs of Norgrove, doesn't get anything on it though, and balloons out into the offside. She's trying to work that square on the leg side, but it hit her on the boot.
We were saying earlier about momentum into the innings break, and how Essex very much had that last 10 overs, given that the first ball of the last 10 overs dismissed Grucock. The last 10 overs went 70 for 3, 7 runs and over. So Essex very much had it, the momentum.
It's a lovely shot from Norgrove, driven half volley from McGregor, and they took the single on the basis that Gardner misfielded the ball, but if she'd picked it up cleanly, there was a run-out chance at the bowler's end, but not to be. McCacken moves to 19, Hampshire 32 for 1.
And you just feel they've come out with that momentum, and in an innings where, like we say, they kept it roughly 5 and over.
Absolutely.
Hampshire down at the minute.
A full ball, McCacken tries to turn that square on the leg side, and doesn't get anything on it, goes back to the bowler in a follow-through.
Yeah, is McCacken fully fit, do we know? She's not got any hangovers from the injury last year. Is it a...
Yeah, I think so. As far as I'm aware, no problems. Recovered well, that hamstring niggle. And batting lovely here. It's a lovely full-blooded drive up through mid-on. Goes for 4, hits the advertising boards with some power. It's over-pitched by McGregor. And McCacken, well, she's started as she started last year with some great positivity. 23 from 33 deliveries. And Hampshire moved to 36 for 1 now.
Yeah, she was going brilliantly at the start of last year, and it was such a shame her injury stopped her season.
Yeah, definitely. And the last ball is worked into the leg side for a dot ball, and that concludes the power play. 36 for 1 at the end of the 10th over. The only wicket to be dismissed was that of England's Maya Bouchier, who was caught at mid-off by Joe Gardner. A full ball that she hit on the up that went straight into the hands of Gardner. And they've been rebuilding ever since. So Hampshire will be in hot pursuit of the 265 required, but they don't need to panic just yet. But that run rate required, it's just creeping up. It's now at 5.8, but they will have half an eye on it.
So it's Kopak to continue. Norgrove on strike. She's slow start, 3 from 15, but she's still there, which is the most important thing at this stage of the innings. And that's worked onto the leg side. Fielder out there deep, backward square. Keeps it down to a single. Yeah, I'm just looking at McCacken's scores from last year. She scored 3 50s in a row, or one of them was 100, 64, 133 and 57 in 3 consecutive games in this competition, and scored the only 100 in the T20 competition as well. So yeah, she really was in fine fettle, and hope she picks up that from today. She's on strike now, and a good ball just kept out, just outside off stump. No run.
That's all they need to do. That's all Essex did when they were batting earlier on. Just played good cricket shots, worked the singles where they could, took the boundaries where they were on offer, didn't overhit the ball, didn't do anything too funky, just played good classical cricket shots and built their innings based on that.
3 traditionalists up here, we liked that, didn't we? We enjoyed that. As she's in, bowls full just outside off stump, and it's driven by McCacken, but only as far as the bowler.
Her right boot, to be exact, as she tries to hoof it into the back of the net.
The seagulls are getting excited.
I'm not sure what about. There's not a lot happening currently.
Must be warming up. As Kopak's in again. Bowls this time back of a length, and that's whipped through mid-wicket, really well timed, and that will go to the boundary. 4 runs to McCacken.
That was more classical from McCacken, because you see that shot where she accesses mid-wicket before, she kind of shovels it, and that was more classical. I don't know whether that shot's gone away completely, because she uses the bottom hand shovel sometimes to get it through that gap, but that was definitely more classical off the back foot from McCacken. She picks up a boundary.
And Phil's just replicating that shot. Yeah, he's shadow batting it like a pro. And Kopak again to McCacken, past Rose Dovey, in bowls full straight and driven straight back to her again. No run. So after her first over going for just 1 run, this one so far 5 off it. 1 ball to go.
There's about 5 Hampshire players, maybe a member of staff or 2, on the edge of the boundary looking absolutely freezing cold in coats and hats and all sorts down there on the boundary edge.
Leg stump whipped away but off the pads, and there's no time in there, no run there. Hampshire ends the 11th over, 41 for 1.
225 required of 39 remaining overs in this match. The opening match for these 2 sides, and the opening matches across the competition today happening. The only team not to have a game today are the Blaze, that are just watching it all unfold on the first weekend. There'll be an action midweek, I am sure.
Another match from this game, Yorkshire limped to 178 earlier on. Somerset are currently 68 for 3 in pursuit. It's at Taunton.
We got time for the one at Lancashire?
The one at Lancashire, we've got time. But we do have a bowling change.
Sophia Smell's going to bowl from the pavilion end.
Durham are yet to bat.
Okay.
Chasing 303.
Oh yeah, you did say about 303, you're right. Clearly wasn't listening.
The Gabby Lewis
yes.
innings.
I do remember. Smale, left arm off spin around the wicket to Norgrove, who's forward, driving back to her in a follow through, and there'll be no run. Sophia Smale moved from the West Country a couple of years ago now, and firmly embedded in this Essex lineup. Norgrove is driving once more up to mid-on, finds Eva Gray. There is no run once again. Good start from Smale, 2 dots.
A lot of people question if she's related to Seren, don't they, which she isn't. But she is the younger sister of Will Smale, who plays for Glamorgan.
Back foot cut from Norgrove, straight into the hands of, I think that's Flo Miller at extra cover. That's a brilliant stop, because there was at least 1, possibly even 2, if that got through the infield. Good pressure by Essex. Gets the ball back to Smale, and she's starting again as she's bowling to Norgrove. This time cuts in front of square. Runs the first one hard. They turn down the second. That's good fielding out there by McGregor. Just keeps it to a single, 42 for 1. McCacken moves to 27 from 39. Norgrove up to 5. Good rebuilding this from Hampshire. 2 balls to go in Sophia Smell's first over. Only conceded the 1 single so far. She's in again to McCacken, who's on the back foot, clips that into the leg side into the gap. Again, they run the first one hard, but there is not any chance of a second as Cordelia Griffith does the fielding at deep mid-wicket. 1 more to the total, 43 for 1. She's rattling through this over. Is Smale from the pavilion end, bowls again to Norgrove, driving back to her in a follow-through, and that completes her first over. It's over before it even starts. That's what it felt like. 1 over, 0 for 2. Hampshire 43 for 1 at the end of the 12th.
I know we've been mentioning that we're cold. We've both got our hands in our pockets up here, but and you've got your gloves on,
like a Premier League footballer.
But it must be cold for the Hampshire bench or the Hampshire dugout. They don't have dugouts, obviously, in that's very much a T20 thing. So they're just on chairs.
They do have them. They could pull them out
They
from
could,
there
but
over there, but they don't.
So they've got no shelter, no padded seat, and they're just sat in the elements. That must be a cold spot. So, you know, think yourself lucky. We're up here, we are sheltered.
Eva Gray's waving for somebody to move from behind the bowler's arm. It's not us, because we're way too high. There's some movement below us that's in the way. It's not It's not Eva Gray, sorry, it's Kopak. But that's been resolved.
She starts her third over to McCacken, who's on 28. Bowls a short ball and pulled away. That's a bit more shovelly that you were talking about earlier. Same result, 4 runs through mid-wicket.
She's just leant back on it. Brilliant shot from McCacken. Didn't overhit the ball.
She picked up that length really quickly as well, because it wasn't short. It was just back of a length.
That's a lovely shot. Nothing wrong with that. Perfect cricket shot. Just started well here, McCacken. Full of confidence. Made 66 in the warm-up game against Somerset about a week ago. And continuing that form today.
Kopak in again. Over the wicket. Fuller this time and driven through the offside. Straight to the cover fielder, or the cover sweeper, should I say, sorry, who keeps that down to a single. I think that's Flo Miller.
I think that's Smale. So there's so many blonde ponytails.
There are.
Deep cover is... normally Flo Miller is out on the boundary, so I'm not quite sure why. Maybe she's got some sort of issue with her arm, because she's got a rocket arm.
Yes.
So eventually at some point I'd expect to see her out on the boundary, but maybe not today. So that's Sophia Smale out at deep cover.
Kopak in, bowls full and straight, driven down the ground. They do take a single to the captain, Grace Scrivens, and they get through comfortably as Scrivens has to move to her left and do a bit of a combat roll to ensure that doesn't go through.
And we're talking about England, commitments and stuff throughout the summer, and there's multiple series, World Cups, all that kind of stuff. Essex are a team that, other than Grace Scrivens, if she disappears with England A, or even the full England side, they'll obviously lose her, but everyone else will pretty much, unless something different happens, Grucock might go elsewhere, but they should stay pretty much together as a unit.
They should, as she's in and bowls full and straight. This time it's whipped away onto the leg side. They've run the first one quickly and they're coming back for the second, and that's well run. They come home comfortably in the end, 2 runs. Yeah, I've got the teams here, and I've got sort of little symbols of, you know, when players have played for full international. I'm talking about not under 21. And yeah, the only one in the Essex setup is Maxud. Obviously plays for Scotland, but like you say, Grace Scrivens very much on the brink of England A and things like that. But yeah, you're right. They are a team that will be least affected once international cricket kicks in, which is it's good for them, and they should use that to their advantage and be able to build some kind of consistency throughout the season. As Kopak is in, bowls good length ball, defended off the back foot for no run.
Yeah, absolutely. Just depends whether this is their full strength side, or whether Maxud would be in it if she was. I don't know where she is today. Is she non-selected or just not fit? Possibly. Obviously, that might be another factor. So she might come back into their side at some stage as well.
Whipped away again into that mid-wicket region. That's going to go for 4. That was really beautifully timed from McCacken, who's looking very comfortable out there. Just slightly over-pitched, and she just flicks that away with no worries in the world.
No, expert timing, wasn't it? Really, really good from McCacken. Full on Midland leg stump, and just eases through the leg side. In front of square. No danger, McGregor can't get anywhere near it. She races to 39 from 45, looks really good. Hampshire 55 for 1 with 13 overs through the second innings. Hampshire to win need 211, which still seems like a fair few. But they're in a good position at the moment, having only lost Maya Boucher so far. Smale to start her second bowls, and Norgrove's on the back foot and tries to get it in the gap at cover. There is a gap there to take a single, but finds Flo Miller at extra cover. She's looked a little bit more like she's struggling at the moment. Is Norgrove driving back to Smale on this occasion?
Obviously, I'm not privy to what goes on in the winter with the Hampshire squad, but I would have thought Southby would have been a candidate for coming up the order based on last year.
Again, cramp for room this time, Norgrove. Smale bowling well here.
But you were telling me Norgrove's really come on in the winter.
Yeah, and I think that's where they see her sort of in the future. Not that Southby would be part of their sort of future, but I think just to get her really embedded in that number 3 spot, I think they're quite happy to give her a go. As she's driving back to Smale, who's got a finger on it and appealing for a run out, but McCacken stood her ground at the non-striker end. Striker's end, not moving, grinning now actually, as Smale tried her luck. But yeah, those sort of Norgrove, Southby, McCacken, they can kind of all bat anywhere really, and they have done in the past. As driving this time is Norgrove. Lovely shot through extra cover. That will pick up another boundary. Width on offer from Smale on this occasion, and that will make Norgrove feel a little bit better as she gets her first boundary. She moves on to 10 from 27 balls. It was just slightly over pitched. Really nice cricket shot from Abby Norgrove, and if it beats the infield here at Utilita Bowl today, it's going to the fence. Smale in again, driving this time. That's a nice looking shot as well, played up to long on. Norgrove looking a little bit more comfortable now after that boundary, as she picks up a single off the last ball. 5 off it. Hampshire 60 for 1, Norgrove 11, McCacken 39. 14 overs gone.
Yeah, Hampshire just starting to lift that run rate a little bit. It's up to 4.3 now. Was in the 3s for the first about 11 overs or so. So yeah, just starting to build and increase the run rate, which is good to see. They've obviously still got 9 wickets in hand and a lot of time left in the innings. Absolutely.
206 required off the last 36 overs of this game. Change of bowling again at the hotel end. Jodie Grucock did a job with the bat earlier, made 80, and now with the ball, job to do with the ball, sorry.
Yeah, it was an excellent innings, really underpinned Essex's total. She was part of 2 very key partnerships, with one with McLeod and then with Amara Carr a bit later on. She's got ball in hand now. She's going to be bowling from the commentary end, taking the place, replacing Katie Kopak. And her first ball is dragged down and pulled into mid-wicket, but there's cover down there, so it's just a single.
A very different leg spinner to Amanda J. Wellington that gets genuine turn and bounce. She's a bit more skiddy, ball a bit more stump to stump, won't get as much turn. She's got a sling in her arm, but very effective nonetheless. With ball in hand, handy cricketer.
And she's doing that thing that leg spinners do, the Shane Warne twirl. This is on leg stump and just defended into the leg side, just showing them how they can rip the ball.
If I choose to,
yep.
This is what I can do.
This is what you could face. She's up to the stumps again, and she does give it a rip. I'm saying she's more skiddy in that, but you can see in her action she really does get her wrist round the ball. That was a dot ball, just defended. Back to the bowler.
She's going to be a handy cricketer.
And again, full and just defended back to her. So a really tidy start in her bowling for the season.
You know, she can take wickets and make runs for Essex. She'll be a really important part of their side this year.
It's kind of cricket, isn't it? Runs and wickets. She bowls again full and straight, and that's just defended.
But she's always shown promise over the last 2 years. Always shown promise, but now I really feel like she's got a bit of international experience, going away with England A and stuff like that.
A little bit shorter this time, only a fraction, but it does allow McCacken to push that up the ground for 1 run to finish the over. Just the 2 off that, really good over. Good start from Grucock, and good for Essex. Hampshire 62 for 1 off 15.
Yeah, just happily ticking along, Hampshire, at the moment. They'll be swapping and changing their bowlers. They've got a lot of options, Essex, so they probably won't let the batters settle against one bowler for too long. That's what I would do if I was Grace Scrivens. She's got herself to bowl as well if needed.
Her off spin. She didn't have much of a game earlier with the bat. She did register a duck in this game, but she's got a big job to do as captain here.
Smale to McCacken. Defending is McCacken to Grace Scrivens, who picks up the ball at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Smale in again to McCacken. A little bit fuller this time, driving to extra cover this time. McCacken. She's on 40 from 51. Looking good out there. Smale drifts onto the pads of McCacken. She works it up to mid-on and immediately doesn't decide to take on the arm of Eva Gray. Sometimes you see McCacken hitting the ball to mid-off and mid-on and taking that single on. Not at this stage, not required. Smale to McCacken, bowls and driving. Bit of width on offer this time, and McCacken happy to take a single to deep cover. McGregor comes in off the boundary rope to do the fielding. One more to the Hampshire total, 63 for 1.
Just watching Smale here, and her, not her body language as such, but how quickly she gets through the over. And as soon as the ball is sort of hit and it's not going for a run,
she's on it, isn't she?
She's picking that one up because it's pushed back to her. But yeah, she's back to the top of her mark. Give me the ball, I'm going again. And I'm a huge fan of that.
She's always a player that wants the ball in her hand, Sophia Smale. Always wants to bowl the big overs. As she bowls to Norgrove, who plays that one too long on. It's been pushed back for the final couple of balls just to get out the over. Smart play from Essex, just a single to finish. Two runs from that over, 64 for 1. Norgrove moves to 13, McCacken to 41. 16 overs have gone. I'm going to take a break. Phil's going to jump in for me.
Yeah, it's so important getting through overs, especially at a situation like this where Hampshire are just behind the run rate. Okay, you've got two batters that are set now and looking to rebuild, but if you can just slip in some overs, take some time out of the game for the batters, it's so important. And I'm a huge fan when you see a bowler sort of just go back to their mark and give me the ball, I'm going again.
Especially when it's going at both ends.
Absolutely. As first ball of this over, that's an attempted sweep, but it's just hits the pad, no run. Grucock to bowl again. You want to make the batters feel hurried, especially when they're behind the rate, as I say. This time it's a little bit shorter, but Norgrove can't get it away. Dot ball.
It also doesn't give the batters so much time to think about their next shot, does it? It's all happening so quickly.
Exactly. Essex
Think of
on
their
top
plans.
Of the minute. You want to stay on top.
Yeah.
Make them feel rushed. This is a slightly more flighted delivery. It's pushed to point. Captain Grace Scrivens does the fielding, but no run.
I think you say Essex are on top. I'd agree with that, but I think Hampshire just one wicket down. They won't be too concerned right at the moment.
Grucock in straight. Norgrove gives herself a bit of room and hits that to mid-off. They come through for a single. There is a shy at the stumps, but no harm done to the woodwork. They're probably fiberglass these days, isn't it?
Yeah.
They have all kinds of technology in them as well sometimes with the old stump mics. In and bowls, and again just push back. A lot of balls back to the bowler here, which does allow them to bowl again quickly, as we were talking about. Just the one off the first 5 balls of Jodie Grucock's second over. In she comes for her final, and that's driven through the covers. There is a sweeper out there. They may think about a second. They do. That's good running. Come back for 2, 3 off the over. Hampshire 67 for 1 off 17.
Yeah, so pretty sort of even, I would say here. I think I'd probably always favour having runs on the board, but Hampshire, no need to panic yet. They need just under 200 off 33 overs, so that's fairly comfortable, 9 wickets in hand, especially with McCacken batting the way she is. I think she's quite key to this, not just this game, but Hampshire's season probably. I'm going to have Smale as Jem said, ready to go straight away, and she's going to be bowling to Norgrove. Oh, and that's a good delivery. It's York to Norgrove, I think.
That's a great take as well.
It is a good take because it's gone between the batter and the leg stump. This time she's down the track and hits it hard to mid on and takes on the single. Throws a bit wild, so they're getting okay. So another run to Norgrove, taking her up to 15. Hampshire 68 for 1. Smale again, ready to go. Slight adjustment to the field this time. And this one's swept by McCacken. It's a bit of a full shot top edge, but it's fallen into safe territory. Over mid wicket, but short of the boundary fielders. She's going to pick up a single, but that's a full shot. It's sort of, she started to sweep quite late, I think, then, and didn't really get good contact on it at all. Anyway, Smale into Norgrove, who once again is down the wicket and once again takes on the single, and once again the throw's quite wild. It was pretty much similar to 2 balls ago, that, in every aspect. And
brings up the 50-run partnership between these two. We said earlier about Essex putting together partnerships. It's so often the backbone of 50-over cricket.
And none of those have been extras, if my maths is correct, which is good for Essex. This one's driven by McCacken. Good fielding off her own bowling by Smale, diving to her left. Mid on goes back now, so we've got 3 out on the leg side and a cover sweeper. Smiling again, McCacken down the wicket, and she hits it to that long on that's just been posted. There'll be a single there to end the over with Hampshire 71 for 1. Another tidy over from Smale, who's bowled 4 overs for 13.
Yeah, in terms of extras, Hampshire gave away 29, which in 10% of the total, well, over 10%.
I think there was at least one lot of 5 wides out of that, wasn't there?
So you don't get, you're not let off for anything behind the keeper here if it's wides or byes or anything. It will tend to go for 4 in these short boundaries that we've mentioned a few times, but it's the same for both sides. As Grucock is into her next over, it's flicked onto the leg side. There's no run there. Cordelia Griffith tight in. She's not on the ring, she's sort of halfway between the ring on the drive. The ring, sorry, on the drive. Grucock in again. This time it's a more flourishing drive, and it went straight to the fielder, but there was a little bit of a fumble which allowed them to come through for a single. It was Flo Miller. Brings Norgrove on strike. She's on 16, and she's down the track again, and good intent, but it's just driven back to the bowler, Jodie Grucock.
So there's lots of cricketers up and down the country who are waiting, desperately awaiting their first game of the season at all levels I'm talking about.
This time she steps back and tries to carve that through the offside, but there's no run. Flo Miller, the fielder again.
You've had the privilege of playing already this year, Jem, in quite a lot of sunshine, I have to say. Threatened of being sunburnt last week.
I'm nursing a little bit of sunburn whilst being freezing at the same time here. This time shorter and wider, and again driven straight to Flo Miller in the covers. Yep, we were in South Spain in La Manga this time last week, playing a Spanish women's team and a Spanish men's team in very pleasant climate.
You're up here than it is, but looking at the trees out there, it is pretty windy. They're blowing at a fair old rate. This one's turned away. In fact, it's turned away for 4 by Norgrove. That was a good shot as she worked her way on the leg side, and it found that gap between short fine leg and deep backward square. And as we keep saying, it doesn't take much to get it over the boundary here, because outfield's really quick and the boundary's not that big. There really is some wind now.
And we've got leaves falling down.
You can probably,
because we're undercover.
You can probably hear it on air, the wind howling through here. A Smale comes in again to Norgrove. And Norgrove drives that down to mid-on. Growing into her innings now, Abby Norgrove. She's had a very watchful start, but she's now moved on to 21 at the end of the 20th over. And Hampshire are 78 for 1, still ticking along at about 4 and over, which they have been for most of the innings.
Yeah, Norgrove very much settling into this role, so it's a new role for her. I don't know if it would be a permanent role, but it's certainly a new role, and very slow off the mark, and she was stuck on 1 of 15 for a while, I think, after that. But exactly how you bat at number 3, you get yourself set, and then you start building, and exactly what she's done. She's now 21 or 45, and on strike to Jodie Grewcock, who's in and bowls, gives herself room, hits that down to long on, but well, mid on. That's cut off for no run by Sophia Smale. This time down the wicket, takes it on the full and whips that through mid-wicket. Sliding stop from Esme McGregor, brings up another single.
Yeah, Hampshire just ticking along at a decent rate now. Essex will be looking for this breakthrough.
Comes, and again a little shuffle down the wicket, but it's driven to Flo Miller, who throws it over Amara Carr's head. We said earlier, get those throws into your keeper, girls, but there's backup there, so no damage done. This is Doubts just behind point for no run. So many fielders, not at this level, more I'm talking club or juniors, but I think fielding stops when you stop the ball, and absolutely doesn't. You've got to finish the bit of fielding with a good flow. If you need to throw it, a good throw back into your bowler or keeper. She comes in, shuffles down the wicket again, and this is driven to long on, and they come through for another single.
Yeah, and also in sort of club cricket, sometimes the fielders aren't backing up, they might turn away, and all of a sudden the ball goes past them when they're facing the wrong way. We've seen that happen.
There's a little stop here.
Someone's injured. It's Grewcock, I think. She got a problem?
No one looks in agonising pain, but there's...
But she's not going to complete the over. She's walking straight off.
She is walking off. She's got 1 ball left in this over, but she's on her way.
Walking off a bit gingerly, but unaided. And someone's going to have to bowl 1 ball here. I think a sub fielder's coming out. I think it's a physio. And Grewcock's walking off the field. So
it's obviously one of those where she knows that she's got to go. It was a very instantaneous. There's no sort of writhing around. I didn't even see what happened.
No, I didn't. But as you say, she must know. She knows her body, and she's just walked straight off the pitch. Finger. Do you think Charlotte's pointing the finger? Maybe it's a finger injury.
Either way, she.
Perhaps it's drawn blood, and they have to go off for that anyway.
She won't be completing this over, and we'll find out. There's a huddle at the minute, an Essex huddle.
And decide who has to bowl this 1 ball.
Always a thankless task. As Sophie Monroe comes on to sub-field for the departed Grewcock.
Of course, under the laws of cricket, whoever bowls this 1 ball, it counts as an over. So you wouldn't really want one of your frontline bowlers bowling it because it uses up one of their overs. So I imagine it will be a part-time-ish bowler. I think it's going to be Joe Gardner actually, but somebody's just going to bowl 1 ball.
Charlotte's just showing me it's a suspected dislocation.
Oh.
Off the finger.
Let's hope that's not the case, because she had a very good game today as Jodie Grewcock. And we want to see more of her on the cricket field.
Joe Gardner, who got the first bowler earlier, has a chance now to
do something with her first ball with the ball.
Exactly. She's going to complete this over with her leg spin and dot ball. She's Well, she's bowled a maiden, effectively.
Yeah. Jodie Grucock could be pleased that her over finished so well.
So Hampshire 80 for 1 off 21. McCacken on 48. Norgrove 22.
We had an incident in a game last year, and I can't remember which one it was now when we were on commentary, where the bowler got taken out of the attack because they bowled 3 or 2 no balls, it is now, isn't it? Sort of head high full toss or above waist height full tosses, and the bowler had to come on bowl 1 ball just to finish off, and it was a free hit. I mean, that's, you just don't want that, do you? Coming on as a bowler just to bowl 1 ball, and it was a free hit. Yeah.
Right, we're having a change of bowling from the pavilion end. Captain.
It's going to be Grace Scrivens coming on herself. She's obviously on the assumption that Grucock might not come back. She's got to rethink her bowling plans. But Scrivens is going to bowl herself, another off spinner. She's going to be bowling to McCacken with a deep cover. 3 others on the offside, but 5 fielders on the leg side, mid-on, mid-wicket. Short fine leg on 45 and deep square and a deep mid-wicket. So Scrivens into the attack. That one's short and punched down the ground by McCacken. She can't get it past mid-on, but she's wide enough mid-on to be able to come through for a single. Takes her up to 49. That score that makes Charlotte nervous. Scrivens in again, this time's cut away by Norgrove. Single again. Interesting action, Scrivens. It's got more like a seamer's action than a usual spinner's action. It's got a great sort of pivot or turn. It's a very bustly spinner's action. She's in again. That one's just driven back down the wicket to her. No run. Now she's handing the ball to the umpire. The umpires are going to get together. So I'm not sure because I get confused with all the competitions. Do they?
I know exactly what you're going to ask.
Do they play 2 balls in this, or is it one of those where they choose 1 ball after so many overs that they carry on with?
Well, that was a new rule that was brought in last year in the men's
Yeah, in the men's one.
I don't know if it transpired into the women's.
So it's just 25 overs from each end, yeah. Charlotte's our expert on all this and she's nodding. Anyway, whatever it is, this ball is not satisfactory by the looks of it. Although, I think they're carrying on with it. They're not calling for a different one. So, looks like they're carrying on, but Grace Scrivens obviously wasn't happy with that ball, handed it to the umpire, who's now eventually handed it back to her. Scrivens in. This one's just nudged away by Norgrove. She's going to get a couple, so it's come fine. That's McCacken, not Norgrove, so that's her 50. 51 for McCacken. Good comeback from the injuries from last year. Good start to this season. That's 51 off 70 balls with 7 fours. And a very good start to her summer. Scrivens in again. This one's cut away, but she's not going to get past backward point. Thank you. Yes, good bit of fielding, sharp bit of fielding there. Backward point. And again, this time driven by McCacken. It does get past extra cover. In fact, it gets past mid-off as well. And it's going to run away to the boundary at the far side of the ground for 4. That's a mistake at mid-off. And McCacken benefits to the tune of 4 runs, and Hampshire are 88 for 1 off 22, which I think is 4 and over, or thereabouts. So they've kept at that sort of pace most of the innings so far. They need to step it up a bit, but plenty of time, and of course there's wickets in hand. The Duckworth-Lewis, which is always a good guide in the second innings of a match, whether we're going to use it or not, less likely, but it's showing 83, which suggests that Hampshire are just ahead at the moment. It's always a very good guide of where the game is, I think. Duckworth-Lewis score on the board.
Absolutely, and we are having
change of ends.
Sophia Smale changing ends, and that's driven down the ground and beats the diving mid-on for 4 runs. That's Sophie Monroe, who did a good bit of fielding in the last one, but that one went through her. 4 to the total. 4 to Norgrove. So yeah, Sophia Smale, she bowled 5 overs earlier, 0 for 19 from the other end. Say earlier, it wasn't that long ago, from the other end. Now on at this end, and that's a better ball. Pushed to Flo Miller in that extra cover region for no run. In again, and a more flighted delivery, driven down the ground again. This time it will be cut off and kept down to a single.
Yeah, just I hate to say it and put the curse on, but they're looking quite comfortable at the moment, the Hampshire batters. Don't look in too much trouble.
Smale, tall action. And, good line of length, defended back to the bowler. Yeah, really nice high action there as McCacken comes down the wicket and drives that 2 extra cover for 1 run. Subfield's had quite a bit to do since coming on the pitch for Group Hop, who went off with a suspected dislocation of the finger earlier, a couple of overs ago. And that's back of a leg pulled round fine leg. There's a short fine leg there. I was going to say short fielder there, but short fine leg there that can cut that off, keep that to a top ball. That's the end of the over. Hampshire 94 for 1 off 23.
Yes, so ticking along nicely, Hampshire, and Norgrove now growing into this innings. It's 28 off 53. And McCacken just going along as she has from the start. A couple of streaky 4s early on, but she's looked very solid since then. 56 off 74. And Scrivens is coming in from the fire and the bowling to McCacken, who forces it to mid-wicket, but not past mid-wicket, so it's just a dot ball. Scrivens in again. Another short run, so they get through the overs quickly. This time McCacken does manage to beat that mid-on, mid-wicket field, and gets it down to long on for a single. She moves on to 57. Norgrove now back on strike to the Essex skipper Scrivens. Oh, and she's just edged that away, and that's going to run away for 4. Yeah, just a little outside edge. She certainly wasn't trying to hit it there. It's gone just past the keeper and run away down in front of us for another 4 to Norgrove. Slightly fortuitous, but they all count. She's now on to 32. Important runs for her. Scrivens, this one's turned away. She might be back for 2 here. Griffiths is round quickly on the boundary, so no, she does keep it down to 1.
That brings up the 100 for Hampshire and the 80 partnership for these two.
So yeah, Hampshire moving into a good position here, setting it up nicely. Scrivens in again. Cacken pulls. This is going straight to Griffiths out at mid-wicket, so it'll just be 1. That's probably the biggest boundary on the ground out there to
Yeah.
wide mid wicket from when you're batting from this end, right-hander. Just only a single out there. Scribbens in again, and this time Norgrove plays and misses. Going for quite an expansive cut outside the off stump and misses. But the over finishes at 101 for 1. And Gem's going to hand over to Charlotte.
Yeah, Hampshire in steady form here in this chase. Great partnership between these two, following the earlier wicket of Maya Bouchier.
It's been good, isn't it?
It has. It's been.
Gem, you take a break.
Oh, okay. Bye.
Gem's going to take a well-deserved rest. Sophia Smale starts a new over from this hotel end. Starts with the dot ball, defended back to her.
Yeah, Gem was in full flow then.
Two picked up out to the deep cover boundary. Bit of work to do for Kopak, but she does that nicely. Two more to McCacken's total. She's on to 60. Uses her feet, defends back to Sophia Smale. No run on that occasion. She turns quickly, left arm round the wicket to McCacken, uses her feet again, driving again, stopped by Smale and her follow through. Can't get past her, can McCacken. She's trying to find a single down the ground to long on, but struggling to find it at the minute. She's got it this time, at least one. It's wide of long on. Jo Gardner does well, comes around to her right and cuts off the second. One more to McCacken, she moves to 61, Hampshire 104 for 1.
So what do Essex need to do here, Charlotte, do you think? They've got to make something happen.
They do. Smale in full toss. Another single worked up to long on for Norgrove this time. I think the only thing that they can do at the moment is just keep swapping and changing their bowlers.
Yeah, perhaps go back to the seam attack.
Yeah, maybe a bit of McGregor.
A lot of overs of spin now, isn't
They'll have a discussion now at drinks.
Yeah.
Because we're halfway through the innings. And Smale's bowled well. She's bowled 7 overs, 0 for 29, but they just seem to be picking her off for a few singles here and there, not really causing too much of a threat of taking wickets. Same as Scrivens, not causing much of a threat via spin. So they might have to go to the likes of Gray and McGregor, who started the innings, and just change the pace a little bit.
They've also got to rethink their plans if Grewcock's not going to be available to bowl again.
Yeah, and it didn't look good, did it? Because immediately she looked at her hand and walked off, which, having dislocated fingers myself before, that's usually what happens. You look and you think that doesn't look right, and if it's her bowling hand as well, generally that's a bit of a problem.
She's only bowled effectively 4 overs, so they've got to find 6 more that she possibly would have bowled.
And Jo Gardner did bowl one ball, so, and she hasn't bowled in a lot in recent times, but Gray's got 6, McGregor's got 5, Kopak's got 7. Only bowled 3, but she was a bit expensive going at 6 as first up, so they're going to have to go back to some of their seamers. It just depends when they need to do it, but I suggest a wicket now would be key.
Yeah, I think
to get one of these two set batters.
I wouldn't be surprised if they came back with a seam bowler straight after the drinks interval. The sun's out again now. It's a bit.
Yeah, it's lovely when I was stood over there.
It's a bit warmer.
Right to the front of our commentary position, where the sun just creeps in and gets you is perfect, but it hasn't quite reached us yet. So back behind the table is a little bit colder than it is in front of it.
Crowds filled out gradually during the day. It's a decent spread of people. You never see how many's down in front of us, but
there's not many.
Okay.
There was a, I don't know whether it was a man or a lady, asleep under a couple of coats down at long on underneath us, looking quite cosy.
That's
laying down across a couple of seats.
Those English cricket scenes, isn't it? Someone asleep in a county game, just, you know, what else would you do? Why not be asleep at home? It's much better sleeping at home, isn't it?
There's some academy boys training going on in the nursery ground to our left as we look, so they're training in the sunshine out there, which is good.
They're doing a lot of sprints just now, so it didn't make me envious at all.
Looks like umpire Ben Peveril left the field briefly as well. I don't know what was wrong with the ball earlier, but maybe something just hanging off it. Grace Scrivens wasn't happy with it, but it was thrown back to us. They were obviously happy to continue with it. So whether he's just gone to look at the other ones in the box quickly, just to have a little look of what's available and whether it is needing to be changed.
Get their box out. It's always this.
Yeah, it just sits on the edge. I don't know if you can see it right to the far end of the ground. It just sits in front of the pavilion.
And they'd be balls with all different amounts of overs in them. They
Yeah.
mark them. So they're looking for one closest to 25 overs, I guess. Well, sorry, no, it'd be 12 overs, wouldn't it? Because any ball from that end.
Yeah.
So the ball has been used 12, 13 overs.
Scrivens is going to continue from the pavilion end.
So Scrivens in to Norgrove, and she's got that away wide of the cover fielder, so another comfortable single. And Norgrove's now on to 34.
And she's just playing a conservative innings, supporting McCacken nicely here. Is Abby Norgrove.
She's up to run rate now, though. It's up to striking at 60. Scrivens in again. McCacken just nudges that away on the offside, similar to the ball before, and another single. Just think Essex have got to do something to make something happen here. At the moment, Hampshire are dictating the pace of the innings. Scrivens in again. Hit away on the offside, but no run this time. As Norgrove hits it straight to Froman. Extra cover. Scrivens in again quickly, and again. This one again is hit to Froman. Extra cover. So this is a good over from Scrivens. Just 2 off 4 balls so far. She needs to get out of the over without too much damage. Again, this one's driven again to Miller. It's just those two playing at the moment. But the wind, as you can probably hear, is still howling around here. Trees are getting a bit of a battering over to our right. This time Will goes down the wicket and manages to get that up to long on for a single. So just 3 off that over. Hampshire 108 for 1 from 26.
Yeah, good over from Scrivens. Just keeping them quiet. And the key for Hampshire is just to keep it ticking along. Required rate 6.6, so a little bit higher than it has been, but they are in control at the moment. Having only lost 1 wicket, they're in a position where they can accelerate at any time that they deem necessary. They've got Freya Kemp in their ranks, carded to come in at number 4. So, and they've also got batting all the way down. Southby, Datani, Sweet, and Wellington, with a big strike rate herself, can all finish off an innings. So they've got the people. It's just if they've got the ability to keep their cool as such. They're going to go back to one of their seamers. They're going to go back to Eva Gray from the hotel end. We thought they might go to a seamer. I thought maybe McGregor. But they've gone with Gray, who bowled 4 overs earlier on, none for 20. She's just getting her field right. She's gone with deep fine leg, deep backward square, and a deep cover. That one's full and driven to the captain, Grace Scrivens.
She's got the keeper up to the stumps now as well.
Yeah, and they're just gone with the 3 out so far, so just trying to cause a little bit of pressure with fielders in front of the bat, not allowing an easy single down the ground. She's in again, Gray past umpire Rose Dovey, wide, and it's not called a wide, but it was quite wide, as Norgrove missed that one. It goes into the gloves of Amara Carr.
I always think in those situations, the keeper stood up probably might make the difference between that being called or not, because keeper cuts off the angle by being stood up. I know it's done on the blue guideline largely, but it often makes a difference.
That's swatted by Norgrove and goes into the leg side, and it will beat Joe Gardner to the boundary. It's a bit of a swat from Norgrove.
I think that's an excellent shot description actually, Charlotte. There's no other way to describe that. It's not from the coaching manual, but it's very effective.
Yeah, just picked up the length because it was a little bit short, and she decided to attack, did Norgrove. Moved on to 40 from 65 deliveries. Hampshire 112 for 1. Eva Gray's got to come up with the response. She's just sending her fine leg a little bit wider, so whether she's going to try and bowl a shorter delivery, but it needs to be considerably shorter than that to trouble Norgrove, because that last one only got to about hip height as she bowls. It is a little bit shorter, but pretty much the same ball and gets the same treatment. A slightly more conventional pull shot in front of square from Abby Norgrove. That's a good shot. She's had 2 boundaries in 2 balls in the same area, and the returning to seam has released the pressure, not put it on, Phil.
Yeah, I mean, you think she maybe telegraphed that, because as you spotted it from up here that the field adjustment suggested it was a short ball, and the batter was in position for a short ball, and she received a short ball. So yeah, maybe a little bit.
I'm just not sure she's got the pace to trouble Norgrove, and on this pitch doesn't seem to be getting up. She goes back to a full delivery. I think that's much better from Eva Gray. She collects that on her follow through. It seems a better plan. It's just given Norgrove a little bit of confidence as well. Just when you get 2 back-to-back boundaries, it just makes you feel a little bit better as a batter.
Absolutely.
Just release the pressure on you. 8 from it so far from those 2 boundaries in the middle of this over. It's the last ball of Eva Gray's 5th. Driven on the up. Norgrove calls McCacken through for a single. They will make it easily as there's a bit of a misfield by Cordelia Griffith at mid-wicket, and the fielding is done at long on in the end. Another single to the total. Hampshire 117 for 1. There's 27 overs gone, 23 remaining. Hampshire need 149 to win this opening game of the Metrobank One Day Cup.
And they're just putting their foot on the accelerator a bit now. As you say, the return of seam didn't really work for Essex in that over anyway. So able to find something here. Essex, they need a breakthrough fairly quickly, otherwise this game could just slip away from them. And we've got Scriven still bowling at the far end, skipper taking responsibility, bowling to Norgrove, who's down the track, flicks that away through mid-wicket. Another comfortable single. She's closing in on a half century now. Hampshire up to 118 for 1.
Yeah, they just need a wicket. 1 wicket can change the momentum of this game for Essex. They just need to find it.
Absolutely. Scriven's in again. This one's full driven, but only just mid-wicket. There's no run.
It just looks like at the minute though they're just hoping for a Hampshire mistake rather than putting any pressure.
Or a run out or something, yeah.
Sometimes that's just the way it's got to be.
Scriven's in again, and was turned away by McCacken for a single into mid-wicket.
Sometimes when you force the issue, that's when you leak more runs. So there's a bit of a trade-off between how hard do you push to take a wicket versus do you just sit in for a little bit longer and just see if you can cause enough pressure with a few dots to create a mistake.
A bit of scoreboard pressure, yeah. But at the moment they're finding singles fairly easy. And there's another one for Norgrove on the offside.
This is where the bowlers need to be meticulous in their line. 100 partnership between McCacken and Norgrove. That will get a warm round of applause from the dressing room. They value partnerships so highly. 100 runs of 138 balls.
Excellent effort from these two. Scriven's in again. And that was dabbed away from McCacken. That's a really good shot. It's not going to go quite all the way. Diving stop by the subfielder there, Sophie Munro, but they come back for 2. So that's 5 off 5 balls this over. Just what Hampshire need really. Tick along at 6 and over. The last ball of the over, Scriven's in again. To McCacken. He sweeps that, or sort of. I think it's gone for 4. It's the closest I could describe it as a sweep, sort of upright sweep.
Yeah, so a bit of a shovel sweep. She plays it really well, just gets across to off stump and just works it behind square on the leg side. Does pick up another boundary. Moves to 69. Hampshire 126 for 1. 22 overs remaining. 140 runs required at 6.4. Hampshire require.
That looked like it was going to be a tight over from Scriven's, but the last 2 balls went for 6. So in the end, it's an expensive over, and she's bowled 4 overs for 27, which is a bit of a problem for Essex.
Yeah, she might need to change at the pavilion end as well. So McGregor or Kopak have got to come back. No Grucock.
No.
I think she might be, unless she appears in the next sort of 10 minutes, I think she might be done for the day. Eva Gray in, straight delivery, work leg side by Norgrove into the deep. They're going to come back for a comfortable second. It should be comfortable. It will be. As Smell's got to come round. She's left-handed. She's got to come all the way around the ball to pick up the ball with her left hand. She runs round to her right. They collect 2. Good batting from these two. Norgrove moves to 49. McCacken 69. The two of them building a really nice foundation to launch from if needed. At the moment they're ticking along perfectly well. Graham past the umpire, bowls down the leg side, called a wide by umpire Rose Dovey. Good take by Amara Cart. Because if she hadn't taken it, it would have been 5 wides. Because there's nobody down at fine leg. That area of the ground's completely open.
Yeah, that was a very good take. As you say, there's a massive gap down there.
The ramp really is on now for anyone that wants to take that on. They probably won't use it just yet. Norgrove driving on the up to long on. Will pick up a single, will move to 50. Well batted Abby Norgrove. She struggled at the start to get off the mark and was in single figures for a while, but she's caught up brilliantly. 50 from 72. 6 4s and no 6s. And her spot at number 3, well, she seems to have taken to it quite nicely.
Yeah, it's very mature innings, I think, for one so young as well. She's paced it really well.
Graham once more to McCacken this time. A Yorker length delivery dug out in front of square on the offside, but a number of Essex fielders coming in to stop the single. 3 balls remaining in this, the 29th over. We've lost an advertising board at the far end of the ground. That's fallen over. The wind's been crazy today. Eva Graham once again bowls. Another full delivery. A big swing of the bat from McCacken up to long on. Her favoured part of the ground today. Picks up a single to Jo Gardner down there, who does the fielding. Another one to McCacken's total. She's into the 70s. 70 from 89. 131 for 1 Hampshire. 135 to win. 21.2 overs remaining. Gray bowls to McCacken on her legs. Norgrove, sorry, works at leg side. She'll pick up the first and they'll turn down the second because it was timed really nicely and Smell did well to cut off the second run. 132 for 1. Norgrove moves to 51.
Smales had a good all-round game today. She batted very well in a difficult situation. She's bowled well and she's very energetic in the field and lively. She's very impressive.
Gray in again, bowls. Back of a length delivery, cut by McCacken out to deep cover. Fielding will be done by Kopak. It's just a single. It's just enough for Hampshire. They're happy at the moment.
Yeah, it's another good over for Hampshire.
McCacken moves to 71. 29 overs have been bowled. Hampshire 133 for 1.
And that gap between the DLS score on the board and Hampshire's total is getting wider. They're 20 ahead now of the DLS predictor, 113. So it's hard to say Hampshire on top just at the moment, but of course lots of things can change, as we know.
Yeah, they're in a commanding position.
One thing that has changed, I think, is the bowling. So we're going to see Jo Gardner, who's bowled 1 ball so far, is going to bowl a second ball from the other end. And it's going to be pulled away for a single. It's not often that bowlers' first 2 balls in the match are from opposite ends, but that's the case with Jo Gardner today. But that one was pulled away by McCacken for 1. So Gardner with her off spin, that's down the leg side, swept away by Norgrove. Didn't get hold of it really, it's just gone for a single. I think it would have been a wide had she left it or missed it, but she didn't. Had the edge on it, got it down for 1. Gardner in again, this time McCacken, back foot. But again, they're just finding singles very easy. There's another one. And just ticking this along.
That's all they're doing, isn't it? Just ticking it along, nice and easy. Nothing too crazy.
That's all they need to do right at the moment. Gardner in again. This one's back foot. This time here's a dot ball. Grove can't get it past extra cover.
Good start from Gardner.
This one's off the back foot, and Norgrove does get it wider cover. She's going to get a single. Marika takes the bails off, but more in hope than anything else. Spakakin safely home. Single from Norgrove. Rose Dovey umpire comes in to resurrect the Sumpton bails, which Marika made a bit of a mess of. This one's swung away, or attempted to be swung away by McCacken, but didn't get hold of it at all, and it's just gone to mid-wicket. It's a stop ball, so Hampshire just 4 off that over. Good over from Gardner, and Hampshire 137 for 1.
20 overs remaining, 129 to win. This is a great partnership between these two, and it needs to be broken from an Essex point of view. They need something to happen. They need to be creative. A different field change, a bit of pressure caused by a run out, something needs to happen. A fantastic catch, a brilliant bit of fielding. That's all it takes. I say it's all it takes, like it's an easy thing to pull off, but something needs to happen for them to come back into this game, because at the moment Hampshire are going to do this at a canter. Conversation's happening now between Kopak and Scriven, so it looks like she's going to replace Eva Gray at this end. So they're having a little discussion about fields, plans.
It's interesting as well, isn't it, Charlotte, that we're saying 129 off 20 overs, Hampshire are winning at a canter, or whatever the expression used, but it wasn't that many years ago where if you needed 129 off 20, the fielding side would be pretty confident. You know, those sort of scores weren't chased down, but the game's moved on, and 129 off the last 20, I mean, that would be a low score in a T20 game, wouldn't it? So, you know, it's just, that's this sort of average now, but I mean, back in the day, 129 off 20 would be the bowler's advantage. But anyway, we are in the day now, and it's very much down to Essex to do something, as Charlotte said.
Long discussion here about fields. I think they got them in the right place. 3 on the leg side, deep square, deep mid-wicket, long on, and a deep cover of the 4 fielders out that they're allowed. Essex, Kopak is stopped in her run-up. I don't know whether that's because of the wind, because it is crazy. A big gust of wind just as she was running in there. I don't know whether it just stopped her momentum, but she's well within her rights to stop, so she can.
She's changed her mark, so maybe that wasn't quite right.
You can just see the dust off the surface as well, blowing around, causing a few problems. Kopak in again, driving on the up is Norgrove, straight to extra cover. Flo Miller does the fielding there, no run taken.
Yeah, she was saying the other way Essex is going to apply a bit of pressure is 2 or 3 really tight overs, and then scoreboard pressure comes up. If it creeps up to sort of 7 and over, it's a different game.
Shorter delivery this time, pulled into the leg side, finds the fielder at deep square. Esme McGregor does the fielding. 1 more to the total. Norgrove moves to 54. 138 for 1, 128 to win for Hampshire. Whether the short ball theory would be taken by Kopak. It's not the field set for it at the moment. She's gone full at the stumps. That's a good delivery. That's where she needs to be. Full and straight. McCacken can't do anything but defend that back to her in a follow through.
Yeah, generally speaking, the short ball hasn't really worked today, has it, for either side? I know Hampshire got 1 wicket with it, but hasn't really worked.
She's in again as Kopak runs away from us. Bowls and on the back foot. They try to sneak a single as McCacken tries to cut Cuts it 2 straight into the hands of Flo Miller at extra cover. And there is no run taken. Good over this so far from Kopak. Bowls to McCacken, who clears the front leg a little bit and gets the ball into the leg side. They'll settle just for a single as the throw comes in. Good bit of fielding out at deep mid-wicket. Another single taken. 2 from the over so far. A good one for Essex. Can they finish it off? They need a wicket. They'll take either of these 2 now. They'd love to get both of them. Norgrove waits patiently. Bat raised. A full toss. Work leg side. It's gone up in the air. And it's going to fall safely. I don't actually know where it's gone. It's gone to...
long on.
Yeah, long on. Just it falls in front of Sophia Smelt. Was it in the air for a time from Norgrove? Not a controlled shot, no, but luckily for her, falls safely. She moves to 55. Hampshire 140 for 1 after 31.
Yeah, that was a total miscue actually. It was a low full toss and she tried to loft it, but I don't know what part of the bat came off, but it just lobbed into the sort of mid-on region, but there was nobody there. So, yeah, good over for Essex, just 3 off it, but they really do need a wicket.
It's becoming a bit desperate.
Yeah, and again, the dust blowing across and the bales blowing off now as well.
Get the heavy bales on. Is that even a thing anymore?
I think it is, but they may have them out there, but they're not. If it is, they're not working.
Extra heavy ones.
Just come off. Gardner in again, and Norgrove down the wicket, using her feet well. Got down the wicket, but was still very well balanced and forced it down to long on for a single. Field was slightly adjusted, final leg coming in for McCacken, who turns it to that fielder that's just been put there, so good field placement, but this doesn't prevent the single. So McCacken ticking along, 74 now off 96, 75 I think, with that single. Into Norgrove. Norgrove goes for the cut and misses. Carr takes the bails off. Does the repair work herself, saving the umpire a walk in from square leg. And again, this time down the wicket Norgrove, and she's going to force it into the gap in the on side. They're going to look for 2. Yes, they're coming back for second. Griffith the fielder, but they'll come back comfortably for 2. Good batting by Norgrove, good placement.
Important too.
Norgrove up to 58 as the sun goes in for a second. The cloud comes across. This one's driven by Norgrove out to the offside. Again, a single. Just keeping it ticking along nicely. Norgrove now 59. Hampshire 145 for 1. And in again Gardner, this time pulled by McCacken. She's picked out the fielder at deep square. That's just going to be 1. Hampshire, the end of that over, 146 for 1. Now I'm going to hand over to Jim.
Thank you, Phil. They need 120 to win off the final 18 overs. We're almost into the crunch end of the match between these two sides. Hampshire finalists didn't quite get the trophy in their hands last year, and Essex, finishing bottom of the pile, will want to get their 2026 campaign off to a winning start. So both of these teams now really got to be in the fight. For McCacken and Norgrove, they've done all the hard work, they've just got to keep going. And Essex, they need a breakthrough. Kopak runs away from us to start a new over. Bowls. McCacken makes some room for herself, tries to open up the offside. She'll get called through for a single. There's a bit of a misfield at point by Lissy McLeod, and they will pick up a single. Good call from Norgrove, calls her through. McCacken moves to 77, Hampshire 147 for 1. Welcome back, Jem.
Hi Charlotte, yeah, really clinical these two. They put 127 together, and it's been just a divine mixture of stroke play and good running. Is this bye
Kopak.
over?
I'm on it.
You're on it.
Kopak in again, driven to extra cover by Abby Norgrove. Doesn't collect a single. There's a collection of seagulls at the far end of the ground that are slowly making their way across in front of the pavilion.
Yeah, that must be where the tastiest grass seed is.
They started at third, now they're almost behind the wicketkeeper. As a straight delivery from Kopak is worked leg side. It's timed with almost perfection, as the fielding is done by Jo Gardner at deep middle wicket. And they do come back for a second. That's well timed by Norgrove. She moves into the 60s, 61 to her name. These two have been brilliant. Since the early wicket of Maya Boucher, they've been unstoppable.
And yeah, Essex have changed up their bowlers, and they've thrown everything at it and tried different variations, but these two have just risen to all challenges, as that's whipped off Norgrove's toes onto the leg side, come through for a single. I'll bring you some around the grounds.
Yes, please, I'd love that.
Update. So Yorkshire, who earlier were all out for 178 off 33 overs.
Oh, cliffhanger. Kopak in again. Offers width to McCacken, who's cutting off the back foot. Will pick up at least one. Happy with the single. Oh no, there's a misfield. They're coming back for the second one. And apologies from Eva Gray, as she doesn't pick that one up cleanly and offers the second run to McCacken, who will gladly take it. She moves to 79. Hampshire on to 152. 150th run coming in the 33rd over.
Well, yeah, Yorkshire are making a great fist of defending that total. It's the lowest across the 4 games. They have Somerset 131 for 8 currently.
A low-scoring thriller. Where is that game? Is that in the West Country?
Down at Taunton.
Kopak in again, bowls, and again a slower delivery. Offered width again, same result, out to Eva Gray at deep point. And another single taken. McCacken will nick the strike at the end of the 33rd over. She moves to 80, Hampshire 153 for 1.
Warwickshire in pursuit of that huge 390. They were off for rain, which would have suited Warwickshire for a bit, but they are back on now, and they are 64 for 1. No time lost as far as I can see in the game. And up at Durham, Lancashire posted 303 for 8. That's a 48 over game. And Durham are currently 60 for 3 with Emily Windsor at the crease, our very own, with Captain Holly Armitage. And in Gardner Bowls, pushed to close wide-ish mid-on, no run. I think they're born on exactly the same day, aren't they, those two, Holly Armitage and Emily Windsor?
Are they?
I think they are. I think they're sort of twins, if that's a thing. This time McCacken gives herself room and punches that through the through extra cover on 4 runs. That's a sign of a batter in form. Just going to watch that again on the replay.
That's a lovely shot. Used her feet, opened up the offside, lifts it over extra cover. Lovely shot, beautiful cricket shot.
Used her feet, but then got a stable base once she was at the ball, and really good signs for McCacken. And this time she's gone leg side as she hoiks that just behind square, just for a single. There's a fielder on the ropes down there.
Well, that's the punishment, isn't it? You get lofted over the offside. You've got to go shorter so it doesn't happen again. And too short from Gardner. She's under pressure.
Gardner in again. Abby Norgrove this time's down the track and hits that sweetly down to long on. Come through for a single. So yeah, these two, I mean, we've all said it now, so it can't be a commentator's curse, but they just look unflappable at the minute. Gardner in again, and this time it's dropped short and pulled leg side, and there is a fielder out there who does well, picks that up. But they do come back for the second. Katie Kopak does her best, but it is the largest part of the ground, so it's not huge anywhere, but that is the largest part, and they come back for a comfortable second.
I thought they were going to be in trouble then, because the ball was in the hand, but McCacken has seen enough and thinks that she can take on the arm of Kate Kopak. I think she's quick enough.
And for 6th ball of the over, that's a better ball, and it's just received with the respect it deserves, patted back to the bowler. End of the over, Hampshire 161 for 1 off 34.
105 required. Hampshire look like they're doing this with ease at the moment.
They do love a chase, don't they, Hampshire? They have historically loved a chase.
And they're doing it expertly at the moment. These two look really, really comfortable. Starting to have some fun using their feet to the spinners, picking the seamers off for singles out into the deep. It's looking a little bit easy for them at the moment. There's going to be a change of bowling at the hotel end once again. This is what Scrivens has got to do. Keep rattling through the bowlers, keep making the changes. She's going to bring herself back on. She bowled okay earlier. Didn't take a wicket, but kept it quiet for a while. Just leaked a couple of boundaries in her last over, which sort of released the pressure on Hampshire. Grace Scrivens, she's got 6 overs remaining. She's got none for 27 so far.
She didn't like the ball at the other end, did she, earlier?
So she's taken this one instead.
Captain's prerogative. She can bring herself on the other end.
I like it.
Where they have a different ball. Well, it's the same ball in terms of manufacturers and everything, but it's physically a different ball as she comes in and drops one short. That's pulled through to the leg side. 2 fielders out there in the deep, so that is cut off and kept to a single.
Good from Scrivens.
Yeah, there's got to be some perks for being a captain because it is tough work. She's got the preferred ball in her hand, top of her mark. And she's in bowls, better length, worked away onto the leg side, and they scamper through very quickly. Most comfortable single.
Yeah, it's good from these two. They're getting it into the outfield. Their first thought is 2, isn't it? You can tell by the way they set off. Their first thought is, can we get it into the deep? Can we run 2?
Scrivens. This time a little shuffle of the feet by Norgrove, hitting to the offside through extra cover. Again, the sweeper does the work, keeps that down to a single, and singles are fine for Hampshire at the minute. They'd be happy to pick off those until a boundary opportunity presents itself, because they are going along nicely here. More of a shuffle down the wicket this time, worked onto the leg side.
Somebody found that hilarious in the crowd. I don't know if you picked that up on the effects mic just then. That was clearly hilarious.
Let us in on it.
Whatever the joke is.
Scrivens again, 4 singles of the first 4 balls. This time it's punched down the ground by Norgrove, and they'll pick up another single. 5 singles, 5 balls. Exactly 100 runs to win now for the home side. Scrivens to McCacken, short and wide, cut away on the offside, fielded well at point. Can't see who that is, but they come through for 1. 6 singles off the over.
Sophie Munro at point, sub-fielding for Rucott, that we haven't seen since she went off earlier on, when she fielded a ball off her own bowling and immediately looked at her hand and walked off. So unsure what the problem is there, but can't be good. She's not come back to the field of play since then. Hampshire, they've got it under 100. They need 99 to win off the remaining 15 overs of this game. Only 1 down, so they're in a really good position. McCacken into the 90s, 90 not out. Norgrove with her, 66 not out. They're in a really, really good position here.
Hampshire requiring just over run a ball. 6.6 per over is the required run rate.
And at this point, Essex, they've done all their homework on how to get players out and the different plans, and none of it's worked so far. So they've just got to hope and pray now that there's a mistake coming, or they can just find their way into the game somehow, and hopefully take 2 or 3 quick wickets and put the pressure back on Hampshire. But they need that to happen sooner rather than later. Smale's going to return from the pavilion end. She's got ball in hand. She's going to come left arm around the wicket to Ella McCacken, who charges and takes a caught and bowled. There's the mistake. She's made 1 mistake, Ella McCacken, on 90. Nervous 90s. Sometimes it's got a ring to it, and sometimes it works. McCacken, she goes for 90, and that's the wicket that Essex needed. Sophia Smale with the breakthrough. Hampshire 167 for 2.
Does commentators... Oh, we've got a windy situation going on.
A very windy situation.
Taze, does commentators' curse apply when you think something but you don't say it?
No.
good, because I was just, and I chose not to say it, but last year Essex had more centuries hit against them than any other team. And I thought I won't say that while McCacken's in the 90s, but I did think it. I wanted to own up to that. But yeah, not today.
It's a mistake from Hampshire. It brings Freya Kemp to the crease. So we've got a left-hand, right-hand combination. We've got a player with all sorts of power. And in the last sort of year or so, she's really impressed me with the way that she's gone about 50 over cricket a little bit more sensibly. She had the tendency to keep hitting the ball into the deep, and she's just found a way to sort of get that under control. But she's got a job to do here now with Abby Norgrove. She's got to bat for a little bit longer.
And as we said earlier, it sort of like contradicts what you're saying, but the quickest 50 in this competition, 26 ball 50 last year. So if we see glimpses of that, they should get ahead of this run rate in terms of getting it down below a runner ball. I think that's always a milestone, isn't it, or a marker for a team that's chasing. And they're very nearly there. It's just over a runner ball that they require at the minute.
Yeah, if you let her settle for any period of time, she can always go big, can Freya Kemp. And she's driving the first ball solidly, middle of the bat to mid-off, and there is no run. A couple of fielders have come up now. Long on and long off are inside the circle. There's just two fielders on the leg side, one at deep cover. This one's dragged down a little bit. Work leg side, picked up at mid-wicket. 2 dots to start. Very good start this from Sophia Smale. She comes left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Freya Kemp, who's on the back foot, pulling into the deep on the leg side. She'll get her 2026 season underway with a single. She pulls nicely along the floor. 98 to win. 14.2 overs remaining. Brings Abby Norgrove back onto strike. She's got to play an important part now as she takes a single to long on. Goes about her business as usual. One more to her total. Hampshire 169 for 2.
Yeah, this is a fantastic knock from Norgrove, really settling into that higher order position that you say they've sort of been working on and talking about.
Freya Kemp working that one leg side straight to mid-wicket. It's a good start from Smale against the new batter, putting pressure on her straight away. As Freya Kemp can only find a dot ball at the end of the over. So 14 overs to go, 97 runs required. Kemp on 1, Norgrove playing the anchor now, 67. Players to bat around her. They've got all the talent, Hampshire. Have they got the nerve? Run rate sits now at just a touch under 7, because the wicket brings that down a little bit.
And if you are just tuning in, well, firstly, where have you been? But secondly, Hampshire are without Georgia Adams today, their captain, which is an unusual, well, a first in Hampshire colours. She's nursing a potential injury, so they don't have her to come in the batting lineup, but very well set at the minute and plenty of depth to come. First ball driven up the ground, they take a quick single, and there's a direct hit there. Big appeal. Rose Dovey's not convinced that was out, so Norgrove survives, but it was a great bit of fielding.
Yeah, no, she was in. She took off straight away. Rose Dovey in a good position to judge that one.
That was who was at the field? Because that was a good bit of fielding.
Eva Gray.
Eva Gray, in the PCA Player Team of the Year last year. She was selected.
Good player.
So Scrivens will be bowling to Kemp for the first time.
It's a good match-up this, away from the left-hander.
And Kemp sweeps behind square. They come through for a single.
I think that was a drop catch at short fine.
Was it?
Ballooned up in the air. On the sweep, we'll watch it again on the stream. If you're watching the live feed, yep, she's swept right on the up, gone almost straight to Lissy McLeod, who fumbles it and puts it down. A missed chance for Essex.
In again and driven down the ground for a single. Wow, well, my eyes didn't pick that up at all. I was watching along the ground, so thank you, my second pair.
That's why we're both here, Jem.
You with your younger eyes.
And my glasses on, that does help.
I'm a younger head on older shoulders. Scrivens in, bowls, and worked away on the leg side by Kemp. There's no run.
She thought about running on the misfield, and she was right to say no. Bit of pressure on Kemp here.
In again, bowls, and once again worked into the leg side, but Flo Miller is patrolling that close area, and there's no run.
She's got a lot of space to cover. That's Flo Miller.
Final ball of the over, and driven straight back to Grace Scrivens. Well bowled, just 3 off it, so the last 2 overs, 1 wicket for 5 runs, I think. That makes that changes things up a little bit, as Hampshire now need 94 from 78, with Abby Norgrove beautifully set. Freya Kemp just starting her innings 2 off 8.
172 for 2. If you just joined us, McCacken been dismissed an over or 2 ago for 90, made a well played 90. And Boucher was the first wicket to fall earlier on today, but that was a long time ago. As Sophia Smell took the wicket of McCacken. She's back, bowling from the pavilion end. Driving to long on is Norgrove. She'll get the single she wanted, as Grace Scrivens can't cut it off. 1 more to the total, 173 for 2. You can hear Essex now. Throughout every sort of dot ball, every single, they're just happy now. They're happy they've got a wicket. They feel like they're back in the game. Pressure on Kemp. Smell bowls to a left-hander. Driving past her, will take a single to mid-off. Fielding half done. Does stop the boundary, but can't stop the single. 1 more to the total. Kemp moves to 3. Brings set batter Norgrove on to strike. A short ball from Smell, pulled into the leg side, will split the fielders in the deep. Cordelia Griffith can't cut it off. 4 to Norgrove.
Yeah, that's well placed. That's the difference between a batsman or batter that's in and one that's just getting going. The ability to find that gap with precision, because it's not a huge gap between those 2 fielders. You've got to get it perfectly midway, and she did. She picked it out beautifully, that gap.
And to hit it along the floor as well. She could quite easily hit that wherever she wanted. She didn't try and go for the big shot, didn't try and go for glory, and was risking getting caught on the boundary. She hit it along the floor. Another short one. And she tries to get that into the gap at cover this time and can't quite do it. Hits it straight to extra cover. And there is no run. 6 off the over so far. 2 balls remaining in it. Smale in, bowls to Norgrove. Uses her feet, works it up to long on. Single taken. Norgrove to 75. Hampshire 179 for 2. 87 runs required. Just a touch over 7s. Run rate is okay at the moment. Only 2 wickets down, that's the key. And Kemp there, with the power that she's got, works one up to long on. It goes wide of long on, actually, and she timed it really well and going to get 4. That'll be good for Freya Kemp. Loves dealing in boundaries. Finds one there. She moves on to 7. There's a good bit of timing. And it raced along the outfield. And the fielder at mid-on couldn't get round to cut it off.
Yeah, it must be a lovely wicket to time on today, because that's what we've been saying throughout the whole sort of 88 overs so far from both sides. There's been a lot of really well-timed, sort of low-key shots, just well-timed.
Yeah, it looks like it's got easier to bat on as well. It's very true, bounce is good. As the sun's been on it for most of the day, and it's dried out with the wind, it looks a pretty good wicket to bat on. It's the end of the over. 12 overs remaining.
Grace Scrivens to continue. She is a 0 for 36 from her 6 so far. She comes in and bowls, and Norgrove gives herself a little bit of room. Drives that into the offside, but Flo Miller ever present there. Keeps that down to a dot. And again, this is a little bit shorter. It's outside off stump, but it's pulled onto the leg side. It goes down to long on for a single.
That's a classic come on to my side. Come over to my side. And dragging it into the leg side.
So Scrivens now round the wicket again to the left-hander, Freya Kemp. And this is pushed up the ground, up to mid-on. They come through for a single as Eve Gray picks the ball up.
And that's where she's got so much better, Freya Kemp. There'd be a Freya Kemp of past that would have tried to clear the front leg and take on the boundary at long on because there's nobody back here. She's just happy to take a single.
Scrivens in, bowls, and again, very much looking for that leg side irrespective of where the ball's pitching, and Abby Norgrove gets away with a single there as Cordelia Griffith has a bit of a fumble.
Yeah, good from these two. Really, really good.
It's also playing the situation, isn't it? As Scrivens comes in, and once again from Freya, very what's the word I'm looking for? Very
Careful,
sensibly,
yeah.
very carefully push up the ground for a single, get Abby back on strike.
It's just good cricket. 4 singles.
And again, and this time a little bit more of a flourish of a drive from Norgrove. Really well timed again. The fielder does well to get round. They've hunted in packs as the throw comes in.
Yep, Kopak comes round, passes it off to Flo Miller, who gets the throw away. She definitely didn't throw that with the most amount of power, so I reckon she must have a shoulder injury. Because she normally is a jet in the field, out in the deep somewhere, and to field it extra cover all day, all the arms just decreased in its power.
Maybe that, or they just think there wasn't need there to bullet it in. There isn't always.
Yeah.
But no, you're probably right. Maybe nursing a bit of a shoulder injury.
That's just a pure guess, by the way. I have no idea.
Not needing to take those risks this early on in the season with any niggles. Right, 77 to win off 66 balls is the equation for Hampshire. 8
Games
wickets
in the balance.
hand.
These are the games that we love. The ones that come down to the wire. Great for the viewer, not so great for either team that are feeling the nerves, feeling the pressure. Smell to continue down the leg side. Kemp works it leg side. And we'll pick up a single. Sophie Monroe up deep backward square. Who's the sub fielder, does the work, cuts off the 2. Hampshire 190 for 2. 76 to win. Smell into Norgrove, uses her feet, creates a bit of room, drives to mid-off and thought about a single and decided against it. Kemp was more keen than Norgrove was. Smell in again. Bounds towards us, bowls. Norgrove pushes up to long on. Collects another single. Moves to 80. 75 to win. From 10.5 overs. Smell bowls to Kemp. Uses her feet, yorks herself. Almost gets stumped in the process. The ball goes through to Kai, fumbles it slightly. Bit of an awkward take. Kemp manages to get her feet home. That was a little bit messy.
Yeah, it was.
Kemp.
In the end, she survived, but yeah, anything could have happened then. It's one of those.
Anything can happen when Freya Kemp is batting. That's what I've realised after knowing her for a fair while now. Anything can happen. She stays in her crease this time. Tries to work it to long on, can't get it past Smale. Off her own bowling does the work. Good over so far. 5 balls bowled, just the 2 singles from it. Needs to keep it quiet. Can she finish it off and put the pressure back on Hampshire? And they try and take a quick single to mid-wicket. Direct hit needed, not taken. An overthrow, thought about a second, decided against it. It's all happening here at Utilita Bowl as Freya Kemp sneaks a single off the last ball. She moves to 11. There's 10 overs remaining. Hampshire 192 for 2 and they need 74 to win this first game. Against Essex, they're chasing 265. They're in quite a comfortable position about 15 minutes ago when Norgrove and McCacken were going really simply. And then there was the wicket, which can change everything. And there's just a little bit more pressure now. Run rate at 7.4. It's not out of control, but they'd like it around a runner ball. So if they can bring that down, a few boundaries. They've got Kemp there, which is key because this is her bread and butter. The last 10 overs where she can really fire. She's got a few wickets in hand below her as well. If she needs to up the ante, she can.
Yeah, well, just a reminder that Essex scored 70 off their last 10 overs. Hampshire have got to go a few better than that, needing 74 to win. So that's driven straight back to bowler Scrivens by Freya Kemp. That hits the stumps. There's no appeal for run out, backing up or anything like that, but it's a dot ball. So Essex had a big flourish to their back end of the innings, and Hampshire just need to go slightly better, needing
just slightly.
74. But they do have the benefit of wickets in hand, plus a set batter at the minute in Abby Norgrove, and Freya Kemp very much getting set as she works that up to wide long on for a single to bring Norgrove, who's now on 80, onto strike.
I wouldn't be surprised if they promoted Wellington as well. If there was another wicket to fall, I wouldn't be surprised if you saw Wellington walk out next.
Yeah, it's all about flexible batting lineup when it comes to this stage of the innings. A little shuffle down the crease from Norgrove, and that's straight to a wide long on. Fielded, they come through for a single.
And that's Southby down there warming up, so she's carded to come in next at 5. Tatani's there with her pads on as well. I can't see Wellington. You've got the binoculars on.
I'll have a look. No, she's... I can see her. I don't think she's got pads on.
Okay.
This time it's driven just to a short wide mid-off, and they come through for a single. I think she is...
She's at the back there chatting?
Yeah, I think she's at the back chatting.
So she's down there with kit on, but not with pads on. So
yeah.
Looks like she won't be next.
But as we're hypothesising about who's to come in, let's have a look at who is at the crease at the minute, and it's Abby Norgrove on 81 as she punches that down the ground to add another one to her tally.
She's playing a great innings so far, really mature for such a young player. She's got a key role in this side this year. She'll know that. She's well embedded in this side.
And Scrivens' final ball of her 8th over. And that's pulled away by Freya Kemp onto the leg side. They come through for a single. 5 runs off that over. That's Scrivens' over. Takes Hampshire 197 for 2.
I'm going to take a break, Jem, and you'll be joined by Phil.
Lovely. So, just to recap, Kemp on 14, Abby Norgrove on 82, Hampshire 197 for 2, needing 69 runs to win off 54 balls. Looks like Essex are just having a discussion about a bowling change. Grace Scrivens is at the other end, having just bowled, discussing where all the fielders need to be placed. It's really important to get these things right at this stage. It's important at most stages, but crucial at this stage where Essex will be really looking to keep that run rate above a runner ball as Hampshire look to chip away at it. Hi, Phil.
Hi there. It's got a bit tighter since I was last on air. Hampshire seem to be cruising a little bit, but they're not cruising now. There's probably still favourites, but Essex have come back well here. We've got Esme McGregor coming back into the attack. She bowled well from this hotel end at the start, but she's now going to bowl from the pavilion end. Hampshire just 6 ahead of the Duckworth Lewis now. They were at 20 ahead at one point.
And as you say, we don't need it today for weather, but it is a good indicator.
It's always a good guide, yeah.
And it just sort of tells you that one more wicket and Essex are right back in this.
So McGregor stops her first run up, but she's going to go back again and have another go. Keep her up to the stumps. McGregor in, and Kent drives to mid-off, but she hits that too hard really. And then no chance of a single. So got a cover out on the boundary, got a long on, and 2 others on the leg side. Boundaries, short fine leg, mid-wicket, extra cover, mid-off and backward point. McGregor, right arm over the wicket. In she comes, that's a good ball again. Kent does take the single this time, because she didn't hit it quite as hard. Takes the single up to mid-off. 1 run. And yeah, just just feel that Hampshire need a boundary fairly soon, a boundary and over. Sort of things getting to that stage.
Well, that one big over. We saw the Manhattan. We have the luxury of the Manhattan and the worms and such coming up on our replay screen, and they could just do with one or two tall buildings about now.
Yeah, it's getting up to 8 and over now, the run rate. So McGregor in, hair bobbing in the wind. And Norgrove flicks away on the leg side. They might look for 2 here, but no, it's Griffiths across the ground quickly, gets to it, keeps it down to a single. So the pressure just building. Every single actually makes the run rate increase, required run rate. McGregor in again. Kemp again just biding her time, just forces that up to long on. Very controlled innings so far from Kemp.
Yeah, you feel like she's a coiled spring though.
Yeah, it's a little bit out of character the way she's batting, but as you say, you think she's going to go at any minute. That's the 200 up for Hampshire in the 42nd over. McGregor in again. Norgrove drives to mid on, they're taking on the single again. This could be close with a hit. It is a direct hit, but she's home. She's scurried up very quickly there up the wicket, but hit it very hard to mid on, who's sort of on the circle, on the fielding circle. But when you hit it that hard, you've got to run hard as well. And she did, and got home for another single. She's up to 84. Hampshire up to 201, and Kemp back on strike with the last ball of the over. Just 4 of this over so far, so good job by McGregor so far. Can she finish off the over well? It's short, and Kemp goes for the big hit, and she's hit that. She hasn't made it a big hit. She's hit that for a 1 bounce 4 over wide long on. That was the ball, the release ball that Hampshire needed in that over. And McGregor just dropped it a bit short, and Kemp was waiting on the back foot and lofted it into the gap out there on the leg side. So Hampshire up to 205 with 8 overs to go, requiring 61.
Yep, Kemp's faced 23 balls until she let loose on that one. Really controlled innings so far. She's just supported Abby Norgrove, who's playing an absolutely blinding innings, currently on 84, but she's come in and very much played sort of second fiddle, if you like, to Abby, making sure she rotates the strike and gets her partner Norgrove on strike as much as possible, knowing that once she is set and got her eye in, she does have the ability with those long levers to punish bad balls.
Well, she's certainly a boundary hitter, isn't she, Freya Kemp?
But say very mature innings. Scrivens is going to continue. She's bowled 8 overs so far, coming up for her 9th with her off spin over the wicket to the right-handed Norgrove, who drives on the offside and sets off for a really quick single. And that was the one that probably did need a direct hit. We've seen a couple of direct hits that were fruitless in their result, but that was a slightly higher throw to the keeper from Flo Miller, and a good dive from Freya Kemp means they get through for a single. But I think a direct hit could have been curtains there. The umpire's just umpire Ben Peverils putting the stumps back together, building the castle, and Scrivens has got ball in hand ready to come round the wicket to Freya Kemp, currently on 20 off 24. Aborted her run up there, something wasn't quite right. I don't know if the batsman pulled away, I think. This is Scrivens starts again. She's in, bowls, and it's on leg stump, turned around the corner by Kemp, and they scurry through for another single. They've got to keep the singles coming, but you know, at the run rate they do need that boundary and over minimum at the minute. So singles are sort of the bread and butter, and then they've got to put the jam on top with a boundary. And that's not going to be a boundary, that's caught. So Norgrove, a fantastic innings, comes to an end, caught at long on by Sophia Smale off the bowling of the captain Grace Scrivens.
Yeah, she actually hit that well, Northrop, but she just picked the field out. She never had to move. She was about 5 yards off the line, and it went to her sort of shoulder height.
She did, and I can't help thinking she didn't need to. She didn't need to do that role. She's built a good innings, sort of playing more orthodox, and it looked like she tried to take the game on then. Whereas it's probably better off if she had continued the way she was for the remaining 7 overs and let the other end do that. But she took it on. She didn't time it. She got it down to long on, but she has to depart for a very, very well made 85.
So that puts it, Essex now in a huddle. They must really be feeling that if they can just squeeze in a couple of overs and keep it tight, they're going to put a lot of pressure on Hampshire here.
And do you think that pressure was on Norgrove because of the way Kemp batted? We're saying it's sensible and everything else, but do you think she felt...
I don't know. I mean, say Kemp's been sensible. She's scoring almost run a ball. She's doing okay. I think Norgrove could have just carried on batting as she was for a few more overs, you know. I'm not saying she was panicking, because it wasn't a wild shot or anything. It was a pretty good shot down the ground. She just picked out the fielder.
Anyway, Rihanna Southby now comes to the middle to join Freya Kemp, so we saw her padded up. Charlotte did say perhaps send in AJ Wellington at this stage just to get that run rate going, but Rihanna Southby, who had a very good season with the bat last year, is about to face her first ball. Grace Scrivens in bowls, full ball. It's driven down the ground, it beats the bowler, and they will come through for a single to get Freya Kemp back on strike.
Yeah, Rihanna Southby was batting even higher last year, wasn't she? Opened or batted 3 quite a bit.
She ended up opening a bit, yeah.
So she's
opening with Elise Perry, I think, a few games.
Accustomed to batting in this situation.
Scrivens into Kemp, driven down the ground, and they come through for another single. So the wicket aside, it's obviously a huge wicket, Norgrove on 85, but the other balls have just been singles, and Essex are going to be all over that. It's exactly what they want at this stage, exactly what they need. Final ball of the over, Scrivens comes in, more flighted delivery, driven into the offside, and they come through for another single. So 1 for 5 off that. Really good over from the captain, Grace Scrivens. Hampshire need 56 to win off 42 balls. They're 210 for 3.
And this could be a really good finish now. And it's got a lot tighter than the... And I keep referring to the DLS, but that's getting closer now. It's just 2 out. Hampshire just 2 ahead. And yeah, Hampshire need a boundary and over really from here. Kemp, we know, is well capable of clearing the boundary. Southby more of an accumulator really, although obviously she can hit boundaries as well. They all can, but we're going to have McGregor bowling from the pavilion end, or the Telegraph Wood end as it used to be known. And Southby on strike, first time at this end. She flicks that to mid-wicket, but she's not going to get it past the field. So Essex have got 2 fielders out on the boundary on each side, and 5 in the circle, and you can only have 5 inside, of course. Sorry, can only have maximum of 4 outside, I should say. This time Southby swats it to mid-on. But it's wider mid-on, so they've managed to get through for a single. Southby moves up to 3 and the score to 211. Kemp back on strike. Can she find that boundary? They're moving the wide mid-wicket round straighter to sort of the area where Kemp did find the boundary in the last over. McGregor in again, and Kemp hits on the offside. She's going to find a boundary on the offside, I think. That's going to go square. Well timed from Kemp. Just sort of leant on it really and steered it square on the offside into a gap, and that's raced away for 4. It's raced gone all the way over to the advertising boards at the far end of the ground, and that's 4 more to Kemp. Takes her up to 26. Very important boundary for Hampshire Fields, so they need one at least an over, I think, and that was the one for this over. This time Kemp swings on the leg side, but she hasn't really got hold of that, and it's just tripled away off the pad, I think, for a leg bye. It is indeed. Signalled by umpire Deverell. But 6 off 4 balls this over. And again, Southby drives it to mid-on. It's well stopped, half stopped by the fielder, but they managed to come through for a single. Scrivens there, good commitment in the field to save the ball going past, but couldn't prevent the single. Threw it while she was lying flat on the ground, and wasn't a bad effort. I think Southby will win anyway. Southby's quick between the wickets. Kemp back on strike for last ball this over from McGregor. And she's lofted that. I think that's going to be fielded at mid-on. So I thought it was going down the boundary. It went straight over the bowler's head. Mid-on got round, but they managed to get back for 2. So that's a good over for Hampshire.
9
off the over, and that's more than they need per over, so that's good over from Hampshire. 44 gone. Hampshire need 47 more at 219 for 3.
I'm just looking at that Manhattan. The biggest over for Hampshire was actually the 13th, so way back when. So since then, they haven't had those. Just really need that 1 or 2 big overs just to get themselves really with a strong foothold in this chase. So we're going to have Scrivens to bowl her final over. She's 152 off her 9 so far. She picked up the important wicket last over of Norgrove. This is wide of off stump, cut in front of square. Come through for a single to Rihanna Southby. Field change for the left hand. We've had a lot of left-right hand combinations in this game. Scrivens round the wicket to Freya Kemp, who's on 28, just under a runner ball, 28 off 29. Scrivens in, bowls, and swept, and she swept hard. She's fallen over. That's how hard she swept, and it's gone a lot finer than she thought, but it is 4 runs, 4 to Hampshire, 4 to Freya Kemp. Very important 4 off the second ball of that over.
Yeah, that is important, because as I said, Hampshire need a boundary and over really, and Kemp's provided that in each of the last 3 or 4 overs. She's managed to find at least 1 ball and over she can hit for 4, and that.
It's always nice to get it done early in the over as well.
They always try and hit one of the first 2 balls for 4 if they can, as you say, gets the over in hand.
This time she's driven down the ground on the onside. I'll come through for a single. 6 off the first 3 balls.
So again, if they can just take singles off the last 3, that's 9, which is more than required.
Yep, the run rate is 7.5, the required run rate, sorry. And Southby frees her arms and takes a wild swing. There's a huge mix-up, and that will be the end of Southby's innings. She hit the ball firmly, ran on the shot. Freya, probably quite rightly, sent her back, but there was no going back with how far she'd got down the wicket, and it was an easy run out in the end, as they were both at one end together.
Yeah, a bit of miscommunication there. Southby just ran, and then Kemp started off, but declined, and Southby, sensibly for the team, made sure that she was the one that was out, and not.
Yeah, it looks like an awful run out when you look at it on the face of it, but Southby's trying to do the right thing, getting Kemp back on strike. Kemp's done the right thing because it's the right call, because Southby hit it straight to a fielder, and Kemp would have been out by a mile. And then Southby's done the right thing, making sure she's the one to leave Kemp at the crease as the one in touch. So
good cricket all round for Hampshire. What you're saying?
It looks horrific, but when you flip it and find the silver lining,
yeah.
My glass is half full.
So excellent cricket from Hampshire produces a wicket for Hampshire.
That's what I'm saying. I could always find the bright side.
But no, I know what you're saying, and Southby certainly did the correct thing in sacrificing herself. It's good to see that.
It does bring the captain for today, Naomi Tatani, into the crease. We've now got a left-hand combination. Yeah, only I can turn a wicket for Hampshire into a good bit of cricket by Hampshire. Right, Scriven's just tinkering with her field as Tatani's about to face her first ball of this season. And down it comes, and she pulls and pulls hard, and straight away she finds the boundary, 4 behind square on the leg side.
To be honest, that's just the sort of ball you want first up, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Long up outside leg stump. And Tatani's up in lights on the board at scoring at 400 at the moment.
Yep.
But yeah, that was a real loosener, and Scriven's a bit disappointed with that.
Final ball of her spell, and it's driven back to the bowler for no run. So there's still, despite that wicket, there's still 10 off the over, which is all that matters at this stage. Hampshire have got wickets in hand, so the fact that they got 10 off the over when they need 7.5, good over for Hampshire.
Indeed. So that's Scriven's spell finished. She's finished with 10 overs, 1 for 62, and she's got to find an alternative bowler from this end now. And Essex, they certainly could do with getting rid of Kemp from an Essex point of view. Hampshire need 37 from 5 overs, which, as I was saying earlier, in the modern game doesn't sound too daunting, but they've still got to be gathered, and a wicket can always change the situation, always does. Yeah, if Kemp was out now, he'd have 2 new batters at the crease, and all of a sudden it's a different game.
Essex have got a few options. Only Smale and Scrivens are bowled out. Obviously, Grucock is out of the game, we think, with a finger injury.
Are they going with Gardner? Let's see, man, he's bowling. Yes, Joe Gardner coming back. That's a bit of a surprise. She's bowled 3 overs and the 1 ball to make up for the other overs so far. And she starts off, Kemp hits it straight to extra cover to Scrivens. So Gardner bowling off spin round the wicket from something else blowing over down below us. Gardner bowling from the pavilion end, round the wicket again, and Kemp's down the track and drives this. Does she get it past extra cover? Yes, she does. That's going to be 4 runs. Wide extra cover and mid-off coming round, dived to no avail, and that's 4 to Kemp. So again, boundary near the start of the over, which is just what Hampshire need. Slight surprise that Joe Gardner's been given the ball now with the seamers, the frontline seamers still with overs to bowl.
Yeah, it's an interesting move from the captain. We'll yet to see if the proof's in the pudding, but
yeah,
it's not the obvious choice, the way the game's gone.
She's under a bit of pressure now with 4 off the second ball, adjusting the field now, so Scrivens herself's going squarer at cover, and the cover fielder is going round to deep extra cover. There's still 5 on the leg side. This time Kemp sweeps. Doesn't get it past short fine legs, so there's no run. Fielded there by Lissy McLeod, who batted very well earlier on for 46. This is short and Kemp off the back foot, but she's only going to get 1 as she hits it to wide mid off. So that's a single, but 2 left-handers in now, of course, so the field doesn't need to adjust. Well, it does actually adjust, but not for dexterity, thank you. But there is an adjustment in the field. And they're going to come through for a single. Titani's missed that, and so's the keeper. And it's just trickled behind the keeper, but they've come through for a single. In fact, she must have hit it. There's no signal. So I don't know if that was a drop chance. It probably was. Titani was trying to cut, and the ball's eluded Amara Carr, and they come through for 1. Kemp's down the track here, and that's a big hit down the ground. That's going to be another boundary. Very clean hit by Kemp this time. She's paced his innings really well, you have to say. She's now up to 42 from 36, and Charlotte is coming back in for the last few overs of this game, replacing Jem. Jem's finished today now, well, finished commentating and off to do the post-match interviewing. Hopefully, from a Hampshire point of view, she'll be interviewing a victorious player.
Yeah, hopefully. We can only hope.
Not that we're biased, of course. Totally neutral in the commentary box.
Change of bowling. Scrivens bowled out. 10 overs, 1 for 61. Eva Gray has ball in hand. Actually, she doesn't. She has hair in hand. She's just redoing her hair. Gray Scrivens has got the ball. They're chatting about fields. 2 left-handers at the crease. They've got a deep square, deep mid-wicket and a long on. And a deep cover. They're just deciding whether to put another player out on the offside, I think. They've decided not. So just the...
They've got to squeeze on the Tani, haven't they, really, and try and keep her on strike.
Well, that's why the mid-wicket's come in. Oh, no, they're changing it again. So the mid-wicket... Oh, no, they're just switching position. The mid-wicket's going to stay. So Scrivens in at mid-wicket.
I just feel they've got to gamble a bit more here and try and keep Titani on strike as the new batter.
She's waiting patiently, Titani. Eva Gray, ball in hand, is going to come round the wicket to her. And she bowls. Sweeps. Hill for LBW, not given. Going down the leg side, I think. Ball balloons out on the offside down to third, and there was no fielder there, so they pick up a leg by. Hampshire moved to 239 for 4. Sorry, Phil.
I was going to say, importantly, getting Kemp back on strike as well.
Yeah, well, that's why they were scampering. And that might be why the appeal came, just to see if they can, one, take a wicket, but also stop Kemp getting the strike. She's got it, though. 42 from 36, she's on. And she's telling somebody to move out the way of the sight screen.
There's something up above the screen they're pointing to. I don't know.
Well, it's blowing. The screens are on sort of wheels, and they're being held down by sandbags and bricks and things because the wind is so strong, pushing them along. But that looks like somebody was just in the way.
Could be someone on the hotel balcony below us. Like that's the sort of height they were pointing at.
Gray to Kemp. 26 to win. Kemp, full ball, tries to work it leg side, gets it through Scrivens. It will split them in the deep. They'll just get one, the Hampshire batters, or will they? There's an overthrow, no, backed up by Griffith. 25 to win. 3.4 overs remaining. It's come down to the wire, Phil. 25 from 22. 6 wickets in hand.
Yep.
Wellington still to come.
And Francesca Sweet on debut. What a debut that might be. Able to come in and get the team over the line.
Gray round the wicket to Titani this time. Paddle sweeps, gets it fine, really fine, over the head of Amara Carr. Lissy McLeod will run round to do the fielding. They'll come back for a second and complete it. Good running from Hampshire, 23 from 21.
Yeah, Titani's done well here in a very brief time at the crease. She's come in very positive, 7 off 5.
Well, she's somebody that sweeps well, hits different angles, has a power game as well. She's got 100 in pre-season, so she's feeling good, in good form. You feel like the weight on, as captain as well, you feel like the weight's on your shoulders to take your team home. She's got an opportunity to do it. Gray down the leg side, another sweep. It's gone fine again over the head of Amara Carr. They'll look for a second. It didn't go as far as the last one, so it has to be turned down. Good decision.
I think she's got a line quite right here, has she? Because she's bowling around the wicket, and so everything's angling down the leg side.
22 from 20.
Making her shot selection quite straightforward.
Well, luckily for her, they're getting their pads in the way of it, so it's not connecting with the back. 'Cause if it was, it's going for 4, and if they're not, it's going for 5 wide. So luckily for them, it's just a leg by. Essex clinging on.
Yeah. Now we've got somebody running. Oh, it's a helmet replacement. Oh, yeah, cap coming on. Keeper's now going to stand back.
Now, will Kemp use her feet to seam now that the keeper's gone back? She has a tendency to do it. Will she do it now? She stays in her crease, clears the front leg and tries to find the gap at deep mid-wicket. And another leg by will
Leg
be
buys are
called.
racking up in this over.
Yeah, there's 3 of them so far. Hampshire need 21 from 21. 21 from 19, sorry.
Because Tatani's a skipper is in a similar situation to Georgia Adams often found herself in. She was really good as a skipper at getting over the line in a run chase, wasn't she? A master at it, really.
Gray to Tatani, sweeps.
I'm speaking in the past tense. Georgia Adams just missing one game, but you know what I mean.
Gets a single, does Tatani. Looks a bit defeated, but shouldn't be. She gets what her team needs, which is another single to the total. They can do it in singles pretty much. It's just over a runner
20
ball.
off 3. Yep.
So they don't need to go crazy here. A couple of boundaries and they'll feel much better. Hampshire. The last time they lost a wicket was at 2-2-5. Good partnership between these two. Two, 4, 6 for 4.
That's what I'm showing.
Lovely evening here at Utilita Bowl.
It is now, very nice.
Sun's peeking through the clouds. It's warmer. It started to reach us. This sunshine has only just come towards us.
With 3 overs remaining out of 100. Yeah. So, who have we got bowling? It's going to be Gardner still, I think.
Well, with no Grewcock, they're having to change things up a little
They
bit.
don't seem to be trusting Kopak much.
No, which is interesting,
she
as
hasn't
she's
had
a
her best
frontline
day.
bowler, yeah.
Yeah.
Who else? What other options have they got?
McGregor's
They've
still got
3
overs
from
to go.
McGregor, you're
Yeah.
right. 5 from Kopak. And Gardner. That's it.
It's Gardner to Tatani. It's short and Tatani pulls it, and very good effort mid-wicket actually to pull off what would have been a pretty stunning catch, and she got a hand on it. I think that's Flo Miller.
No, that's McGregor there.
That's McGregor. I think, yeah, it was excellent effort, but it's going to be a single. But Tatani nailed that, and she got 2 hands on it actually. A full-length dive, but it would have been an unbelievable catch. But it probably saved 4, so a good effort from McGregor. It's 1 to Tatani, moves on to 9. Kemp back on strike. Gardner bowling right arm off spin round the wicket from the Rod Brownsgrove Pavilion end. And Kemp drives that, but can't get it past the bowler. Good stop by Gardner off her own bowling, so run rate just edges up. Now need 19 off 16.
Yep, 20 off 18 it says on the scorebook.
This one's pulled away by Kemp back to the deep mid-wicket boundary, and they'll just come through for another single.
So 18 to win now.
Yep, off
16 balls. These games.
I think
are the
it's
hot
15.
ones.
They've missed a dot there on the board. Wasn't there a dot between the 2 singles?
I don't think so.
She drove one back to the bowl.
Oh. Yeah, maybe they
I
have.
thought so.
It's the same on the stream actually as well,
Yes.
so we'll have to see whether. There we
Yeah.
go, they fixed it now.
Yeah.
So 18 or 15. It's crucial though, isn't it? Because every ball counts. So if there's a ball less than you think.
What's a bit confusing, of course, you're saying Gardner's bowled 4.4, but one of those balls didn't count in this over. So it's 4.3, isn't it? She's bowled in it. So she's, if you see what I mean. So Tatani gets another single there. She hits it down to mid-off. And They come through for 1, but it's a good over from Gardner. Just 3 off 4 balls so far. It's going to go all the way, this game.
It is indeed. Now will Kemp try and do some damage? Gardner, a bit of a part-time spinner, really. She's not a frontline bowler for Essex, but she's had to do a bit more in this game. Will she take her on? Or will she play more sensibly?
She's chipped it over mid-wicket. Clear of McGregor, but only going to get a single. So quite a controlled shot. Over mid-wicket, but short of the boundary. Fielder. And 250 up for Hampshire. And again, there's a consultation between the bowler and the captain.
It's almost every ball, isn't it?
Yeah. Changing their plan.
But they've got time. So the cut-off time is 24 minutes past 5, and they've got 23 minutes to get into the last over, and that's only an over away. So they've got plenty of time to stop the game, have these types of conversations, because they bowled their overs so quickly. Lots of spin.
When their spinners were on, they were rushing through at one point. When Grewcock and Smale were on, they were bowling at about a minute and over.
And that just leaves you a little bit of breathing space when it gets to the crunch end of the game, which they're in right now. They can afford to just slow the game down and have these types of conversations. It might be nothing to do with the tactical side of things. They might just be trying to take time out of the game, give the batters more time to think, go through their different options.
They haven't bowled many wides and no balls either, so that's not cost them time either. So yeah, well inside the time limit. That's not their concern. The concern is how they can preferably get a Hampshire wicket, but certainly bowl dot balls. And again, Tatani just turns it on the leg side. They might look for 2 here because she's it's just 1. Sorry, it's down to Lizzie McLeod. Single for Tatani. Takes the score to 251 for 4, and Hampshire need 15 from 2 overs.
Now, how many would you be willing to chase in the last over?
10.
So that's the question. How many will you be willing to chase? You need to do some of the damage in this over.
Yeah.
Wickets in hand, you've got to be willing to take a risk, because you don't want to be chasing too many in the last.
You don't want more than 10, I would say, to be chasing. And from an Essex point of view,
If they can get 2 boundaries early on in this over, that'll be a bonus.
it's going to be Gray bowling.
She's gone from 40 from her 7. She's been quite expensive. Eva Gray. Again, another lengthy conversation with her captain. 15 from 12. Tatani 11 not out. Kemp at the non-strikers end at the moment is 45 not out. This partnership is worth 26 from 20. So it's not been the most explosive partnership, but it's just been enough at the moment.
It's just what's been required, let's be honest.
But now they've got to do some of the damage in this over. They can't be leaving too many to the last.
So Tatani's on strike.
And I think Tatani's got to be the one to maybe take the risk early. If she sacrifices herself, then so be it. She's gone for the big swing. She's only found the fielder at long on. 1 to the total. Her priority is getting Freya Kemp on strike. She's done that. 1 single to the total.
Kemp on 45 from 41.
14 from 11.
But she is capable of hitting boundaries on either side of the wicket. But I guess her preferred area is the area between mid-on and square leg.
Yeah, definitely. If she can open up that front leg and find that gap, that's where she'll target first. But again, if Eva Gray strays down the leg side, which she did a couple of times in the last over, fine legs open too. She goes wide outside the off stump, hits it to point. They're going to take the single regardless. They've got to. Single taken. Good bowling from Eva Gray. Gets it out of Freya Kemp's arc.
Yeah, she backed away a little bit, didn't she? So Eva Gray went a bit wide of off stump, and Freya Kemp, even with her long reach, had to stretch quite a bit to actually get a pad on it at all. So it was good bowling. Watching the batter's movement.
It's good. It's good from Gray. It's good from Essex. She comes in again. Tatani clears the front leg this time. Hits it straight to mid-wicket. She can't find the gap. That's a vital dot ball for Essex.
It is getting tight now.
They just keep finding the fielders.
13 required
I'm just
off
wondering
9.
whether they take the aerial route and just try and get it into the outfield. Rather than hitting it along the floor now, can they take a bit more of a risk and go aerially? Maybe use their feet. Keeper stood back.
Inside out over extra cover, I think.
Straight down the ground. That's a great shot, Ditani. She's pummeled it over the bowler's head for 4. That's the boundary they need. Brilliant shot. Got her front leg out the way. It's the shot she's been looking for. She's got it now. Eva Gray, good length ball, nothing wrong with the delivery, maybe a touch full, but Ditani was equal to it and picks up a vital boundary. 9 required from 8 now.
That was great timing in 2 senses, really. One, the timing of the actual shot, but also the timing of this in the situation. It was just the time they needed a boundary, just to ease those nerves. It was getting up to, well, 9 off 6 it was, wasn't it?
So 9 from 8
Sorry,
required. Can they find another
it's 9
boundary?
from
That
8
would be
now,
an
sorry.
absolute bonus if they can get another boundary in this over. Can they find one? Eva Gray, running away from us, comes round the wicket to Ditani. She clears the front leg again, goes again down the ground, straighter this time. The long ons come a lot straighter and does the work. Good connection again from Ditani. Can only find a single.
So 8 off 7.
8 off 7. Again, I'm just looking at that 6 wickets in hand. Could they have gone a bit earlier?
What a good start to the season, though, Charlotte, from a cricketing point of view. We've got the first game of the season is going to go right to the wire.
Absolutely, and there's been big scores in some of the other games.
Yep.
A low scoring game, but a thriller at Taunton. It's good. It's exactly what we need to start a long but going to be a good summer of cricket. Scriven's having a word with Eva Gray once
We've
again.
got the field almost directly behind the bowler now, down here.
Kemp on strike, 46 not out. Eva Gray, last ball of her over. Bowls and it's into Kemp's arm.
Straight
She
to
got
that
over
fielder.
her. She's gone.
Yeah, straight to the fielder they placed behind the bowler.
Kemp's gone. She tried to lift it over long off, and she's got the slowest walk off in world cricket. I swear she has. As Freya Kemp, she's disappointed with herself there. She couldn't get it over the fielder. She was going for the glory. She was going for the big shot. And I kind of understand why she was trying to do it. She was trying to finish it, but just didn't get any of it. You'd back her every day of the week to hit that for 6. Short boundary straight, but she just didn't quite get it.
And you have to say, excellent field placement by the captain who moved that fielder very precisely to that position, a very straight long off. And
You've got to take the catch, haven't you? And Joe Gardner did
straight
that.
to her. And so excellent captaincy from Essex, excellent cricket from Essex, and just an excellent game, really.
This is going to go down to the last over. 8 required. It's not out of control for Hampshire due to that boundary that Ditani found. They were 7 runs off that last over. Means they need 8 from this one. Amanda Jade Wellington in Hampshire colours for the first time comes to the crease. She bowled okay earlier. She's now got a bit to do with the bat for her team. But she's got experience. She hits the ball in weird areas. Her bat's being checked in the bat gauge as she strolls out to the middle. It's past the test.
Do they do that every bat now or just random?
Sorry, what, sorry?
Do they do that for every bat now or just random?
It's just random.
Because in the women's IPL...
This one's been shipped from abroad, isn't it? So
yeah, in the WIPL they do it every ball, don't they? Every
Yeah.
batter that comes in they do it. But I hadn't noticed it before
I
today.
think they check a few in the dressing room as well.
Yeah, like random checks. Yeah.
So it's just a bit of a spot check. But maybe the ones that have been shipped from overseas...
They always check
they
the
might
Aussies.
just check.
Always check the Aussies,
Yeah, just
do
in
they?
case. Just in case. Again, loads of time here that Essex have got. They're well within the cut-off. They've reached the last over with...
And who are they going to trust the
loads
last
of time.
over with? Gardner again, by the looks of it.
They're going with spin. They had the option of McGregor and Kopak, so they went with seam over spin. Gardner, she's done okay so far.
Yep, 5 overs and 1 ball for 33. She bowled the remaining ball when Grewcock went off injured after 5 balls of her over, and she's bowled 5 overs since then from the other end and gone 0 for 33. So she's the one that Grace Scrivens is trusting for this last over.
Having a long conversation, aren't they?
Pace off the ball.
I'd be bowling this as slowly as I possibly could, I think, and making the
them
batter
hit
do
it.
all the work.
Yeah.
Especially with someone like Wellington that enjoys the pace on the ball.
So let's look at the field. Tatani's on strike. Gardner's going to bowl round the wicket. We've got a 3 on the offside, saving 1. Tight in, saving 1. We've got a long off, we've got a long on. Got a deep mid-wicket, a deep square, short fine leg, and a straightish mid-wicket. And she's coming close. So Scrivens is now moving the boundary fielders, reorganising them.
I think it's just to take time out
I think
of
the
the
offside
game.
fielder could get a bit tighter, actually, couldn't they? They're going to save 1. But anyway, Gardner in. And Tiny swings out on the leg side. Is the fielder going to make it? Yes, they are. But I think they're going to come back for 2. And they will get back for 2. That's good running.
Great running.
Slight misfield by the fielder out there, but I think they've got 2 anyway. So that's a good start for Hampshire. So 6 now required off 5.
And I like this. The batters, Wellington's called Datani straight back. Another conversation, make sure they're on the same page every time. They don't want to mix up. They don't want to run out here. They don't want to cause pressure by having a new batter come in. The priority would be to get Datani on strike.
Yeah, can the captain see them home? Gardner in. And Tatani swept that for 4, I think. Yeah, she has. That's just what Tatani's been looking for, that leg side sweep, and she's made good contact. And that should see Hampshire to victory. That line again, that's a bad line really, isn't it? Look at the replay, it's outside leg stump.
It's just where you don't want to be. You've got no protection behind square on the leg side. The fielder's just a touch behind square, but no more than that. And there's a massive gap to her left.
And if she missed
the worst ball you want to bowl.
If she missed it, it's a wide anyway, to be honest. So, yeah, it's a poor ball.
2 from 4 deliveries. This looks much more comfortable now.
In Jo Gardner's defence, she is only a part-time bowler. Probably not too often as she bowled in this situation, I would guess. So it's a difficult job for her.
This is brilliant for Datani. What confidence coming in as a skipper. We've got big shoes to fill in Adams being out, and she bowled well earlier on. She's organised her team brilliantly in the field, and now she's hopefully, for her sake and for Hampshire's sake, going to see her team home as well. 23 from 16 she is, brilliant from her.
And this time that's a good ball this time. That's a Yorker from Gardner, and Tony's just dug it out and there's no run. So
2 from 3 now.
Once again the batters have a little conversation.
Good delivery from Jo Gardner, really dug that one in.
And the bowler and the captain having a conversation in the fielding side, so lots of talk before this ball. And quite right too, it's a very important. And they're going to change, they're going to bring Long on up by the looks of it.
And they've got to do something. 2 from 3. They can't really afford to give away a single.
So
but they also need to cause a little bit of pressure as well.
So yeah, they've now got 7 in the ring. And Gardner's in. And Tatani goes right across the crease and sweeps again. And this could go all the way. No, it's going to be stopped, but it's going to be the 2 runs that's required. Tatani gets back for 2. She got right across and swept that ball. I think she was going to sweep it wherever it went, to be honest. And Hampshire get home courtesy of their captain, Naomi Tatani, and they get home with 2 balls to spare. And what a good start to the season for Hampshire.
Yeah, brilliant, wasn't it? Brilliant from Tatani. Just got that one away fine enough to come back for the second. Again, not the best ball from Jo Gardner, but Tatani gets home, punches the air. She should be really happy with herself, her team. Nervous coming into today. Adams will be happy watching on. She was nervous coming into today, having not missed a game for Hampshire and only missed 2 being on England duty for when the Hampshire were the Vipers back in the day. Wellington didn't need to face a ball. Should be pretty happy with that. They got over the line, Hampshire. They win this game and take the points from Essex, who again can't quite get over the line. Just run you through the scorecard from the second innings. Hampshire chasing 266 to win this game, have done that. McCacken started nicely. She made 90 off 110 balls, was involved with a brilliant partnership from Norgrove. The early wicket to fall was Boucher, she fell for 7. And then that partnership between McCacken and Norgrove was excellent. Next wicket to fall was McCacken, 167 for 2. Norgrove, the next to fall, she chipped one down to long on after taking the aggressive roll when Kemp came to the crease and fell at the score of 207 for 3. She made a well-made 85. Then it was Kemp. She played nicely and she managed to make 46. Southby was the next to be dismissed. She was run out for 5 from 7 deliveries. Then Datani came in, made 25 with Kemp. Great partnership, finished it off, and Hampshire take the win. She finished 25 not out of 18 balls. 7 overs for Esme McGregor, 1 for 31. Eva Gray 8 overs, 1 for 47. Kate Kopak only 5 overs, 0 for 28. Sophia Smell probably the pick of the bowlers for me, 10 overs, 1 for 45. Jodie Grucock 3.5 overs, 0 for 8. She went off with a suspected finger injury, never came back, so I hope she's okay. Jo Gardner 5.5 overs, finishing that over from Grucock, 0 for 41. Couldn't quite close out the game. And captain Grace Scrivens 10 overs, 1 for 62. Hampshire win this game quite considerably. In the end, well, I say considerably, but by 2 balls, but they look like they're in control pretty much the whole time. Luckily for them, they get across the line and take the points. Now, looking ahead to the next matches, Hampshire go to Edgbaston on Wednesday. They face the Warwickshire Bears, and then Durham come here. The next home game here at the Utilita Bowl is against Durham on the 25th, so there's 10 days off in between where they've got a bit of a break in play. There is obviously a team that miss out every week or every round of fixtures due to there being 9 teams in this league this year. Essex, they travel to Durham on Wednesday to play at Chester Street before hosting the Bears for their first home game on Saturday the 18th, next Saturday, a week today. We hope to see you soon. Thank you so much to Phil and Jem that have been with me all day, and we hope to see you very soon here down at Utilita Bowl. Thanks so much.